The
What
only
happened?
the only thing baiting about being hit by
Mm.
a tornado would bring would be people who are already familiar with who I am,
Yeah,
but
maybe,
but
possibly.
haven't watched because they don't watch streams or something.
Yeah, it'd be something like that.
You know, and then I was thinking, you think there's
Mm.
more people. But I turned a fan on. Is it blowing in the microphone?
No.
Okay, because like it's that tornado humidity. You think that like because of Rizzler talk, there's more people who know who Baby Gronk is than Gronk.
The fuck is Baby Gronk?
Baby Gronk is the Riz King.
You need to touch grass.
In the day's other headlines, Ukrainian officials say at least 31 people
I honestly
are dead
have no
and
idea.
more
I'm
than
just repeating
150
stuff. I know Gronk is Gronkowski.
Yeah.
But I just know that Baby Gronk is the Riz King.
Yeah, I don't know what any of that means.
Mhm.
Others were injured after a barrage of Russian missiles hit several cities.
I'm pretty sure it's
Is
just his dad.
Is it just him and did he have a broccoli haircut and then just like
No, he's
ways side
he's
to
like
side doing this? Like that's some
it's like a
attractive
child.
thing. Like you look like a moron.
It's like a child, right? And like his dad made him a meme, so his dad could like
Oh no.
clout chase. It's like it's like weird or something. I don't really know. I don't know because I'm not on Rizzler talk,
Yeah.
because it's owned by the Chinese,
Sure.
and I'm racist.
Strike partially destroyed a major children's hospital in the capital city of Kyiv. Stephanie Tsai has the story.
Brick by brick, medical staff and volunteers formed human chains to clear the wreckage of the Okhmadiet Children's Hospital in Kyiv.
Now,
Mayor Vitaly Klitschko
what's great
said it
about
was
these
one of the
human
worst
chain
attacks.
things is that you can always predict that there's propaganda that are going to make one guy a crisis actor because he's handling all the kids. So they'll be like,
Yeah.
oh, one guy here rescuing all the children, clearly. Crisis actor. Because they literally do this every bombing in Syria to try to say that it's fake. It's like, oh, the same guy went in there to rescue all the kids, because they will take it out of context that a human chain was formed.
Yeah. What can you do?
Make it
Ukraine's
illegal to
capital.
lie.
Yet,
There are people under the rubble. There may be children among them.
I'm not saying it's a good
with
idea.
the oncology department left in ruins, cancer patients slowly moved towards safety, their IV bags rolling with them.
Yeah, fuck
Air raid
oncology.
alarms forced patients from their hospital beds and down to the basement. Ina Beretsnitska rushed her daughter to shelter after the first explosion.
I could not think that such a thing could happen, that there could be attacks on the hospital with sick children. It is difficult to describe in words.
The strikes hit multiple other buildings
I
in
just hear
Kyiv,
stuff like
including
that, and I'm
apartments.
just like,
Russia
Russia is the country that's invading you, right? Kind of like notorious for this kind of thing.
Yeah.
claims they only targeted military
But
sites,
yet,
but more than 4
yet, even here on this stream, you'll hear more about us talking about how NATO bombed that hospital in the Serbian conflicts. Right? You'll hear us talk about that hospital more because that's what they post about. That's what everyone talks about. So even though Russia is notorious for bombing hospitals, we're still just screeching about the one time the U.S. did, which I believe wasn't deliberate. But even if it was one hospital.
It's
30 years ago,
Yeah,
20 to 30 years ago.
More to the point is that it was 30 years ago, and it's the one time that it's happened. It's not excusing the fact that it's the one time it's happened. It's the fact that it's only happened once in the amount. Like, they love to go on about how much America bombs other countries, right? Well, if they bombed countries so much and have only hit one hospital, potentially on accident, maybe on purpose. I'd say that's a pretty good record. Israel's gone so far as to wipe out 100% of the hospitals in Gaza. So,
Yeah,
there's
right.
that.
Which
Russia,
they're just an agent of the United States, so that's the
of
United States
course,
doing that.
Russia is notorious for bombing infrastructure, which includes hospitals. Clearly,
Civilian.
right?
Well, we bomb infrastructure but it's like, and that kills people too. But it's like, the power infrastructure.
Yeah, it's more
You know?
attacking the actual
Yeah,
root
but
of
like
the infrastructure, not
Russia was doing
hospitals.
that in the worst, like with the was a really bad winter day in
Mm.
Ukraine. They would bomb power stations.
Yes.
Right?
Well, they would bomb specifically. I think they would bomb public transport, like public transit systems, so you couldn't move anywhere. As well, as I think is what they did in the
But,
initial
like,
days.
Bombing civilian infrastructure specifically so the weather will help kill civilians and roll
Yeah.
blackouts.
Yeah, that's pretty cold.
No
pun intended.
One of the great tragedies of that was broadcast, like the moment of America's first fuck up. I believe this happens even like it's the story starts before they bomb the people taking shelter in shock and awe, because they missed one target and hit a fucking refugees and killed a lot of people there, right?
Yes.
But I think that was the second controversy that came out. The first one starts with, what about Kunduz Hospital airstrike in 2015? See, I'm not sure about that one, but that's so. Of course, Kunduz, as Jack, that's where Al Qaeda, ISIS, and the Taliban like to meet.
Yeah.
So, they've hit other targets that are schools and hospitals and stuff, though. But it's just like the fact that one bombing specifically is so highlighted, and nobody gives a fuck.
This is from Doctors Without Borders.
Mm-hmm. Killing 42 people.
42 people.
Which is about, I think that's
2011.
about how much they killed in the civilians they killed in those bombings in Serbia.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that it hit an MSF hospital that would likely, as it says in this article, right, the high quality free surgical care to victims of all types of trauma, that would be highly needed in Afghanistan. Like, that's pretty repugnant. Like,
and this was this is a border zone, so like it was always it was not like as troublesome as like the South, but like it was always an issue, this region, because it was the border region, and the Uzbek Islamic group.
Is it up north? Is it?
Yeah, it's on the border with Tajikistan. It might be on the border with Turkmenistan, though. But it's like
northeast Afghanistan. Make long and dangerous journeys to Kabul or Pakistan to receive the care.
Yeah, it's also, that's the thing, is it's out of the way from Kabul too, right? So it's like while it is like one of the population centers, it's also remote.
Yes,
and that's the issue with Afghanistan in general.
Yeah. Okay.
But
so it says throughout September 2015, fighting between government and opposition forces became more intense and shifted to the Kunduz city itself. 28th of September, the hospital was suddenly in the middle of a quickly shifting front line when the armed opposition launched a takeover of the city. The team was overwhelmed with hundreds of wounded patients.
I love how Doctors Without Borders will say things like armed opposition and things like that, because they are so neutral about it.
Yeah. My team was overwhelmed with hundreds of wounded patients in the 5 days leading up to the attack. The team in Kunduz had treated 376 patients in the emergency room. On the night of the attack, there are 105 patients in the hospital, 140 of our international and national staff were present, 80 of whom were on duty. The attack was an AC-130, fired 211 shells on the main hospital building where patients were sleeping in their beds and being
Jesus
operated.
Christ. That's so
Fuck
bad. The fact that
me.
it's an AC-130. How do you fuck up that hard? Like I can
Oh
understand. I can
my God.
understand like a few guide bombs dropping on a
Yeah.
target that fucked up.
So it wasn't just a bomb. It was probably the 55 millimeter.
Like, how long are they sit? Like, it takes a long time to spit that many shells.
Mm-hmm.
It's unless it's the smaller gun. That's of course faster.
I'm just double checking what their.
But I
weapon
imagine it
is.
was the artillery gun that's on that ship.
Well, there's the big one, which is the 105, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's a smaller one. So there's a 30 millimeter,
Yeah.
which is like the machine gun one, and then there's like a. It's almost, I think, similar. It's
The one
not,
that I use in Earth Defense Force is the one that's the middle ground one.
Yeah, it kind of slower firing, but not as fast. Here we go.
Yeah. But like
30 millimeter.
It's got to be the 55, right?
Yeah, that's
The middle, but still, those fire like that's a lot of rounds.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time.
211.
That's a
Insane.
lot of time to be making the mistake. Like the sustained fire on that. Like hopefully somebody who is a fucking expert, maybe in the future when they're a fanatic and going back and watching all our clips or something, or after this is reposted, they can say how
40 millimeter.
How many? Yes, that's the one. Yeah, because I used them in EDF.
Yeah, so there's a 25 millimeter Gatling.
Mhm.
There's a 40 millimeter Bofors cannon and a 105 howitzer.
Yep, those are all the ones that I use in EDF on my gunship build. We would never. Well, yeah, of course it was a mistake. Like
it's one of these.
Like it's obviously a mistake, but it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the only thing we're saying is like, wow, they do better than Israel at this point.
Yeah,
which is not a fucking accomplishment, you know?
Yeah, and like it's not we're not praising them. Like we're just saying that out of all of everything for such limited amount of attacks on hospitals, this being a pretty fucking egregious one of all, like thank you for bringing this to our attention. Like this is egregious.
Oh yeah, I hadn't heard about this. But immediately when I saw it, I was like, oh, I could see them bombing a hospital in that region.
So they just unloaded with one of these, basically, is what they're saying. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's basically artillery.
Yeah,
that's hundreds of artillery shells on a hospital. What was I saying before that, though? That's the question.
Yeah, 24 patients, 14 staff, and 4 caretakers were killed. 37 injured. Patients burned in their bed. Medical staff were decapitated or lost limbs. Others were shot from the air while they fled the burning building. Very cool. The attack was from the air, lasted around 1 hour. The main hospital building came under precise and repeated airstrikes whilst the surrounding buildings were left mostly untouched. Oh my God. That is fucking
I'd
revolting.
like to see the tape too if they have one.
This is
not so much the tape,
collateral murder level.
Yeah. I want to hear the audio because I want to hear the communication of the auditors and stuff. They probably have a transcript.
Surely.
Of course, yeah. Of course, the Taliban have done worse. It's like like in I talk about this a lot, but with the fight against ISIS, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of highlight on the U.S. using white phosphorus in Mosul, right? But like ISIS had like the car bombs that they were able to deploy and use took out entire blocks. Just like Assad's barrel bombs, Do
you see this?
It's the coordinates.
Yeah. that we provided GPS coordinates of the trauma hospital to the U.S. Department of Defense, Afghanistan Ministry of Interior and Defense, and the U.S.
There you
Army.
go.
in
Look at
Kabul.
that. So, source anonymous sources claimed that the cockpit recording showed the AC-1 test its validity, and that's what I'm saying. Is there's no way this, because like it's just you're staring at it. There's no way as an experienced trained gunner you're looking at, and it's probably happened at night too, right? There's no way you're looking at this and you don't know it's a hospital.
Yes. So here's an actual picture of the building.
And so this one I think is worse than collateral murder, if anything.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I think the team should have refused the order.
I agree.
They should have refused the order.
Yep. Can you put in a FOIA to get the audio?
Well, there's a 14 here. So this was copied from a wiki, so that 14 is the source for it. So we can probably find it.
Okay.
But if it's not released, I will put it in a Freedom of Information Act request for it, because they're really easy to do.
Yeah, that would be sick. Getting the tapes for this. If it's not out, that'd be a thing for us to do. There you go. But yeah, all right. I want to keep reading though. This is
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what I was saying before that.
Okay, so October 3rd.
Here we go. I think so. Campbell, Kunduz hospital attack, tragic, avoidable accident. So instead of a mistake, avoidable accident is it's kind of like a hot and cold. It's not. I'd say hot and cold because you're pointing out that it was avoidable. It didn't need to happen.
Yeah.
And then you're also being like, oopsie, not my fault, accident. I didn't mean to do it.
Yeah, but like 42 people died, so like.
Yeah, but you see what I mean? It's a hot and cold. It's a hot and cold type thing. Better than Boeing.
This is very true. Okay. So just after 2 a.m., U.S. military plane repeatedly bombed the main hospital, shooting at anybody fleeing the building. Okay. And then 3:10, the airstrike stopped. Yeah.
Here's the source for the claim that the recording showed they questioned its legality. So
Slate.
Yeah, but the main sources on here are like MSF, NBC.
Yeah.
It's all sourcing from other people.
Okay. Over the course of an hour, MSF staff in Afghanistan and New York made multiple attempts to stop the airstrikes via text and calls to Afghan military, ICRC, UN, and US military
Whoa! This is crazy. So, hang on. This is a really interesting story here. Because this is like when I found out about that attack from Biden. So, so right here it says this is the correspondent. It gives the correspondent who has it. So this guy. So he claimed revealed that the crew questioned whether his attack was illegal. He also quoted a U.S. defense official suggesting that the attack may in fact amount to a war crime.
Damn.
No country does that shit.
Oh, saying that it could be a war crime.
Yeah.
100%. Who was this?
Well, he's quoting an official.
Okay.
So it's a credible Pentagon correspondent who has worked there. Congress, who received classified briefing on the recordings, may not have been released publicly, even to the members of Congress. So they may not even allow Congress to listen to the recordings.
Wow.
Savage. But like the whole thing where it's like even then the Taliban have done worse. You know, the ISIS have done worse, right?
I still don't like doing that sort of stuff.
I think like even Ukraine, I think that's what they would say, right?
Yeah.
But the United States is here being like you wouldn't have Zelensky or, well, of course Zelensky, maybe somebody in like a defense position would say that something might have been a war crime if they did something, you know.
Maybe. I just don't like this. Everybody does it. Is this willingness to like go, yeah, but like,
yeah,
they do it
that's
too.
what I'm
Like,
saying is that
we're
I
not
think it's
talking about them,
that's
you
what I
know?
think the uniqueness is that
Yeah.
that they're the behind closed doors, basically, like they let it be known that it was a war crime.
Mm,
You know, they didn't even
Yeah.
do that with like that strike when they were leaving Afghanistan that killed all those kids.
yeah.
They still
This is why I donate to them.
yeah. Well, that's also why we market ourselves as like we want to be like Doctors Without Borders. Like, and when
Yeah.
we say that, we don't mean like saving lives. It's like the way they report and like where they go and the resources they give.
Yeah. But they have their Reporters Without Borders thing too, which I said that we should look into like doing a sort of partnership with them, because that would be a good way to do what we want to do.
Yeah, we need to also, because we really are backed up right now, but hopefully let's try to get the fucking paperwork filed by the end of the month, because we definitely have the money for it now.
Okay.
And I'll, like, you know, because like if Breakthrough Through News is going to be a 501c3, that's really what put me over the edge.
Yeah, that they're a 501c3.
Yeah.
Like, get fucked.
Oh, I was talking about the infrastructure before, right? The deliberate hitting of infrastructure to kill civilians.
Yes.
Like, it's really hard to explain that to people to understand. You know, your average person who's just like, America does too much overseas and interfering in countries and stuff. Like it almost makes it hard to explain like the crimes that Israel does, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think, you know, there you go. Because like no matter how hard the United States tries to keep their reputation as clean as possible, shit is going to get through. You know, and it also depends on the admin, because it's not like this isn't the same government that fucking tortured people.
This is true. So like it's I mean, as you said, hot and cold, right?
I mean, even Trump, because Obama like campaigned on closing Gitmo and he failed. Abu Zubaydah's still there for no reason, right? Uh-oh, sounds like jewelry just fell off my desk. So like, he's like, oh, there's going to be that irreducible number. This is like a classic Obama, you know, just like him talking about drone striking American citizens, you know. And Trump's fucking running, and he's talking about, and we're gonna bring Gitmo back, and we're gonna fill it with bad dudes. Like it sounds like Frank from, like, seriously, that's what Donald Trump is if Frank from Always Sunny ran for president. But just like that, we're gonna fill it with bad dudes. Why? Why would you fucking go up there and talk like that?
Yeah.
Like, and then people cheered for it just because Trump's saying it. It's fucking wild to me that type of shit happens. Because like they would never do that for Bush, Colin Powell, Dickless.
Yeah.
None of them.
In President Volodymyr Zelensky's hometown of Kryvyi Rih, strikes killed at least 11 people and injured nearly 50.
Beyond any doubt, we are going to rebuild everything.
This is terrorism, by the
Everybody
way.
that was injured,
Just to be clear.
We'll get all the help.
You know, if we want to talk about the biggest state terrorists, you know, like for a while now, IRGC, Russia, Israel, even Turkey is better than this.
Yeah.
Imagine being worse than Turkey.
on bringing Russia to justice for this terror.
The United Nations Security Council will meet tomorrow to address the hospital attack, but action is unlikely, and Russia holds the rotating
love
chair
that.
this month.
Action is
At upcoming
unlikely.
NATO meeting,
Action is unlikely. You know, for everyone who's like acting like this is a fucking, you know, false flag for something to happen, huh? Action is unlikely. They're admitting it.
Yeah.
They're like, Russia can do whatever it wants. Russia could do a lot more. Russia could probably drop sarin before they got a response that was inside their borders from a different country. Like, if they dropped sarin, like, there's a chance that even the United States would just hit Wagner forces in Africa in response instead of hitting inside Russia directly.
Yeah.
And we don't know if they actually have sarin, but we know they have nerve agent. We just don't know how weaponized it is.
Yes.
And like, also because they used the newcomer agent Novichok on Navalny, right?
Yeah.
So like, as you may have learned, because we've been doing a lot of chemical weapon stuff lately, as you may have learned the other day, sarin shelf life is dog shit. Like, it has to be stored in the binary precursors, and then even then, you know? So like, these agents have no shelf life. So it's not like this is like a leftover nerve agent program. You know? Like, those binaries can last a while. I mean, look at Iraq. There was soldiers who got Gulf War syndrome from IEDs that had nerve agent in it.
Yeah.
That's on WikiLeaks too. Just go to WikiLeaks, type in WMD, and you'll see that sarin was used on U.S. forces in the Iraq War.
What is with this follower-only chat bullshit on Twitch?
I guess when we get bigger, we can be more exclusive.
Oh no, I think Boy and shit are on Hassan's stream.
Yeah, they're in America
Zelensky
right
will appeal
now.
for more Patriot missiles to fend off attacks like
batteries.
At the White House today, spokesman John Kirby
more
said
Patriot missiles. They had the missiles. They had the missiles to prevent it. Don't forget. Never forget this. So, we can blame Russia, obviously, because they bombed them. But remember when Iran just did that insane all-out missile attack on Israel, and like only one hit Israel out of like all the missiles they sent? Just remember that. Every time people die in Ukraine, don't forget that. Obviously, keep Russia first on the enemy list.
Help Ukraine protect its cities and its grid. The United States and several of our allies will have several big announcements at this week's summit.
A strong signal of support and expectations that the alliance will pledge more aid.
A strong
Ukraine
signal.
is not expected to be offered NATO membership at this week's summit.
Yeah, when they were leaving Afghanistan, they were like, "We're right behind you." You got
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Stephanie Tsai.
You're the hero of this story.
Also today, Hurricane Beryl has been downgraded to a tropical storm, but not before landing a direct hit on the Texas Gulf Coast as a Category 1 storm. Heavy rains and powerful winds knocked out power to more than 2 million Texas homes and businesses. Harris County officials have reported at least 2 deaths in the greater Houston area.
Damn.
First responders rescued stranded residents, including this man who had been stuck on the roof of his truck in rushing waters.
There's like
Houston's
film
mayor
grain.
and emergency response
You see the
officials
lie? Oh, it's
urged
because he's
residents
filming
to
through
stay
a
at home.
thing. So that's why artificials are there.
By staying in place, sheltering in
there's
place,
also drama
we will
around
assist the community.
I was talking and rice flew out of my mouth. There's drama around this because it's Abbott and I won't assume DeSantis, but 2 governors. Biden said he was trying to get them on the phone and call them to help prevent the storm deaths, right? But they wouldn't answer him, right? So that's now caused drama, saying Abbott being like, I was busy saving lives. What is he going to do for me? Trying to act like I don't care about people. Meanwhile, fucking Cancun cruise in the last national disaster. Like, we know you don't care about people. We know that you would kill migrants if you could. Thank God. Thank God for the federal government of the United States. Am I right?
because we need our resources addressing the most severe situations.
Texas officials say power outages can't be fixed until the winds die down, and the National Hurricane Center has warned of more flash flooding as Beryl pushes inland. Family members of Boeing plane crash victims say they are outraged today after the Justice Department said the plane maker had agreed to a plea deal to avoid a criminal trial.
They call it the
That's
Justice
in
Department.
to two
Isn't that
737
funny?
MAX jetliner crashes that killed 346
Isn't that a funny
people
joke?
in 2018 and
It's a good name.
2019.
For Justice
An attorney
Department?
for several victims' families said
Mm-hmm.
that, quote, through crafty
Judge
lawyering
Judy
between Boeing and
has brought
DOJ,
more
the deadly
justice.
consequences of Boeing's crime are being hidden. A federal judge still has to approve the deal. It requires
Yeah,
Boeing to
that's
pay
what I want to know. That's
$243.6 million.
I would like to see, like, I don't give a fuck about presidential polling right now, right? That we have to hear about every fucking day. I want to see polling on how many people know that these crashes happened. That I want to know how many people know like that
What Boeing did.
I want to like the not even just the MCAST, right? But like something related to it, like that they put something that made the planes crash. That's it. Just something like that. How many people actually know that Boeing put the tech that drove the planes into the ground?
It would probably be very little.
It wasn't just like an oopsie daisy because when they're like, how did the door plug fall out? That's what brought him back into light, right?
Yes.
So they're like, how did that door plug fall out? And he said, I think there was a quality leak or something, It was something like that, right? And it's like, what do you mean?
And then the titanium shit happens where they're getting fake titanium as well.
Oh, and let's not forget that also their fucking space program got people stuck on the ISS after it was delayed.
Space. Yeah, very cool. Thanks, Boeing. Definitely should have gotten just a $200 million fine. Definitely shouldn't have been nationalized. No, like you definitely didn't do everything a company should have done to fail. Yet you somehow miraculously come out the other end not failing. Pretty cool.
I don't want to come off as being too hard on China about this, right? Because like, it's like I don't want to be like, oh, it's because of the government and blah 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 blah, and they're manufacturing. Like, I think China has the ability to be better than Boeing. Period. Okay.
Of course I do.
But I don't want to be demeaning. I don't want to be demeaning to China when I say the fact that something that has U.S. government contracts can now legitimately be topped by a Chinese product is like fucking pathetic. Like, why are you allowing this company to exist?
Yeah, it should be at minimum. And I said this the other day.
You know what? With fucking air travel prices the way it is, I hope fucking China can capitalize on this. I doubt it because of their economy right now, but I fucking hope. You know how much money if China just dumps into like really
civil aviation, really safe civil aviation?
No, it does. Cheap for starters, right? Just flooding the market with cheap shit, it will bring the prices down.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, it just if they're subsidized, then no, it won't.
Not necessarily, because the existence of planes doesn't make flying cheaper.
No, but if companies are buying them, actually, and
buying cheap planes.
Yes, that specifically.
And what happens when those planes do EV shit?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. It can't be like subsidized. They can't dump planes on countries, right?
Yeah.
But like if they really capitalize, like I'm talking about a whole marketing campaign. Like you get your
they would have
advertising.
They would have to make sure that there is none of that like tofu dreg shit getting through to it. They would have to it would have to be every step monitored and made sure. But do you really trust the CCP to do that? Fuck no.
I at this point I trust them more than Boeing.
$1 fine after paying the same amount in a 2021 settlement. A judge in New Mexico has ruled that Alec Baldwin's role as a co-producer of the film Rust
for a second there in my brain, I thought we were talking about Mexico, the country. Like, whoa, Mexico's taking Baldwin to court now? Epic.
Baldwin's role as a co-producer of the film Rust is not relevant
You
to his
guys
trial
hear
over a
Biden
fatal
said he
onset
fucked
shooting back in
someone's
2021.
wife?
The decision is a win for his defense team as it limits the evidence that can be used against him. Baldwin attended court today for the pretrial hearing. The actor faces a single felony count of involuntary manslaughter after a gun he was holding went off during rehearsals, killing the film's cinematographer. Baldwin faces up to 18 months in prison if he's convicted.
God,
He's
I
pleaded
hope
not
he
guilty.
gets fucking
Jury
jailed.
selection is
So
set to
funny.
start tomorrow.
He deserves it. He killed somebody. He
So did-
pulled the trigger of a
Guess
gun
what?
at somebody.
Guess
He
what?
killed somebody.
Guess what? So did
What?
Boeing.
I don't care. We're talking about Alec Baldwin.
We're talking about a two-tiered justice system.
He pulled the trigger of a gun pointed at somebody and they died. I don't know why there needs to be more argument about this. The only person responsible for the death of a person killed by a gun that they are holding is the person holding the gun. Why is this in court?
Also,
Because he's got money. That's why. I want everybody to understand that he's only potentially going to get off because he has money and name recognition.
I just want to point out that not scapegoating or making excuses. I'm saying that if you're an actor, and you're using a single action revolver, maybe take a little extra time to understand
What's going on and how that gun works.
the function
Yes.
of the gun,
Yeah.
because like I have seen it able to the specific revolver he had is notorious. Even in cowboy days, right? They would make sure they had holsters that wouldn't and how they drew, they would make sure they weren't hitting the hammer when they did that, because it was notorious for shooting people in the leg back in its time, right?
Mhm.
And these are people who actually are using them daily, ranchers and shit, right? And even they are shooting themselves in the legs with it. Maybe take an extra day, learn how a single action revolver actually works.
Yeah, it's insane to even just contemplate the fact that this is even at question. It's the same. It's the same. Like, it's the exact
Also, don't
same,
forget they found there was drugs on the set.
Yeah, yeah.
And the person responsible for safety was using and gave those drugs to somebody else after this woman was shot in the face.
Very cool.
But I think she's already going to prison.
I think so, yeah. But like he's like this is the same sort of bamboozled response that I give to people who try and say that suing gun manufacturers because their gun was used in a murder or a mass shooting or whatever is a logical solution. No, it isn't. You're an idiot. The only person responsible is the person holding the gun. Stop being stupid.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that up right now. Like, I think a year to 18 months really isn't that big of a deal of a sentence for negligent homicide, too.
Consequential periods in its history. I realize I was talking to your wife. I personally asked you to extend your service. Forgive me. And you put your own guide at this alliance.
What?
I was talking to your wife. I personally
so it sounds like I think what it is he sounds like he said, "I'm fucking your wife," when he said, "I'm talking to your wife."
I didn't get that at all.
And then he was
I
extend your service.
Like, I get, sure. I mean, sure.
Bro, my eye is fucked up because I've been having bad allergy reactions all day, right? So like I've been rubbing on it, and now the lid is like all painful. It's fine now because I took my prescription allergy.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just this guy sort of doing that thing where you tell people what something says and then you hear it. You know what I mean? It's one of those things, maybe. I don't know. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear that way.
He also did say extend your services or something, but
I don't know what happened there. That was strange.
And then he said, like, my apologies. Laurel Yanny, exactly. So that's what it is that it is the I'm fucking your wife. See, the thing is like, I think also I don't know. I think American English is one of the more easier ones to understand just because we win on that popular culture thing with our movies and shit.
Sure, yeah.
You know, it's really easy to do an American accent. Even though
It's
like
more the
people,
it's more the Western accent though.
I just think British is much harder to do a British accent. If you like,
Sure, for Americans.
I think American is just for people who like do like you'll always be like, oh, that guy's British. You know, like Rick in The Walking Dead. You know, he's like British as fuck, but like, you know, he like nails the accent, right? Because it's like really easy to do because it's so flat. You know.
Yeah, fair.
Hamas leaders said today that new Israeli military escalations in Gaza could have, quote, disastrous repercussions on ceasefire negotiations.
But it's funny when people who
Burns
speak tonal languages try to do an American accent because it's so much harder for them because it's such a different pattern of
Tonal,
speech.
what, like Chinese or something?
Chinese, Vietnamese, Thai.
Okay.
Yeah, all that.
Middle East envoy Brett McGurk are in Cairo meeting with their regional counterparts. Days earlier, the parties appeared to bridge gaps in talks when Hamas gave initial approval to a phased ceasefire deal. A State Department spokesperson said work on reaching an agreement continues.
As we said last week when we received
you guys heard me talk, it would kill you.
In that response, but that said, we don't yet have a deal, and we're not taking anything for granted unless until we get a deal. So we continue to work to try to achieve a ceasefire that would secure the release of hostages, would allow us to surge humanitarian assistance in and mitigate the suffering of the Palestinian people.
Meantime, Israel released video today of troops fighting on the ground in Gaza. The IDF has recently ordered.
You want to know one of my favorite accents? You want to know one of my favorite? This is one of my favorite accents right here.
Oh my God, brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis. Oh my God, brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
We didn't prime them.
Oh my God.
Also, this is the wrong logo. That's the right one.
Okay.
We just recorded a whole show with the wrong background and logo the other day.
Excellent.
Thousands of Palestinians in Gaza City. It says militants have regrouped there after a
We haven't, to be fair, we haven't recorded a proper show for a hot minute. Like the pre-recorded show.
Battle early in the war. Michael Bloomberg and his charity Bloomberg Philanthropies are giving $1 billion to Johns Hopkins University. The money will cover tuition for most of the school's medical students. Those from families making less than $300,000 a year will get free tuition. Students from families who earn less than $175,000 a year will also have their living expenses covered. The gift will also increase financial aid for students at the university's nursing, public health,
tax write-off for
Bloomberg. Michael Bloomberg himself graduated from Johns Hopkins back in 1964.
I do not
care. On Wall Street today, market.
In the day's other headlines, Palestinian health officials say that an apparent Israeli airstrike on a school turned.
Hang on. So remember how I was commenting on like how CBS was like way more hostile when they're reporting on the Gaza stuff? So I think PBS is a great example of when the ball is dropped, right? She just said an apparent Israeli airstrike. Why is the word apparent in there, right? And you say, okay, well, hang on. Like, let's see how they report on the Russian hospital. You know, surely there'll be like apparent Russian strike there too and won't directly call them out, right?
You would think so, right?
Especially since PBS is mandated. But it's, you know what it is? It's because they're fucking government backed. That's why you have this bleed.
Unit has killed at least 25 people. Dozens more were wounded and rushed to this local hospital. There was no immediate comment from Israel's military. The latest strike comes as U.S. officials say they will reinstall a pier along the Gaza coast for a few days before it's dismantled permanently. The pier was first used to deliver much-needed aid.
Well, the thing is like, why would they? It's not just the weather, right? Why would they continue to spend money when the aid's piling up on the beach? Right? Why are we gotten the aid into there? It's there.
Yeah.
Take it to where it needs to go. Can't. You want to know why we can't? Because we don't actually. Because we're like, we're not going to actually put boots on the ground there. We're not gonna put actual. You know, because then we'll be an occupation, and PSL will get mad at us. Fucking
security.
Get a fucking aid convoy. Are you fucking serious? let it rot on the fucking beach in the like at least there's salt there, so it'll help preserve it, I guess.
Ukraine is mourning its dead from yesterday's Russian missile attacks across several cities and cleaning up the wreckage left behind. Flags in Kyiv flew at half-mast today for the 42.
Why?
Apparent Israeli airstrike.
Hamas, I guess, did it. Right?
2 people killed and nearly 200
Khan Yunis. Yeah, it was Hamas. Okay.
Well, I guess
injured.
Because like technically, like because of how restrictive Israel is of reporting, you can't actually see
can't
a lot
confirm.
of you can't get like enough evidence.
Maybe that's being very charitable.
But still, I think the main culprit here is the fact that they are a government organization.
Yes.
And like it's crazy because like all like the nonprofit that we're trying to start, like the some of the worst offenders of that shit are people who say we're a nonprofit, so we're not biased, right? Breakthrough News, for example. You know what else is a nonprofit? TP USA, Charlie Kirk.
Seriously?
Yes.
Amazing.
He's not a fucking C3, he's a C4 though. So I think C4 is different in certain ways, but I'm not sure what exactly because I'm only interested in being a 501c3.
On a major children's hospital has sparked international outrage. The Kremlin has denied responsibility, blaming Ukrainian missiles instead. But at an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council today, the U.S. ambassador pointed the finger
Lord
squarely
Bebo's popsicle sticks?
Yes. Dude, I literally retweeted and I'm like, are you using bag clips?
I've been
and
commenting
popsicle
on
sticks?
I'm trying to get Ryan McBeth to notice me. So I comment on his posts a lot. So I tagged him in that, being like, can you make a popsicle stick mixel to explain it? Still can't get him to notice me.
One day.
Vladimir Putin.
Yesterday's attack makes abundantly clear Putin is not interested in peace. He's committed to wreaking death and destruction in pursuit of his war of aggression.
How about Israel, U.S. representative? What do you think of them? Hey, by the way, I can't wait to hear about that ceasefire talk that was totally going to happen, right, Jack? I can't wait to see the progress that was made on that today.
It was definitely going to happen.
This is called foreshadowing because I already know what happened.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with President Putin in Moscow today as the two countries seek closer.
This too. This is so important too. All right. So like India was like hugging and kissing him, like how Modi be doing, right?
Yeah.
This was hours after that hospital bombing, right? And I'm sure, like in Modi's defense, the fascist. Here I go defending a fascist. I'm sure that nobody was like, "Hey, this guy just bombed a hospital, bro. You might not want to hug and kiss him." Like I can see him not being aware of the fact. But the thing is that Modi's doing this. Like they don't cooperate with sanctions as well. They don't play ball on that. It's the BRICS. They're going to switch from U.S. ally to Russian ally, but they are doing exactly what like Saudi Arabia does, right? They want to show the U.S. that we are not dependent on you, right?
Yes.
So at the end of the day, Modi's doing this for more leverage in his country to make the U.S. lick his boots more by playing up to Putin.
100%.
So it's just so funny that they have to play nice to Putin and China just to show the U.S. that they have to grovel to them. It's like a human centipede of diplomacy there.
Ties, a relationship complicated by Russia's increasingly strong connection with China. Modi even alluded to yesterday's Russian attack in Ukraine, telling Putin, quote, "When we see innocent children dying, then the heart pains." Separately, a court in Moscow issued an arrest warrant today for the widow of Russia's late opposition leader, Alexei Navalny.
That's what I get for defending fascists. Oh, speaking of fascists.
Naya, who left Russia in 2021, of, quote, participating in an extremist community. She would face arrest if she ever returned. That comes 5 months after Navalny died while serving a sentence in an Arctic prison on charges that were widely seen.
Why not? Go back. Get arrested just like him.
Oh my god.
Can we talk about like
there's an auto mod on Twitch
like
that I can set up to like
Navalny
Amazing.
actually like go back? Like, dog, that was the second time you were poisoned. Like, you survived nerve agent and you're going back to the country that did that to you, so you'll purposely go to jail and be a martyr? Why? What did it fucking accomplish? Like, it could be, he's our Julian Assange, right? We convinced him to go back so then we could be like, hey, Russia, you're like political dissidents, right? That's got to be it at this point, because like it's so like, why would you do it? The only thing that I would say is like, maybe he felt like if he sacrificed himself, it would keep his family safer, because like if he's poisoned by nerve agent, people around him can die too.
Yes.
Or dioxin, because Russia used to use that way more in the past. Or not dioxin. How do you say it? The Agent Orange shit. Is it dioxin?
Yeah, they're dioxins.
Dioxin, that's what it is, not dioxin. Speaking about accents, it's crazy because like I do it with both Iraq and Iran, but I'll be like Iraq, you know, because like I'm so used to talking with other Americans who pronounce it wrong. Like Qatar and Qatar. Like,
yeah,
I almost will always say Qatar.
So the fucking the guy in the Twitch chat, I went into the actual Twitch chat and the auto mod had picked up one of his chats, so I'm turning it off. So Twitch can be more fucked up.
Wait, what did the auto mod stop?
The auto mod stopped because he was talking about how Indians say fuck motherfucker, right?
Oh, okay.
And it picked up that as bullying because it was you fucker, right? So it picked it up as bullying. No, it just deleted a message.
Well, it still showed up here.
No. Like it didn't. That's why I'm saying that the auto mod picked one up on Twitch itself. So I changed the moderation on the auto mod to allow certain things because it picked up bullying, right? It also has like things on discrimination, aggression. So aggression and bullying, I put to no filtering, so people can be an aggressive and bully us as much as they want. And then this one, I'm less inclined to allow stuff for, so like discrimination and slurs. There's disability, sex, sexuality, and gender, misogyny, race, and ethnic and religion. I put some filtering on disability and race because that's silly. But the misogyny and sex and gender stuff I left open because
what that's going to do is if they say retarded, it's going to filter them. That's all that you're going to see with disability. I think so, in my opinion.
Okay.
I could care less though.
Yeah, like this is what I mean.
You know, I think if there's one thing you and I have, it's thick skins.
Yeah. Because it's like, you know, some of these I'm like more thinking about other people, but I'm like, it would be funny if some just like blatant misogynist just came in and stuff.
Like also like the one guy, I'll respond by calling them gay and stuff because it bothers them. Like that's
is very funny.
That's funny to do.
Seen as politically motivated. Navalnaya has publicly accused Vladimir Putin of murder and has vowed to continue her late husband's work.
Wow,
Hunter
so
Biden
brave
has withdrawn
that she accused him of
a new
murder.
trial on federal gun charges. His lawyers requested a new trial last month, citing a with an earlier appeal.
Wrecked.
Hunter Biden was convicted last month on all 3 felony counts related to his lying about drug use when he bought a handgun in 2018. He has denied wrongdoing.
You know what's going to be funny about
The appeal is his right.
This stream? If anybody comes in and is like, you're pro-America, I'd just be like, go to the first 20 minutes.
I don't know. There was a lot of, that could be interpreted in bad faith there.
Sure. Too. Yeah, while we're showing a hospital that killed nearly 50 people by the US over an hour attack. Yeah, that's something pro-American people do.
While talking about collateral murder.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And even using WikiLeaks as a source a few times in that conversation.
Nikki Haley is releasing the 97 delegates she won during this year's Republican primary season and urging them to back Donald Trump at next week's convention. In a statement, the former South Carolina governor said, quote, "The nominating convention is a time for Republican unity. Joe Biden is not competent to serve a second term, and Kamala Harris would be a disaster for America."
I still reckon Kamala versus Nikki would be a better race.
Haley was a thorn in Trump's side throughout the primary, and
I think she would as well, to be completely honest.
last major rival to drop out of the race.
The only thing that they could really get Nikki on that could swing voters is her Zionist shit, which might be a good thing because it might force Kamala Harris to be more strong. And that's the thing is, it's like the whole again, spoilers, but BB, right? Like, you think he's gonna, like, he doesn't think Biden's gonna win. Why would he ever like agree to a ceasefire while Biden's in power right now? Kamala Harris needs to step in and fucking put her dick on the table. You know,
here's a BBC article saying the Pentagon said that it wasn't a war crime. Tragic strike, but not a war crime. I'm like, well, accidents are war crimes too, buddy.
Oh, the Kunduz strike?
Yeah. Still a war crime.
A spokesperson says she won't attend.
If they're asked directly and they're not talking to an anonymous source, they will always say no, because that will call into their patriotism when they go to run for election again.
Of course.
Next week's convention in Milwaukee. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell hinted today that the central bank is moving closer to cutting interest rates. In a testimony before a Senate panel, Powell said that the Fed had made, quote, considerable progress toward its goal of bringing inflation down from 4-decade highs. And he acknowledged that a cooling job market and persistently high prices mean the Fed is walking a thin line when it comes.
Persistently high prices.
You know what would be interesting to do with you? Let's get my mom on here, especially after they lower these prices on the inflation. And ask her, why does she hate Joe Biden? Like, what has he done wrong that she's like so resistant to back Democrats? Like, what has he actually done? And she'll say things like groceries are expensive.
Not anymore.
Well, they still are, because like lowering inflation doesn't make things cheaper.
No, I know.
Like, we just had a global pandemic and we're the economy of the world. Wow, you think our prices are going to fucking go up after that? There's a war in Europe. The fact that that inflation is so low is fucking impressive. The fact that it's a recovery from a pandemic and there's a war in Europe. Not only that, a war in a country that is the breadbasket of the world.
Yeah, prices should be way higher.
For food, yes.
It right on rates.
If we loosen policy too late or too little, we could hurt economic activity. If we loosen policy too much or too soon, then we could undermine the progress on inflation. So we're very much balancing those two risks, and that's really the essence of what we're thinking about these days.
In separate testimony before the House, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said she believes consumer prices will continue to fall, but blamed rent and housing costs for keeping inflation high.
And what do we do
but you hear that? She
because
said she didn't say inflation. She said things will get cheaper.
Yeah. But who, if we're really thinking about it, is keeping rent high as prices are dropping?
Well, I mean, even BlackRock is parroted by the conservatives of this point. Even they accept this shit.
Yeah.
And BlackRock is like, now they're like, Bill Gates. I want to say Karl Marx, but no, what's his name? The evil guy who wants to make them eat bugs.
Klaus
Schwab, right? And George Soros, BlackRock is now one of those terms.
Amazing.
Where fascists will also just straight up Jew blame when they talk about BlackRock.
Oh, great. I'm glad they've taken a legitimate issue and conspiracy theory that's awesome. That's cool. That's very cool. I love that.
All eyes now turn to inflation and consumer sentiment data, which is due out later this week. On Wall Street today, stocks ended mostly flat.
Nope.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel's armies dropped leaflets across Gaza City, ordering all residents to leave their homes and shelters immediately, setting off a fresh wave of panicked evacuations. On Tuesday, at least 30 Palestinians were killed in
George Bush drinking the blood of the enemies. And people cheering.
Israeli airstrike on a school housing displaced people near Khan Yunis. Eyewitnesses said the Israeli attack resulted in body parts flying through the air. Most of the dead were women and children.
I bet.
Suddenly and without prior
I
warning,
hope did they
rockets were fired
show
towards it.
what the place looked like, right?
I don't believe so.
So you'll see this a lot. It's especially true for Gaza, but like you'll see it a lot in like remote places, like for example in like the remote regions of Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And even sometimes there'll be prisons that look like this, but sometimes it's like housing, sometimes it's schools, but
Okay.
like it's basically like the complex, and it's like people on all the railings, you know, like everyone is together, like they're all like interacting with each other in a big community pile type thing.
Okay.
So like all the floors, there's people on all the railings, right? Because they're all like hanging out, watching shit, just talking, you know. And you'll see it's a very common image that you'll see in a lot of these places, right?
Okay.
And I remember there's an image of one of these places that looks like this, and white phosphorus is being dropped on them too.
Very cool.
So
we love white phosphorus.
I'll find that picture to show you exactly what I'm talking about.
The number of people who were connecting to an internet hotspot. They are not fighters. They did not have any weapons and were not involved in any resistance operations. They were civilians, and mostly children. I was there at the site, and most of the people were killed or critically wounded. None of us had any weapons or anything related to the resistance. It was in Khan Yunis, in Abasa, at the gates of the school, used as a shelter.
The Palestinian Ministry of Health in Gaza decried the attack as a, quote, heinous massacre against displaced citizens, unquote. It was the fourth Israeli attack on a school over the past 4 days in Gaza. On Tuesday, a panel of United Nations independent experts declared in an open letter Israel's engaged in a campaign.
No, it was literally like a safe zone, a refugee area for displaced children and mothers. You're muted. You just muted yourself. Anyway, you see what I mean? So like there would be people on all these railings back here. And that's like there was people on all these railings and stuff in a place that looks just like this when that bomb came in. So of course body parts flew through the air.
Yeah.
Of starvation and genocide in Gaza. Michael Fakhri, the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to food, and 9 others, write, quote, we declare that Israel's intentional and targeted starvation campaign against the Palestinian people is a form of genocidal violence and has resulted in famine across all of Gaza. We call upon the international community to prioritize the delivery of humanitarian aid by land by any means necessary, end Israel's siege, and establish a ceasefire, unquote. After headlines, we'll go to Gaza to speak with the journalist Akram al-Sathari. In the occupied West Bank, mourners laid the body of 13-year-old Palestinian Hassan Gharib Zahran to rest Tuesday. The boy was killed when Israeli troops fired live ammunition at several children during a raid in Ramallah. The boy's death brings the number of Palestinians killed in the West Bank since last October to more than 570. 137.
Like not only is it sad, right? It's objectively true. Like we don't sleep on any reporting from Ukraine. Anytime something happens, we still report on it, right? But if you compared, like even, you know, the 2 years that the war is going on, I think we've covered Gaza more than Ukraine in total at this point. Because it's nonstop. Like Palestinians just can't have a moment of peace in the world. It's like even like, you know, like you'll see it all the time where fucking Ukrainians go to a McDonald's. Oh, this is what we're funding, you know. They're able to go to McDonald's, you know. You call this a war, right? Because like people in most of the cities of Ukraine are living normal lives, you know. They can, like, so, you know, like sometimes you can actually just like forget, you know. You can still just like, you know, escape, maybe go to the movies, you know. There's still like escapism possible in that conflict, right?
Not in Gaza.
Even Sudan has this.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They're not even safe in hospitals. Not even safe in a place that's supposed to help them stay alive. And this is why I've gotten to a point where I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Palestinians are dying. It really is that simple. You know what I mean? Like, I just, this person wants. I don't care.
But this also made this attack on this school made frontline pages when that hospital bombing in Ukraine didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Of them are children. Members of the United Nations Security Council have condemned Russia's assault on civilian sites across Ukraine Monday morning that killed at least 42 people and injured 300 others. Among the dead were 2 adults killed when Russia bombed Ukraine's largest children's hospital.
Way to go, Amy. Way to go, Amy, being fair and balanced about something when nobody else can.
Except for us.
When Russia struck a maternity and fertility clinic in Kyiv. This is UN Emergency Relief Coordinator Joyce Masuya.
Let me remind this council that hospitals have special protection under international humanitarian law. Intentionally directing attacks against a protected hospital is a war crime, and perpetrators must be held to account.
Russia's UN ambassador, who chaired Tuesday's Security Council meeting, blamed Ukrainian air defenses for the explosion at the children's hospital. That's a finding contradicted by a UN human rights monitor. The UN says
wow, Amy, let's go, Amy. Wow, that's epic. You know, like that's like Voice of America are the only ones debunking or even giving credence to those claims, right?
Yeah. Favorite book?
He can't read. It's tragic.
I'll
Is
show
this
you.
a cat in a hat? Nope,
will.
that's a tortoise in a shell.
I wrote a book.
No, he didn't. No, you didn't. Don't dox yourself.
Well, how do I have a book with my name on it? Huh? If I didn't write it.
I bet you I can find stuff with my name on it.
My name is not common.
And killed and 22,000 injured since Russia.
I'm more pissed because he stole the Twitter handle that's literally my name, and he doesn't use Twitter.
What a dick.
I know. Cunt. I haven't read it. I just have it for the meme.
Russia's 2022 invasion. Healthcare facilities and medical workers have faced nearly 1,900 attacks. President Biden's welcomed heads of state from NATO members.
There's a bunch of old like Enid Blyton books there that are pretty good, like original ones.
Nations to Washington, D.C. for talks marking the 75th anniversary of the nuclear-armed military alliance. Biden opened the 3-day summit Tuesday evening with a speech that celebrated NATO's expansion to 12 NATO states in 1949 to 32 nations today. Biden pledged further NATO support for Ukraine
Somebody
against
throw
Russia's
tomatoes
invasion.
at Erdogan. He's right
States,
there.
Germany, the Netherlands, Romania, and Italy will provide Ukraine with the equipment for 5 additional strategic air defense systems. And in the coming months, the United States and our partners intend to provide Ukraine with dozens of additional tactical air defense systems.
Systems, actual systems, like the launchers.
He just listed that those 5 countries are giving them Patriot batteries.
they're
He didn't
Patriots,
specifically
okay.
say Patriot batteries, and they might not even be Patriot batteries on all 5 of those. But yeah, that's what he was saying, is they're going to get 5 additional batteries.
Okay.
Which is a lot, considering they were only allocated 2 before.
Well, I think we did say this last stream, I believe.
That's not all. There's updates on other gear
Yeah.
that's supposed to
Okay,
have been in Ukraine for a long time.
The United States will make sure that when we export critical air defense interceptors, Ukraine goes to the front of the line.
On Tuesday,
Not
President
Israel.
Biden awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the
You're
United
putting
States
Ukraine
highest
above holy Israel? There goes your election, buddy.
civilian honor to outgoing NATO Secretary General
Why are we
Jens
giving them
Stoltenberg. We'll have
Soviet
more on the
star
NATO summit
medals?
later in the broadcast. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has wrapped up a 2-day visit to Moscow, where he met with Russian President Vladimir Putin. It was Modi's first visit to Russia since Putin's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. Modi so far refused to condemn Russia's actions and has abstained from UN votes denouncing the invasion. India remains the second largest purchaser of Russian oil after China. After the talks, Modi offered limited criticism of Putin's attacks on Ukraine.
Limited. I love that she even, I love that, you know, where she's putting the bias in there. Being like limited. You know, she's like the way she injects bias into things, I think, is more fair and balanced than most mainstream shit. CBS hasn't been bad today, at least from that one program, but she's better. I think she wins the award today.
Mm-hmm.
When it is war, conflict, or a terrorist attack, any person who believes in humanity feels pain when they see death, especially when innocent children are killed. The sight of innocent children dying shatters your heart, and that pain is very terrifying. I had a detailed discussion on the issue with you.
On Tuesday, Putin awarded Modi the Order of St. Andrew the Apostle, Russia's highest civilian award. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky blasted Modi for his literal embrace of Putin. On social media, Zelensky wrote, quote, "It's a huge disappointment and a devastating blow to peace efforts to see the leader of the world's largest democracy hug the world's most bloody criminal in Moscow on such a day," unquote. French far-right leader Marine Le Pen has joined Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban in a new conservative coalition.
Don't you love it that Marine Le Pen gave us another fascist crying meme?
It is pretty funny. We need more.
He's shorter.
Crying. We need Trump to lose so we can get Trump crying. That would be great.
European Parliament, the alliance dubbed Patriots for Europe, is the largest ever far-right bloc in the Parliament's history. This comes just days after a newly formed leftist coalition defeated Le Pen's National Rally Party in Sunday's final round of a heated snap parliamentary election in France. Jordan Bardella, who is poised to be the National Rally's candidate for prime minister, is now president of the new EU far-right bloc. Italy's far-right leader Matteo Salvini.
It has been decades where we're hearing like she's going to get in there, Marie Le Pen. It's going to be her time soon. Like, stop trying to make it happen. You're no Giorgia Meloni.
He also announced plans to join the alliance, which includes members of Spain's Vox party. This comes as French prosecutors launch an investigation into Marine Le Pen's 2022 campaign finances over accusations of embezzlement, forgery, and fraud. The West African bloc ECOWAS says the region is facing disintegration after 3 military-ruled countries established their own bloc over the weekend: Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, which all experienced
ECOWAS, by the way.
Was Deng Xiaoping the reformist after Mao that brought the capitalism in and then killed people in Tiananmen Square?
Yeah,
same guy.
He is responsible for Tiananmen Square. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think there is someone between him and Mao that started those types of reforms, but he's really the reformer.
Okay.
Military takeovers in recent years have,
because I've just got one of these fascists like people who defend genocide and shit.
I don't remember what we were watching, but we were watching something with Ace, and they were calling it ECOWAS, and he's like, I gotta say, I disagree with the pronunciation of ECOWAS here.
Because they're like, I'm not a Tiananmen denier, I'm a Deng defender. I'm like, imagine defending a capitalist.
formed the Alliance of Sahel States.
And we've said for a minute now that
holding their own weekend meetings.
Deng Xiaoping sound bites that we can use, right? Because we only have Hu Jintao.
Counterpoint to the ECOWAS summit in Abuja, Nigeria. This comes amid further moves to cut military and other ties with former colonizer France and other Western powers. On Sunday, the U.S. military withdrew from Niger's air base in the capital, Niamey, ahead of its upcoming withdrawal from a $110 million U.S. drone base. Niger ordered U.S. troops to depart the country in March. 2 top Democratic senators have called on the Justice Department to open a criminal probe into Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas on potential violations of ethics, false statement, and tax laws. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island and Ron Wyden of Oregon are urging Attorney General Merrick Garland to
I'm sure this will amount to something.
As always, right?
It's not like we already don't know. It's not like, is that Cushy in the background there? It's not like we already don't know that he's a piece of shit. We have tons of fucking, like, we've done investigations in the past and stuff.
Thomas's failure to disclose lavish gifts, luxury travel, and other perks gifted to Thomas by wealthy friends.
Well, they were their
billionaire
greatest friends.
Conservative megadonor Harlan Crow. The senator said in a statement, no government official should be above the law. Yet another Democratic Congress member has called on President Biden to bow out of the presidential race.
They're saying that about the guy who just gave immunity to the president. So good luck. We're all counting on you.
Following his disastrous performance in a debate against Donald Trump last month, when Biden appeared disjointed, confused, and frequently lost his train of thought. On Tuesday, New Jersey Congressmember Mikey Sherrill said in a statement, quote, because I know President Biden cares deeply about the future of our country, I'm asking that he declare he won't run for re-election, will help lead us through a process toward a new nominee, she said. It was at least the 10th such call by a House Democrat. Meanwhile, members of the uncommitted movement of Democratic voters
have asked. Also, I need to point out,
AOC's impeachment for what?
She's impeaching I think she's impeaching the justice. So I personally can't speak on this too much, right? But the Civil Rights Act does exist. But LBJ, right, is like the most progressive president, like until Biden. Like Biden and
Lyndon Johnson.
that like they have mirrors in this thing where like they're both really good on these types of policies, right? And let's not forget he also stepped down before the convention, right? So he wants to continually say that he's going to be FDR, who like died in office, I think. Basically he was in a fucking polio coma and his wife was running shit. This is like a well-accepted conspiracy for his last term that she's actually the first female president, right? Like he should be more like LBJ and know when to get out of the way. My bunghole. That's my favorite LBJ. That's what I really know about him, is him getting his pants tailored. Because his dick was so big, he needed extra crotch room. That could be Biden with the giant dick. It's big dick energy what LBJ did there. So that's how we know that, it wasn't only just him talking to his tailor. We also can tell from that big dick energy of him getting out of the way.
Asked the Democratic National Committee to adopt a statement critical of Israel's war on Gaza. The movement will be sending 29 uncommitted delegates to the Democratic National Convention in Chicago next month and is preparing to back a Democratic presidential candidate who supports a permanent ceasefire
don't force your politics. Get that. You're putting a sign in that baby's hand. That's indoctrination. Get your politics out of that baby.
Backgrounds got into the uncommitted movement is because what we saw was because of a flawed policy in Gaza with incredible pain and suffering and death and horror on Palestinian people, the multiracial, multi-generational coalition we need to beat Donald Trump is fraying. And the stakes of the November election are too high for anyone to sit this one out.
In Wisconsin, a federal judge has banned protesters from marching through a security zone at the Republican National Convention, which will be hosted in Milwaukee next week. The ACLU of the Coalition to March on the RNC 2024 filed a lawsuit against Milwaukee, saying the city's restrictions on protesters violates free speech rights. The suits was dropped following news of the ruling. Democracy Now! Will be in Milwaukee next week. Watch our extended daily 2-hour broadcast Monday through Friday. It's called Breaking with Convention, War, Peace, and the Presidency. We'll be in Milwaukee next week and in Chicago for another week of 2-hour daily broadcasts for the Democratic National Convention. And a warning to our audience, this story contains graphic descriptions of violence. In more news from Wisconsin, community...
This is warning, graphic violence. Switch to Vosh. I thought that's what she was warning us against, and then it cut to Vosh, right? She's warning us about a Vosh clip coming up.
I think she was moving on, wasn't she? Oh, no, there was more story. Hold on.
After he was justice for graphic descriptions of violence. In more news from Wisconsin, community advocates are demanding justice for Devontae Mitchell, a 43-year-old Black father who died last month after he was violently pinned to the ground by 4 security guards outside a hotel in downtown Milwaukee. Footage shows the security guards pressing Mitchell down on his stomach with their hands and knees as Mitchell is heard crying out for help. The incident came after Mitchell was pushed out of the Hyatt Regency Hotel, located just a few minutes from where thousands of Republicans will gather to nominate Donald Trump for president at the RNC next week. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who's representing Mitchell's family, said a witness reported seeing one of the guards also striking Mitchell on the head with an object. Mitchell's death has been compared to the police murder of George Floyd in 2020. Mitchell's family said he suffered from mental health issues and depression following his father's death in 2016 and described him as loved.
Wow, you mean this is another situation that could have been prevented with social workers instead of armed cops or fucking retarded security guards? Cool. I'm so glad America has policing on lock.
The medical examiner's office determined the preliminary cause of death is homicide, but the investigation is ongoing. And those are some of the headlines.
And they don't have the protections like police do, so they should. Hopefully, they'll fucking go down.
They'll go down for it. We'll see. Now we go to Vosh.
We need to put a lot more people down for killing people like this. Like people, like the thing is, the cops can't do their job if they're scared. They know it. They should be scared, not of getting killed, of getting fucking sued. If like the same people who want to fucking invest in cops and shit still want to fucking traumatize doctors by making sure they're too scared to perform certain duties, right? but not police, right? Can we see the hypocrisy here? Can we see how like bad of an attitude that is when you're making doctors uncomfortable to do their job, but giving police all the protection that you need? Which one of those things do you think is more important? Well, the doctors are killing the unborn. They kill more people than the cops.
Apparently, they cured diabetes. No, really, like they actually cured a guy.
Let's go, China.
Just one, you know.
We did it.
You know, it's not like you could just instantly apply this to every single person with diabetes, but hey, you know.
We did it.
In a promising
China.
Development for millions with diabeties, researchers in China have reported.
You know how old this story is, right? Like we talked.
We
long
talked
ago.
about this ages ago. Because I was like, "There's no way that this is right." Yeah, but yeah,
using, you guessed it, cell therapy. The study published in the journal Cell Discovery details the successful treatment of a 59-year-old man with type 2 diabetes.
Now,
woo! The patient who's been battling the disease.
Let's also point out that America fucking limits a lot of cell therapy stuff because it's a genocide against the unborn. It's taking God into your own hands, you know? That's what they say, literally, for stem cells and shit. Imagine being against stem cells. Imagine being against stem cells. How stupid that is. Just because they like South Park's thing where they have Christopher Reeve sucking the babies. Like that's literally what these people think happened with stem cells. You know, is that fucking literally they're cracking the babies open and sucking them like in that South Park thing. Great critique.
Daily insulin injections underwent innovative cell transplant in July 2021. The procedure involved creating lab-grown replicas of insulin-producing islet cells found in the pancreas, which were then transplanted into the patient. The treatment proved remarkably successful. Within 11 weeks, the patient no longer required external insulin. 11 weeks, that is insane.
That makes sense.
Over the following year, he gradually reduced and eventually stopped taking oral medication.
That makes perfect sense to me. Sounds like, yeah, that sounds like that's how you would cure diabetes to me. I have no questions. Pretty straightforward, it sounds.
For blood sugar control. Follow-up examinations confirmed a restored function in the patient's pancreatic islet cells, allowing him to remain medication-free for over 33 months. While this is a single-patient case study, experts view it as a significant breakthrough in cell therapy for diabetics.
The US would also never dump money on a single patient like that, right? This is something that like might only be able to be developed in a system like China's, you know, certainly not the US's healthcare system. Imagine the cost it would cost somebody with diabetes to do this research on their own, because that's what America is like, you know? Biden's up here lowering the price of insulin while Xi Jinping can take credit for curing diabetes. Great. Congrats on fighting for all that insulin, Joe Biden. You know, you could have been curing diabetes this whole time by just doing fucking stem cell transplants.
Am I going nuts by like distinctly separating colonialism and imperialism? They're different, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought. I'm not retarded. It's everybody else.
Yeah. So like.
Like imperialism literally came to be a word because of British aggression in Asia. Literally what I'm talking about with these fucking people, right? Imperialism is a word that was generated from the Opium Wars because it wasn't colonialism. They weren't replacing
that's why they
the
just
population.
I'm not necessarily against this, but they fused the word of colonial imperialist. Like, why would you have those two words together like that if they meant different things?
Exactly.
Right.
And this is what I'm trying to explain to these fucking people, but they can't comprehend that these are two different things.
So like the US colonialism was only waged on this continent. Everywhere else the US has done something has been imperialism. That includes the colonies it has today.
Yes.
Right. So just because you have colonies does not mean it's colonialism. Right.
Yes.
So the issues with like New Caledonia, you know, those are pretty. They say settler colonial is what they'll say too. That's fucking New Caledonia. That's some settler colonial bullshit.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I'm like, this is a perfect example. But that's colonialism. You know? The rest of it is imperialism.
But yeah, everything France does in Africa now. Are we going to say that's colonies that they're doing? Those are French colonies.
Okay, no. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not fucking barking up the wrong tree, making myself look like a moron here.
I think
they're definitely different concepts, right?
Colonialism, here's how we can simplify it. Colonialism is a state doing things to people who do not live under that state. Imperialism is when you make that state to do it to their own people instead. Right? It's a step removed.
Yeah. It's the governor general.
Yeah.
Is the step between or imperialism, yeah. Yeah, because it would be so Australia would be a part of the British Imperium, but not a colony anymore because we're technically independent.
But can British influence your politics?
Not really.
Not really imperial then either.
But they still have the governor general there and can get rid of our leader.
Well, they could if they wanted to. They could be imperialistic with Australia if they wanted to, technically, because you don't have a constitution, correct?
Not really, no.
That's what I thought.
It's just common law.
Well, I mean,
I think there is a constitution, but it doesn't protect anything.
As D.L. Hawk said, what is a constitution anyway? A piece of paper. Right, which is true. It's just like money. We all pretend it's something, which is like, I think that's so cool that humans have that ability to just use the imagination to create an entire global government structure and economy like that. That's fucking nuts. Yeah, and we want to think that there's other intelligent life in the universe, you know? Like, we do not give humanity enough credit. That's crazy. Like, I don't think
Professor Timothy Kiefer,
you know, it's like people think it's a monkey in the typewriter thing. You know, one of these civilizations would just have to come around first, you know? You know, like maybe they're 1 billion years ahead, right? Okay. Well, that's fine and all, but that doesn't mean that like intelligence is ever even going to develop there. Like, there could be a fucking bacteria world out there that's just full of bacteria and life like that. You know? And they're just fucking bacteria.
Yeah.
Those bacteria, though, it's like the primal Zerg, you know? Those bacteria would fuck you up. That's what they would actually be a threat to humanity. And they're not even sentient, right? So that's another thing, too. Is like being scared of sentient alien life. You see, we got a team ready to go to Mars.
Yes. Yeah, we did the story.
Cool.
Columbia called it an important advance in the field. Further large-scale trials needed to confirm the efficacy and safety of this approach before it can be used widely as a treatment. That's pretty cool, huh? So is this only for type 2? I don't know. Oh, what am I, a doctor? I mean, I'm reading the article. You're reading it with me. That's pretty cool, huh? A lot of researchers were doubting this, but optimistic for context. I mean, yeah, obviously, I want to see it replicated.
Though, for real, though, diabetes is going to be a disease that doesn't exist. Like,
yes,
like when we're in our grandpa age, like people might not even need dialysis anymore.
Maybe that'd be cool.
Significant results in just 11 weeks, right? I mean, that's pretty incredible. Lamau, the International Diabetes Foundation, has such an unfortunate acronym. We stand this IDF. Yeah, Quoteth, can I see some news of that? Hold on. U.S. Pharma Diabetes Import Sanction? Yeah, can I get a report on this? I saw a tweet where somebody said, hey, immediately American pharmaceutical companies wanted to sanction this and not get it in the U.S. so they could keep making billions off of insulin. Does that sound to me like something they could do?
Yes.
Yes. Is it something that I know for a fact they have done? No. I think I just saw a tweet. There's nothing to sanction yet. This is one test, right? This might be a problem in the future, but they would do it, though. They might, but let's get mad at it when they actually do it, you know. A lot of this has been born from mRNA research that started with COVID. Yeah, I don't know the whole process. It's just cell therapy seems like it's going to be a solution to a lot of human issues, you know? We're still years out from a widely available product. For sure. Type 2, Gamir. Is cell therapy just stem cells? Yeah, right? Isn't that, like, generally that's what cell therapy means?
Yes.
It's like, you know, let's grow a replacement, then slap it on in there.
Hurry up, get to the meat.
That's what we're talking about? In a nutshell? Yeah, in a nutshell, you know. I want cell therapy to cure my borderline hormone. First of all, yes, with talking about the fetus. yourself in your friend group, your on suspicion is nobody wants this. There's no consumer demand for any of this, and we're getting it.
What the fuck? The only useful thing we got out of this video was us talking about imperialism.
Anyway,
so that's great. Another useless Fosh video.
While much of the focus is on President Biden right now, there are concerns around the age of both Biden and former President Donald Trump. Many of those questions have focused on cognitive skills, memory lapses, and how they speak in public. Stephanie Tsai looks at some of those concerns.
Jeff, polls show that Americans have been concerned about this throughout the campaign. The numbers have been worse for President Biden. Polls have shown up to 80% of voters think he's too old to serve another term. For former President Trump, up to 56% of voters say he's too old for the job. We spoke to a couple of older voters with different perspectives this week.
I admire Biden for what he has done and what he is. But see, my age is 92, by the way. And I guess I have to be concerned. During the debate, it seemed fairly clear to me that he was having some difficulties from time to time, despite the fact that I sympathize with President Biden and his health. The fact is, just like me, he's not getting any younger.
He may talk slow, he may stutter, he may walk slow, but he does know what he's doing. And he knows enough that he's getting good staff to compensate for any slowdown that he may physically have to.
Or we can vote for Trump. You're not even looking at the screen.
Oh my goodness.
Get the job done.
Let's talk about some of the questions voters have with an expert in aging, cognition, and memory. Dr. Brad Dickerson is a neurologist at Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School. Dr. Dickerson, thank you so much for joining the NewsHour. Before we even start this conversation, let's just get out of the way that neither of us wants to be making ageist generalizations here. We all know there are 94-year-olds out there who are sharp as tacks. Having said that, what concerns and questions have come up for you about the abilities of the two presumptive nominees for president?
Yeah, Stephanie, I think you make a good point, which is that
putting a word in front of ism doesn't make it a thing. Please shut the fuck up. Oh my God.
As a neurologist, I've seen 60-year-olds that really have significant cognitive impairment. And
It's like putting a word in front of phobia doesn't make it a thing. Please stop.
Seen 85-year-olds that are sharp as a tack, as you just said. I feel like the biggest...
Putting a word in front of gate does not make it a fucking controversy. Shut the fuck up. This applies to a lot of things.
Issue is that as we all get older, it's more and more common that diseases associated with aging may start to take hold in the brain, and they can often be very insidious as they first do that.
Dr. Dickerson, I want to play two clips here. The first is President Biden from the recent debate where he seemed to lose his place during an answer about the national debt. The second piece of sound is the former president at a rally back in January when he confused the names of former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi and his primary rival Nikki Haley when talking about security issues tied to the January 6th assault on the Capitol.
We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Started strong. Fuck the landing.
Thank you, President.
That was probably my favorite part of the entire debate. It was like a real passionate speech, and then
I was responding to a tweet that would potentially be very engaging. And it's like from last year. Like it was a tweet from last year, and I responded to it because I was like, this guy might actually say some like really interesting shit in response, and I might be able to have like a really interesting conversation with him.
Yeah.
But Omar was like, basically, he just made a post, and it was like freedom for Kurdistan and Palestine, right? Drew's greatest enemy right now, Omar. And I said, Kurds are so divided on what region they are from, they could be on any side of an issue, right?
This is true.
So what I'm talking about here is that like a lot of the people who are loyal to Barzani are against Palestine, right?
For what reason?
Well, because Barzani's basically an agent in the U.S.
Okay.
Right. To simplify it, it's more complicated, but to simplify it.
Yeah.
Right. So like a lot of, so like I can tell if somebody's like, I can tell depending on how somebody is talking, if they're a Kurd and they're talking about pro-Israel statements, right? I immediately will know if I go to their page, I'll see pro-Barzani stuff, right?
Interesting. Okay.
It's rare that it doesn't happen. Like there's that one guy everyone hates who's a lobbyist for Kurdistan, who's like, who criticizes Barzani, but also sucks Israel's dick because he's, you know, he's like pro-America, you know, he's trying to get America to invest in his country.
Of course.
But that I posted that in October. Right. So it's like getting on, you know, almost a year later, and a Kurdish guy, like Kurdish flag and all, in his picture said Kurds in quotes who do not support our independence are nothing but traitors. We may be different, however, we are united in our strive for freedom. Also, great grammar. Like the guy's got commas going and everything here, you know?
Okay.
Like very, like I don't have that good of grammar. Very, very great grammar. And like
I try to.
I was like, that's the thing. Some could say the opposed don't support independence, which, to elaborate, they don't.
No.
Right? But still, to say that
because they don't want a state, but like the formation of a Kurdish state is the first step to the removal of it.
You can understand how people would be able, how Kurds who are passionate about their independence could be radicalized against the opposed ideas instead of embracing them. Right?
I mean, look at the people who've been running fucking bullshit campaigns against us for like 2 years at this point, right? They have the same 2 fucking screenshots. All of them were fascists, and all of them said that they were Kurdish. Right? They were all Wagner-loving bootlickers. Like, every time that it comes up,
so those guys,
I've started challenging them now. I've started being give me more evidence.
Those people you're talking to are traditionally on the other side of Barzani, right? So they're the PUK loyalists.
Okay.
Right? So that's because Iran is like more in with them.
Okay.
So I said, and
that,
then I was
that would explain the sympathies to Wagner.
Yes. And then I said, and then others can say Barzani bows to Turkey and the referendum was a power grab, which is also true. Right? And like, and then some can argue for Mullah Qurtar's ideas, you know, who was Al-Qaeda, you know, that was the Al-Qaeda in Iraq, right? Who like he was legitimately fighting for Kurdistan's freedom. He just believed in having a Sharia there. You know, this is that, like, you can't say this guy is not pro-independence and revolutionary when he says that Al-Qaeda is like Lenin in the revolution. You know, and that they're like the Zionists. They're like the Zionists before the state of Israel, right? Like, that is revolutionary as fuck to say. Be like Al-Qaeda, like that's why I have the whole argument of Al-Qaeda being a revolutionary faction in many cases. Right?
Yes.
So I said Palestine has similar leadership divides, which is also true. But also Israel hasn't helped by locking their leaders up, right? And then I said power to the people is the only way. See, like if this guy is like, judging by his grammar, he's educated enough that he's not going to say some dumb fashy shit in response, and it will be a really engaging response to whatever he replies to. I mean, I do hope so, because ever since these people that are linked to the IRGC, like it's way harder for me to have conversations with Kurdish people because there's constant like disinfo campaigns. Exactly. That's like, and that's why like I'm disappointed that Zizek has not made the same conclusion, because he literally has a book that's in defense of Jacobinism. Right? So Zizek has done a whole bunch of theory work on defending the French Revolution and the ideals of it, and their totalitarianism and their purges and shit. He's defended that, right? So he's not saying that it's a good thing. He's just saying, he's just writing a theoretical defense on how you can take defense of these things, which I do with Al-Qaeda. We're no different, Zizek and I, except I'm smarter. But that's what
President Trump.
Nikki Haley. The Taliban are so much like the French Revolution, except it, like, you know, it's opposite results. But technically it wasn't, since they brought in Napoleon.
You know, did you know they destroyed all of the information, all of the evidence, everything? Deleted and destroyed all of it, because of lots of things. Like Nikki Haley is in charge of security. We offered her 10,000 people, soldiers, National Guard, whatever they want. They turned it down. They don't want to talk about that. These are very dishonest people.
Dr. Dickerson, when you hear those clips, do you see two men simply battling normal aging? And should that in itself be worrying? Or do you see the potential presence of neurological disease such as dementia or Parkinson's, which would, of course, be worrying?
Yes, Stephanie, I think we all recognize that it's common as we get older for our thinking processes and our movement to slow down. And that can be particularly evident when people are trying to speak rapidly, especially in the setting of a debate.
Yeah,
so I don't necessarily think we need to read too much into isolated incidents like this.
And it's also very Greece, you know? They have the same boy fucking. That's honestly a regional issue, though.
Common for fatigue or other things that make us all feel a little bit under the weather to magnify issues that people have as they're getting older. I think the question really is, how consistent are these changes relative to each of the candidates' previous baselines?
We do have some idea of their baseline because they have both held office. Trump for 4 years and Biden for many years before that. I'm sure that you have seen sort of their previous performance in previous years. So what is your assessment of whether we should be concerned?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they have changed, both of them, relative to their previous baselines, as we've seen. I think that's what's really getting everyone's attention, is this, it seems a bit out of character for both of them in some ways. And so I do think it's legitimate to be asking, should we be having cognitive assessments that we might use for any leader
now,
coming
just
into a position of power or a position
like, you know, take Persian culture and Pakistani culture and the gayest parts of them, Taliban.
Where they have responsibility. Of course, in many business sectors, the candidates for CEO or, of course, as we know, pilots are examined and assessed for a variety of issues.
Go to a fucking Talib post or something where they're talking about another Talib fighter or something, or somebody who is a martyr, and watch how they talk about how beautiful his hair is and stuff, and how beautiful he is. And like, you go look at their videos, they'll be filming together, and you know how you have that like here it's like, or like there's a frat bro comedy of like, oh, it's gay, it's funny to do gay shit, right? For them, it's like that culture, except they don't think it's funny. They like embrace it, you know? You know, it's just part of it.
They take over those jobs.
Supporters of both Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden point to the accomplishments in their first terms. But the argument I've heard is, what will a President Biden be like in 2026 or a Trump in 2026? Is there a specific cognitive test that both men could take to help elucidate that for voters? And what clues could a cognitive test provide us?
Yes, so the cognitive test that people talk about a lot is the Montreal Cognitive Assessment, or the MoCA. And there are similar tests that are 30-point cognitive screening tests that take about 10 minutes and are often performed by primary care doctors to screen for a decline in memory or language.
You hear this guy's mic constantly.
Healthy older adults typically score above a 26.
Yeah.
But it's important to keep in mind that these tests need to be considered in the context of all the other information we know about people. They shouldn't be interpreted in isolation. It's also common for patients who have a high level of education or occupational attainment to pass these tests, even if they may have symptoms of cognitive decline. And in that case, people would typically be referred for more specialized evaluations by a neurologist or a neuropsychologist.
When we talk about cognitive decline, I'm reminded of one of the voices we heard earlier.
Can we talk about their fucking font? That fucking Arial?
I don't know. It's not good.
That's like using, it's like default 1, right? Like, at least Apple gives you Helvetica as your standard.
Yes.
Microsoft Times, New Roman, but like, what are you doing?
Who acknowledge Biden is slowing down. He sympathizes, he said, with him. But are these lapses in being able to express oneself publicly necessarily indicative of one's cognitive abilities?
So a video they'll play at a baptism or a wedding or something, you know?
Yeah.
And they'll have like they'll always put titles in it, because they see that they can do that in Movie Maker. So they'll make the titles, and the default font will be Arial.
I think speech and language is becoming very clearly a marker that we're investigating as an indicator of early cognitive impairment. But we also recognize that we have to compare people that we might be studying for that
He keeps investigating those markers.
Age-matched control, so people of similar age that don't have the neurological illness that we might be studying. So I think we see that there are lots of variability in people's speaking abilities as they simply get older, even if we know that they do not have neurologic disease. But we also know that speech and language changes can be early features of certain neurological diseases. So I think it's very difficult to separate just simply on the basis of speech and language alone.
Dr. Brad Dickerson with Massachusetts General Hospital in Harvard. Thanks so much for your expert opinion.
My pleasure, Stephanie. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Name.
As we mentioned, President Biden is pushing back against calls for him to drop out of the 2024 presidential race. And last night, a letter from the president's doctor was released in an effort to explain why a Parkinson's expert visited the White House 8 times from last summer through this spring. CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes joins us from the White House. Nancy, what did the letter say, and did it answer all the reporters' questions from that testy briefing yesterday?
The letter basically said, Lindsay, that this neurologist, who is a movement disorder specialist, a Parkinson's specialist, he came to the White House 8 times, but not because of President Biden, because he has been coming to the White House for 12 years to care for a variety of individuals at the White House medical unit. And he said, furthermore, that while President Biden did get examined by this doctor, Dr. Kevin Kennard, as part of his annual physical, that President Biden has not had any neurological exams, hasn't seen a neurologist outside of his annual physical. So that pretty much laid to rest any questions about this particular doctor, Dr. Kevin Kennard. And then, of course, in the White House briefing, the White House press secretary went a step further, saying the president has not been diagnosed with Parkinson's, which is a question that many people have, and he is not being treated with any medications for Parkinson's. So the White House argues that at least as far as this is concerned, the case is closed, although they recognize that people still have a lot of questions about what exactly they witnessed at the debate stage nearly 2 weeks ago.
This could have been cleared up yesterday. In the briefing, she kind of danced around it. She said there are hundreds of military personnel who work on site who get treated by these physicians. I mean, did it surprise you that there wasn't more detail in the briefing that could have put all this to rest?
I was a little surprised because it was obvious that this was going to come up. It had appeared in a number of publications, and White House officials were getting questions from reporters off camera about what the situation was. The press secretary initially came out and perhaps thought she could quell those questions by saying we don't want to reveal the names of any doctors because they have privacy concerns, to which reporters countered, but this doctor is already in the public record.
So here, I need to talk to you. That's the issue. Because I have a story.
I'm putting pies on. Just talk.
Well, I need to hear your response though, because all right. So my mom, when she was here asking me if I think Biden will step out of the race, and I told her yes, right? She said, I think he has Parkinson's, and it was the first time I had heard it. Okay. The very next day, I started seeing headlines about this whole thing about the Parkinson expert visiting the White House.
Didn't you say that she watches Dan Bongino?
My dad does.
Okay.
Right. So she so this story was clearly started by whoever these fucking idiots are listening to.
We could probably track it down based on that timeline.
Yeah, if she would be if she'd be honest with where she heard that from, or if she was just like, no, I'm just I was a nurse for a long time. You're not a fucking neurologist, okay? But she had I didn't think anything of it at the time because it was the first time I heard it. But the fact that the next day it started showing Parkinson shit, I was like, okay, something's going on here. And the fact that she said she had heard of Project 2025. And that she knew what it was about. And I said, no, because it says 1,000 pages. And she said, well, I read the summary. She said she read the summary.
Doubt it. Because if you read the summary, it sounds like Nazi talk if you replace radical left with Jews.
Yeah. This was something that was told to her through conditioning because it's become an issue. It's actually, you want to see something cool? We can look on Google Trends about it.
Yeah. Just keep talking. I'm going to put the pies actually on and I'll be back.
Yeah. So I'm just going to do Google Trends. Google Trends. Okay. Look at that. Oh, you can't see it. I'm covering it. So this is the trends of a year. Look at where this is kind of concerning that most of the searches are coming from the Capitol. So people in government are just now figuring it out, and they're the ones Googling it the most. Is what that tells me. 100, right? The highest concentration.
What the fuck? Oh boy.
So in May of this year, 2 searches for it.
In May.
Yeah.
February. It's been out for a year, right?
February, 3 searches, right? Here's this little spike. This spike here is 2. Well, this is like it's not 2 to pinpoint. It's not 2 exact. It's like it's analytically like it's like it can only go up to 100, you know?
Yeah.
So 100 means it's the peak. It's the most it's ever been talked about now, right? So like that's how. So in the past, it was literally between 1 and 3% as searched as it is now.
Amazing. Good.
So
this is ultimately a good thing.
This is why Trump came out the other day.
Yep. And said
saying that he didn't know what it was. And this is why my mother has already been conditioned by somebody who makes her think that she knows what it is and it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to do one more thing.
Record. He's right there in the White House visitor's log. Why can't you tell us whether he or any other neurologist examined the president here at the White House? And that's why about 10 hours later, we did get this letter from the president's doctor, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, saying that he had obtained permission from the president and from this doctor, Dr. Kennard, to confirm the details.
Yeah, wow. It's almost like
about the NATO
they
summit
couldn't
happening
answer
today
the
because Karine
questions.
Jean-Pierre said in the briefing yesterday, there's no need to reassure allies about whether the president can do the job. But take a look at some of these headlines. How much scrutiny will he be under?
He'll be under a lot of scrutiny, not just from these leaders, but also from the public and certainly from members of Congress who are watching to see how he does. He's giving a major address to world leaders later today. But he'll also probably face a lot of questions in smaller meetings with these world leaders who, after all, have gotten to know him quite well over the past 4 years. Questions about whether he truly is going to stay in the race. You know, I think the questions about his health are one thing, but, you know, I think also questions about whether he is the leader that they'll be dealing with in the next few months and years. And they may want private reassurance that he does, in fact, plan to stay in the race and that he has the fire in the belly to do this job for the next 4 years. Because, you know, more than anything else, what these NATO leaders often say is that they like certainty and they like all of the NATO allies to be on the same page. That's what they have right now. And certainly they'd be concerned about changes to that in the future.
Nancy Cordes, thank you.
U.S. President Joe Biden facing questions from within his own party this week as lawmakers return to Washington and concerns that Biden's poor debate performance will quash his chances to beat Donald Trump in the November general election.
He just has to step down because he can't win.
Representative Mike Quigley, one of a handful of House and Senate Democrats who have publicly expressed concerns that Biden has not made the case he is healthy enough to serve another 4 years. But the majority of Democrats still pledge their support.
President Biden is the nominee, and we support the Democratic nominee that will be Donald Trump. That is a fact.
The White House said Biden's debate performance was a temporary misstep.
He had a bad night. We've talked about it. He understands people's concerns. We have been out there, as we have been in previous months. You see from his engagement with everyday people on the ground.
One analyst told VOA that lawmakers aren't the only ones Biden needs to win over.
He needs to hear their concerns. He needs to be honest with them about where he has liabilities and what his plan is to attack those liabilities. But he also has a PR problem with voters out there. It doesn't it matters a lot that Democrats are lawmakers are upset with their own candidate. But it matters more if voters don't see him as a viable option.
Top House Republicans said Tuesday administration officials should consider using a constitutional amendment that allows the vice president to remove an incapacitated president from office.
There is no longer any doubt that Joe Biden is unfit to be our commander-in-chief. The Biden White House, far-left House Democrats, and the mainstream media are in complete disarray because they know this to be true.
But with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer not wavering in his support,
I'm with Joe.
The scenario of replacing Biden with Vice President Kamala Harris as the nominee is still unlikely.
This is probably the most significant election of our lifetime.
Oh my God.
Democrats will formally appoint their nominee at their convention in mid-August. Catherine Gibson, VOA News.
As you heard before we went to break, President Biden has said only, quote, the Lord Almighty could compel him to drop out of the presidential race. Well, no word yet from God, but we are hearing from another man who is, now it says worship, that's a little strong, admired by millions. Oscar-winning actor and producer George Clooney wrote an op-ed that was published in today's New York Times.
Oh, you
that
are
he
so
loves
fired
Joe Biden, but
for
that the
not reading the
Democrats need
prompter.
a new nominee. Susan Glass
I've had enough
here
of your
to further
attitude.
discuss all of this. She's a staff writer for The New Yorker. Susan, always great to see you. Thank you so much for being with us. I want to start not with the politics. We'll get to that, I promise. But I want to get your assessment of the announcements made at the NATO summit, specifically F-16s, and this path for Ukraine to join NATO. Do you believe that will in any way change the calculus of Vladimir Putin and Russia,
about
or
F-16s
inspire the Ukrainians to achieve more on the battlefield than they've been able to
They
so far?
clickbaited me.
Well, first of all, as far as the F-16s go, that's important.
Get fucked.
Welcome to the News Hour. There was growing.
Hang on. No, so I just wanted to. I have a few data points that I've seen recently. So, what data has shown, and I'm not sure like how much polling has shown this, and like just a pool of data has shown. Okay, so not factual, just one pool. That people who watched the entire debate, people who saw clips of the debate, and people who didn't watch but heard about the debate, right? Support went up for two of those for Biden and went down for one of them. So only people who actually watched the entire debate dropped in support for Biden, which I think is understandable, right? Because the other people, they've been seeing, think about this. They've been seeing and hearing these snippets of him being loopy for a while now and have already like dismissed it as just him as a stammer, right? So like the long form debate was actually harmful, but everyone else is like, well, I see clips of him all the time now, people who are just barely engaged enough to be actually accurately polled. That, like, if you think about it, it is one bad night for Biden.
Yeah, realistically.
That
but
said,
it was enough.
That said, it's not even like the swing voters that we're hearing from about this. It's the hardcore Democratic base that's now concerned, right? And that's the thing, is that we also need to consider, as much as the calls come from like the center of the base for him to come down, right? At the end of the day, those people are voting for the Democratic candidate no matter what.
Yes.
So I think it's very interesting that people like AOC especially are showing that they're totally loyal to like Biden.
Well, as you said in
it's smart.
Right?
It's smart.
It is smart because because as you heard in the last video, they've already primed people to be like, oh, the far left, right? So if they go after them, they've already primed them to be the far left in the eyes of all these fucking idiots, right? So if they were to position themselves against Biden for replacing him publicly, bad move. Right? Because then it looks like, then Fox News can be like, disarray in the Democrats.
They already are doing that.
The communists are trying to take over the Democratic Party. That sort of shit, right?
Right. And
that's exactly what that
rhetoric would be able to be shifted.
Make fascists go even harder.
Whoever replaces Biden, that rhetoric could be shifted that they're actually a communist. It's like so my dad voted for Jimmy Carter over Reagan, and his father called him a communist.
That's funny.
Right? That's the type of shit we'd be seeing.
Yeah.
Where people would consider you a communist for voting for whoever replaced Joe Biden if the progressives got behind these calls.
Yeah, and that is desirable to be avoided.
And so, like, to think about who we can't hear it from, right? It's never going to come from Kamala Harris, anyone in his cabinet, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries. I got him confused for Jamal Bowman for a second, right? Never going to come from these people. But remember what I said about Chuck Schumer coming forward and about Israel and how much that opened up people like AOC to go harder, right?
Yeah.
So it's never going to come from those people. But the fact that it's coming from the people who are allowed to step out of line, unlike, Australia's system where nobody can step out of line. Schumer kind of came out today. Yeah, because it's Schumer. That's the thing about Schumer. So, like, I make fun of him a lot He's a disgusting human being, but like pretty honest for a politician if you put him on the spot. So,
Yeah.
but you know, compared to Mitch McConnell, who what I say is his opposite, right?
Mm-hmm.
Out of all the people, I think like that's the, you know, superhero supervillain matchup, you know, in their universe. You know, he's like Superman, and the other guy's like Lex Luthor. But you know, there's still the Joker, aka Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I guess who will be Batman? I guess AOC, well, Hakeem Jeffries maybe, because he's the other leader of the party, so he'll be Batman.
Pressure today from congressional Democrats for President Biden to step aside as the party's nominee.
Because
That's despite
Squidward can't be McConnell because Squidward hates his fucking job and doesn't
pledges to stay.
And he's clearly sarcastic about being into stuff. If anything, McConnell is SpongeBob.
In the race.
Earlier today, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, a longtime Biden ally, praised the president but stopped short of endorsing his candidacy.
Does he have your support to be the head of the Democratic
Plus,
As long as the
president has
the
Schumer is more like Squidward, then we can be anti-Semitic by saying it's an octopus, right? Because you know Squidward is an octopus, right? He's not a squid.
Sure.
It's a no. Look it up. It's a fact.
I don't care.
Squidward
He has
tentacles.
6 legs. I know.
No, he does not. He has 8.
He has 6 legs and 2 arms. It's 8. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, you
dickhead.
said 6. You said 6.
6 legs, 2 arms. He has
Okay.
8 limbs. He is an octopus.
What
Yes.
about he's
I
like
just
Oc-
don't
he's
care.
like Octo, he's like Octodad. You ever play that game?
No.
It's a very interesting physics type game.
Mm.
The first one is like free to download, and it's like you have to do like chores like mow the lawn and stuff, but it's like you're an octopus posing as a man, so like the physics are fucking hysterical in it because you like can barely walk and move around, and you have to like do all the chores and stuff.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short.
He has said firmly this week he is going to run. Do you want him to run?
I want him to do whatever he decides to do.
And George Clooney, the actor and major Democratic fundraiser, wrote an opinion column in the New York Times calling for the president to end his re-election campaign.
Our congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins and White House correspondent Laura Barone Lopez are here to discuss more. So Lisa, walk us through here.
Hell
What
yeah.
exactly is Pelosi saying here? And
More
how much of it is
Lopez.
This was a fireball that hit Capitol Hill this morning when this first came out. I will tell you, first of all, from Pelosi world, what they say she was trying to do. They say she wanted to send 2 messages. One, to the president and his team to not dismiss concerns that are real among Democrats on Capitol Hill. 2, a message for Democrats on Capitol Hill, basically to hold their fire. In that interview, she said, until after NATO is over, basically setting Friday as potentially a key date. Now, the interpretation is very different because Pelosi is known as a master strategist. Her folks say this interview was planned way in advance because of the NATO summit, but others say she had to know, certainly knows the pressures around the president right now. She clearly was going to choose her words carefully, and this is being interpreted as a kind of deadline setting by Pelosi, an indication that maybe she could sometime call for the president to step aside.
Which would
so
be
all
huge.
of that comes amid new calls from other
That would,
Democrats for the president to step aside.
it would open up people like AOC to fucking say shit too at that point.
A
Especially if
handful
it's
still,
her.
but let's look at the folks on Capitol Hill who have said that either Biden cannot win, as Senator Michael Bennett
See,
did, or
nobody
that he
knows
steps
who the
aside. And now we
AIDS
have Pat
people
Ryan,
are.
Congressman from
Nobody knows who these people are. That's why they can get away with it.
New York in a very tough election battle, who has also joined that. Now, at the same time, the Biden administration says it will send 3 of the top campaign aides, the campaign, to talk to senators tomorrow in a private meeting. Campaign manager for the Biden campaign will meet, as long as 2 senior advisors who are well known on the Hill. But I'm gonna have to tell you, one of the senators who wants Biden to step aside told me they actually think that's dismissive because it's not Biden himself.
Laura, I know you've been talking to Democratic donors. What are they saying about this George Clooney op-ed calling for Biden to step down?
Multiple donors and advisors to donors that I spoke to today said that they don't think that the president's position right now is sustainable. And when they looked at George Clooney's op-ed, they said that one line in particular stuck out to them and captured kind of their unease.
When
and
she's
that's
saying
that George Clooney wrote,
donors, you know what
say
type
it,
of
but
person
Joe
she's
Biden-
talking about, right? These are elites, right? These are the people that actually run the democracy, so some would say, just because they finance the campaigns and shit.
These are the people who Alex Jones exposes. These are the people who go to Bohemian Grove and drink baby blood.
Exposes.
Deadly serious. Look it up. Bohemian Grove is fucking weird. But like to go that hard is
no. Bohemian, all it is them meeting up to butt fuck each other.
Yeah. But like the weird rituals and shit, it's strange. I get where the conspiracies come from. It's strange.
Yeah. Like the whole, it's like South Park also is a good one here. Like the whole like when they talk about why the Easter Bunny exists and like Randy, and then there's also the Columbus organization, I think that's also South Park, where he's a secret Columbus like guy, and they all like do meetings and rituals dressing up like Christopher Columbus or something.
Oh, that's funny.
I was with 3 weeks ago at a fundraiser was not the Joe big effing deal Biden of 2010. He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate. And that was a recent fundraiser in California that George Clooney co-hosted. And also Rob Reiner, actor director, followed that up saying that he agreed with George Clooney and that Joe Biden needed to step aside. Donors acknowledge this. The alternative is complicated, but they really do believe, the most of the ones that I spoke to, that President Biden should step aside. The campaign, of course, thinks that that right now big donors aren't as important to them. They're trying to put a focus on small dollar donations, saying that they've had some of the best fundraising
my head. But I'm gonna guess based on what I know about Richard Nixon. He implied something to do with Jews there. Let me know if I'm right.
Nixon put Jews where? What?
No, he referred to the Bohemian Grove as Jewish witchcraft or something.
That would not surprise me.
Yeah, we'll see.
That would not surprise me.
Of July that they've had so far.
Lisa Clooney also said most Democrats he speaks to privately worry that Biden cannot actually beat Trump. If that's true, if most Democrats are unhappy with Biden as the nominee, why aren't more saying so publicly or forcefully?
It's the eternal question. Two reasons. One, are concerned that perhaps there's not a better option.
Yes.
Others want to give them a chance to
I know this. I've heard this. Yes.
I think overall, there's really kind of a lack of certainty and also lack of political conviction by many of these members. One thing I do know on Capitol Hill, I have to tell you that if they do not move soon, folks in the Biden campaign say that every day is a win for him. It helps him secure the nomination.
Finally, what's the Biden team saying about this, both publicly, we're seeing in messaging, and also privately to Democrats?
The Biden campaign aides that I talked to today said that they're not delusional, that they hear Democrats' concerns, that President Biden has been holding calls, even some that we don't know about, that haven't been read out yet, across lawmakers, donors, party officials across the board, trying to prove to them that his candidacy is still viable. They say that
it has to be all up front, right? They have to be talking behind closed doors and shit. They have to be. There's no way they're not. I don't believe that the Democrats are.
Yeah. No. Well, just think about it. If like Biden's sending these people to like shore up support, right? To convince them, right? So like, I think the real issue is that he's not convinced he needs to step aside. I think that really is the issue. So he's actually sending people because he's convinced that he's staying in to try to shore up support.
Okay.
I think that's really what we are seeing, because like I just don't think if he knew that he was gonna actually step down after like this NATO summit or after the or at the convention, right? If he was actually considering it, I don't think he'd be gaslighting them into supporting him and making sure the support was shored up and reassuring that he's going to be good. Right?
Maybe.
So, and I think it's too big of a deal that you would send senators to actually be like, oh no, he's actually going to step aside. So get ready. We're going to back Kamala Harris. Right? That's too big. That's too big of a conspiracy to let out like that.
Yeah. Okay. Too many people for
too many loose threads. Way
Yeah.
too many loose threads.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
the voters that they're talking to, that their internal polling shows that things haven't changed since the debate. They pretty much say that the polls that we're seeing publicly are all wrong when you try to press them on that. this is going to be a big week for President Biden the next 2 days. He's going to have a solo press conference on Thursday. And that all Democrats I've talked to say they are going to be watching that solo press conference at the end of NATO tomorrow very closely. Could set up a big moment for the president on Friday where we could very well see if he performs poorly at that press conference, we could see more come out on Friday on the saying.
Wow, that sounds like we'll get a lot of viewers on Friday, huh?
Thank you.
I'm an artist, so I go by my artist name.
Mozzie GA says he likes Joe Biden and backed him 4 years ago.
Biden, you know, he's a
bad
good
edit.
president and all.
Can we
I
go
just
back
think
and critique
he need to tighten
this?
up a little bit. He got to
We
tighten
gotta
up.
we got to
At the end of
critique
the
the
day,
editor here. Go back. They should
I'm an
have
artist, so I go
ended
by my
this
artist name.
a second earlier. Like they had like maybe 3 frames at the end here that should have been cut. in this
GA
edit.
says he likes Joe
Yeah,
Biden and backed him 4 years ago.
Oh, they did a
Biden, you know,
fucking
he's a
shift.
good president and all.
Come
I
on,
just
no
think
way. Hang on. Can you go back so it doesn't skip like that? I need to
Joe
see it.
Biden and backed him 4 years ago.
They literally
so I go by
did.
my artist
You
name.
put a
Mozzie GA
transition
says
in
he
a
likes
news
Joe
package.
Biden and backed him 4 years ago.
Biden, you know, he's a good president and all. I just think he need to tighten up a little bit. He got to tighten.
Why no transition back? If you
Why would
do
you
it once, do it once, commit.
That's literally like you know when you fucking have to stay inside formatting for like college papers, which I never had to do.
Sure.
You know what is that formatting? MLRA formatting,
No idea.
men's rights activist formatting.
I have
right?
no idea.
You have to stay in a certain format for like your papers.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, like the reference styles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Never, ever do you put a wipe in news. Wipes do not belong in news. They belong in sportscasting. Okay? Not news. You're right? And in film, you can get away with a dissolve. All right? If you're fucking psychopathic like George Lucas, you can fucking put wipes in your Star Wars movie, which was crazy. You know, it's something that's like a niche thing for Star Wars, just like that one Wilhelm scream, you know, that's in there.
Yeah.
So like the wipes is like such a Star Wars thing. Like George Lucas was able to put wipes in his movie, and now when people see that, it's like the Goodfellas shot. You know, it's a reference to Star Wars. When somebody's parodying Star Wars, they put wipes in.
I know, because at the end of the day,
It's every fucking scene. I'm just thinking now. The fucking Star Wars.
They really
do.
like the clock one.
Yes, they do. They do. Yes, that's so funny.
you is running the country. You know what I'm saying? And you
They'll
need
also
to,
do like
He
slow
says Biden's
cross
debate-
dissolves, right?
It's
Or, like,
it's so perfect for the
that's
movies.
really
though.
really
It's
slow
Star Wars
cross
so
dissolve,
perfectly.
which is like sometimes really cool. But also, you want to know what's a really cool like when Daisy is talking to Kylo Ren through the helmet. That's a really fucking interesting and well shot scene, right? That you couldn't have done back in the day, but that's also kind of like how it's done is kind of like almost an evolution of some of those cheesy techniques.
like when they're connected.
Yeah, because like some of those cheesy techniques, you know, like doing a cross dissolve between 2 frames of film, so 2 people, like a ghost, you know, or something like that, would show up in the cross.
Yeah, it would
dissolve.
usually just be a line down the middle and having them.
Or
on
like,
one on each
or you
side.
want to like foreshadow something, like somebody will become evil. Is like you cross dissolve, and you can see like his youth in the past.
Yes.
You'll see that cinematically in plenty of
Yeah.
movies. So like, there's plenty of that also in Star Wars, but nobody notices it compared to the wipes. Also, the title
Debacle was
Yes.
right.
Yes.
unpresidential, and he thinks a younger Democrat.
Look, you can't
Look
critique it because it
look
was
at how
revolutionary
derailed.
when it
Look
was
at how
made.
derailed we got because some asshole decided to put a wipe in a fucking news package.
Would be more likely to beat Republican Donald Trump.
Any other Democrat younger would be fine by me. Just not him. He's just too old.
Matthew Caputo agrees that Biden looked and sounded
They
off.
just go to a rural train station and be like, all right, we'll interview people here.
Who's the reporters?
11 Alive.
Oh,
They
it's
have
a local.
1.9 million subscribers.
It's a local affiliate of some place.
Not him. He's just too old.
Matthew Caputo agrees that Biden looked and sounded off.
He was not cogent. He wasn't there. He was trailing off. He was looking off. He had a blank look in his face. Like he doesn't. That was 5 years ago. He was pretty sharp.
Caputo bemoans the Democrats who are enabling Biden's push to stay at the top of the presidential ticket.
The people around him should let him step aside, but I don't think they're going to.
Nobody is saying he had a good night. Nobody.
Darshan Kendrick is a Biden delegate to the Democratic convention. She says as long as Biden wants to stay in the race, she has no qualms about supporting him.
You missed it, Jack.
About his performance.
You missed it. You got to go
No
back. You
qualms
got to
about
go
supporting
back.
him.
You can be both concerned.
Well, they curiously put that before a black woman came on screen. Was that on purpose?
No, the editor who decided to put a wipe in here, he because like he might be some young white Nazbol, you know, because like that's an amateur thing to do, is the wipe to begin with. That's like I'm in film school, and your teacher hasn't hit you with a ruler yet for trying to put him in. But like, I think that the editor was like, oh, he's saying he's okay, right? It's like thinking about how you would mirror the shot. Like I could see how that creative decision would easily happen.
Yes.
About his performance and think it wasn't his best night. And you can also think that he is the right person for the job. You don't have to choose between the two.
You look at it, it's like, now we clowning around. Now we is talking about, the USA we talking about. This ain't no game. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think another younger Democrat could do better than Biden?
Yeah.
Because like
Kendrick
I
says,
go by my artist name, right?
Mm.
And this is just a random guy they interviewed off the street, and he was like actually like politically uninformed and aware.
Yeah, pretty good, huh? But
normally when people
is that surprising?
Well, I hope when he says I go by my artist name, he's a fucking painter.
That would be funny.
Like a street artist, graffiti artist, you know. But
so, what city was it?
Well, they said what his name was in the beginning. If you go back, we can look him up. Which now, these fucking people, whoever did this story,
so that nobody at the Democratic convention will be able to force.
Oh no! Ew! Progress flag. Ugh.
Oh, nice. Well, there you go. That tells you
Brother,
something. I love that. Did they purposely get this in the shot? Like,
I don't know.
Is this your news truck? Why are we getting a moving truck in the background?
What is happening?
Biden off the ticket. However, if Biden were to succumb to the pressure that he's getting very gently so far,
where cars will drive by in the background. Great.
Hopefully, he succumbs to old age. And we won't have to have this discussion.
Let's go back and hear what that artist name is.
And he worked.
I'm an artist, so I go by my artist name.
Mozzie GA says he likes
Mozzie GA. Oh, it's Georgia. Okay.
How do you think
that makes sense? Georgia, rapper in Georgia, politically aware. That makes sense.
I found it. I spelt it right.
Vice President Kamala Harris campaigned in Dallas earlier amid continuing questions by some Democrats about whether President Joe Biden should step aside and not run for re-election. The vice president spoke before thousands of members of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the nation's oldest and largest black sorority. Our political reporter Jen Fink is live for us now at the Kay Bailey Hutchison Convention.
He's got 280K followers on Instagram.
Damn.
Center with more on what the VP had to say earlier today, Jack.
This
Ken, the vice president
this is actually a really funny video on his page right here. Like,
okay.
There, you gotta restart it, right?
Yeah,
He says, I can't believe I enjoyed getting through traffic like this.
Oh my god. That's fucking awesome. That's what I'd do. That's a great idea. I support this. People get out of the way. Utilize it.
That's fucking awesome.
The way you need to be.
That's fucking awesome.
Mentioned the concerns by some Democratic leaders about President Biden staying in the race. She criticized former president and presumptive Republican nominee Donald Trump and had a warning about a potential second Trump term. Thousands of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority sisters wearing their official colors of salmon pink and apple green welcome one of their own, Vice President Kamala Harris, to their Dallas convention.
Oh, my heart is full.
The vice president reminded women here about the work she said she and President Biden have done to expand access to affordable health care and capping the cost of insulin for the elderly. But she said despite that, the country faces a threat from Republicans.
No cap.
We are witnessing a full-on assault on hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights.
Among those, she said, reproductive or abortion rights.
Understand how we got here.
Abortion.
Then President Donald Trump handpicked
Understand
three
how
members
we
of the
got
United
here.
States
We
Supreme
didn't
Court.
get
The court is not
aborted.
good, because he intended for them to overturn Roe v. Wade, and as he intended, they did.
Into the United States.
The vice president's visit to Dallas comes amid rising poll numbers for former President Donald Trump, not only nationally, but in the critical battleground states where the election will be won. Trump has received higher marks than President Biden and Vice President Harris when it comes to what Americans consider the biggest issues in the polls: inflation and the economy and border security. Alexia Barber, a sorority member from Dallas, is among those with a message for the various Democratic leaders calling on President Biden to withdraw from the race.
Reconsider the call to possibly have another nominee to stand in place as our president.
So you're standing by him?
I am standing by him now. I think it would be a crucial mistake for us to pivot at this point.
They've been doing a great job and great work. And so I just think at the end of the day, we should just continue the work that has been going on.
The vice president urged.
Wouldn't it be funny if they replaced Kamala Harris with the intent of 25th Amendmenting him?
I'm just checking out some of his music, and because nothing is describing him as a rapper, to be clear. It's all musical artist.
Okay.
Their fellow sorority sisters
seeing
to support their reelection.
I do believe
how much singing he actually does,
this is the most existential, consequential, and important election of our lifetimes.
Is she from California?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why
California sorority girl, that's why she speaks like this.
Yeah, it's just brat shit. It's just brat shit. But this is like the issue with Newsom, right? You're gonna have two Californias running if he's the vice president there, and then the other people say
bad move.
If it's Big Gretch, then it'll be two women running. So obviously the correct choice is Bernie Sanders. Let's dust him off. Get him back in there. We can get it. Feel the burn. That's what we should also sell people. We can get Bernie Sanders in there if we get Kamala.
Supporters chanted 4 more years as she left the stage, and then at the airport as she prepared to board Air Force Two back to Washington, D.C., some of the members of the network press pool shouted questions to her, trying to ask her about the situation involving President Biden and whether he should be staying in the race. She did not respond. Some 20,000 members here registered for this convention, which wraps up tomorrow. Live in downtown Dallas, Jack Fink, CBS News, Texas.
So look, we have members of the Congressional Black Caucus that are meeting right now. And this obviously is coming at a critical time. They're huddling in this room just behind me here. And this is coming at a critical time, of course, because you have the president on the world stage. You have members of Congress here on Capitol Hill that are really looking to President Biden to prove that he has the stamina, the endurance to continue in this race.
Look, I love the energy.
CDC
I love the energy. But calm down. It's just the United States government. They're
standing behind President Biden. They want to see President Biden on the ticket in November. But of course, this comes as we are seeing as a handful, several House Democratic members come out against former President Biden, against President Biden, call on him to step aside. Now, I did have a chance to speak with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi just a little earlier. She did kind of clarify for me that she believes that President Biden can win in November. She also went on to say that she wasn't going to be taking any other statements in the hallway, growing a little bit frustrated me when I was asking whether or not she believes that the president should be running for re-election. But this is a critical time. The next couple of days are going to be absolutely critical, and many members here on Capitol Hill looking to see how the president does in that press conference tomorrow.
It's a critical time. These next few days are going to be critical.
Where's Nancy Pelosi? Here she is.
You said this morning, I'm not having any conversation with you.
Great. Next.
Michigan's Governor Gretchen Whitmer has been a rising star of the Democratic Party, sometimes mentioned as someone who could one day occupy the White House. I spoke with the governor earlier today about this presidential race.
Doesn't have to be president, but she'll be
True
there.
Gretch. I learned about life, leadership, and everything
No
in
way. She did. Oh my God. Maybe we'll have to call her True Gretch instead of Big Gretch.
Oh no.
Because then it's like True Grit. She's
Queen.
so like, is that a leather
Governor
jacket?
Whitmer, welcome back to the
why
News
she's
Hour.
wearing-
Thanks for joining
You know why
us.
she's wearing a
Thank
leather
you. Good to be
jacket
with you.
there?
So let's start
To
with the news of the
match
day.
how cool she is on the inside with the outside. That's why
Sure, as you have seen in your state, in Michigan, polls actually show that President Biden is doing better over time and is now leading former President Trump. Earlier in the show, we did report on the fact that we've seen this shift post-debate in 6 states, including 3 battleground states, away from President Biden towards former President Trump. You've also now seen folks like Senator Bennett coming out and saying he believes Trump could win in a landslide, that the Republicans could control not only the White House, but also the Senate and the House. Help us understand
I hear clicks.
your position right now, which
I
is
hear
to square
mic
the
clicks.
messaging to say
So
beating former President Trump is
Gretchen's mic
essential
has
to
been
save
open
democracy.
this whole time, but I can hear them. Because I got the fucking magic ears, right? I can hear everything. It's like, you know, when they test your hearing and they beep the things in your ear, you know? Like, you've never had your hearing tested?
No.
Really? They don't test
Why
your
would I
hearing?
have my hearing tested?
It's a part of the physical sometimes. When I was a kid, that's mainly when I would have it.
Nope.
Well, they put these like heavy earmuff headphones on you, and like they hit with tones on different decibels, and they like hit different areas of the ear with the tones, right? And you're supposed to like basically like, you know, either make a check or tap or drop a stick every time you hear one of the tones, right? So they can process like how much of the hairs in your ear still exist.
Okay.
And so like I could like if I start losing my hearing and I start failing those tests, I still will get every fucking mic disturbance, you know? Like that's my hearing test, okay? So so like the diagnostic I have right now is that Gretchen's microphone has been open this whole time, and so they just lowered it on the mixer, so they pulled it down, but it's got that same interference bug that's in it. That commonly
Also, I'm
happens.
continuing to back the candidate that seems to be losing by more as time goes on.
Well, listen, I am from one of the swingiest of states, the state of Michigan, and
I
I
love
can
her.
tell you I don't get
I know.
upset
The
about polls where we're
swingiest
down a
of
couple
states.
points. I do not celebrate polls where we're up a couple of points. I know this is going to be
I think
closer. as it always
honestly,
was.
I think the
We'll
accent helps her. The
she
accent
reeks-
helps her.
Wine mum.
So, Kamala doesn't. Come on.
No,
But I
she's
think
drunk.
yeah, okay, yeah, she's a whiskey mom. You know, she's like that. She pulls out the flask and does a little sippy, you know. But like, yeah, she's trad wife material. Look at her. Plus, she wears
continue to be so.
that's much cooler than sneakers.
Obviously, the president did not have a good debate performance a couple weeks ago. It was pretty lousy. I think we all recognize that. And yet, I've gotten time
love
with
the
him
accent.
a few times
think
since
the
the
accent-
debate.
it's
I've got
You know, like
It's very different.
like she has a distinct voice, and Kamala
Yes.
has like a distinct voice too, but it's like annoying in that, like it's not. It's like there's certain people, like Margaret Thatcher, this voice. George Bush has that distinct voice. I think the distinct voice actually helps candidates more.
Yeah, I think Trump has a bonus with there as well. Because he has a very distinct cadence, not so much a voice.
Yeah.
It's very, like, there is nobody who speaks like Trump. Mostly because nobody is that fucking dumb and that narcissistic.
Who's is it Kevin Hart who does the like perfect Trump impression?
No, it's Shane Gillis.
No. Shane Gillis is number 2. I think it's someone who you wouldn't expect, like a musician.
Is it the person who explains how to do it? No, because that was Shane Gillis as well. Jamie Foxx, yeah, that was my
Jamie
first
Foxx.
guess as well.
Yes, that's the one. Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx has the best.
So Jamie Foxx
Trump impression.
and Childish Gambino. I forget his actual name. But yeah, Childish Gambino are the 2 most talented people in the entire America. They are unfairly talented. It's fucking ridiculous.
You're gonna
confidence in this
you're gonna be
president that he's up
impressed.
to this task, and
I won't be because my expectations for Jamie Foxx are already high.
On both sides. I know Harry, he's a great person. He couldn't vote for me at the time. Now he can vote for me once he gets out. I love Snoop Deal Double G. Great person.
So do you love Death Row Records?
I love
People of
Death
both
Row.
sides.
I love excuse me. Fake news. I love Death Row.
What's your favorite Death Row record, Mr. Trump?
All of them. All of the Death Row records.
That's awesome.
And I'm going to work my tail off to help make sure that he and Vice President Harris are
Work my
successful
tail off, she
in
says.
November. And we do have our work cut out for us, but we can do this.
She's
because
appealing to the
President
furries.
Biden has receipts. President Biden has delivered for people. We also know the contrast. Someone who represents a real, clear and present danger to our democracy, to our fundamental rights, to our economy. And so I think this has always been a close race. It will continue to be, but it's real high stakes. And that's why I'm not wavering in my support.
Governor, if you've seen, though, it's not just necessarily one bad poll. It's a number of polls that show the trend moving the wrong direction, that a close race seems to be actually opening up a lead for former President Trump. President Biden is down 6 points in Wisconsin in the latest poll. Does that trouble you, that it's trending that direction?
Well, President Biden was up, in polls just 2 months ago in Wisconsin as well. And I think that
she's like Democrat
I'm not trying to
Sailor
downplay. I think polls are an important data point. But we know that we're about to see the Republicans go into convention. We still don't even know who Donald Trump's running mate's going to be. He was recently convicted of 34 felonies.
What are you thinking?
He is a person that when he was president surrounded himself with a cabinet of cronies and some of them crooks. I think that it's important that we not forget that we got to remind the American voters what's at stake here.
We'll set the polls aside for a second and talk to me and talk to the people out there who say that they actually want a different choice. I'm sure you saw the op-ed from George Clooney today, who basically said he loves Joe Biden, but he does believe he
After
should
hearing
step
this
aside. And one of the things
incredibly white woman talk, I want a minority president.
Well, so you're saying that
revealed in that piece
Big
was that-
Gretch is making you support Kamala more?
Yes.
every single person he spoke to, every Democrat, every governor, every senator, every member of the House has privately expressed to him the same concern about Biden losing to Trump, even if they're not doing so publicly. It sounds like privately there's much more widespread concern than it's being expressed publicly. Do you see that?
I have a lot of respect for George Clooney, but I will say this. I haven't talked to him. And I went to a meeting at the White House with a lot of governors, and they came out. I think we were unified, and they did a press conference after. I had to jump on a
Underneath her
plane, but I
name,
put
it
a
says
statement out
Gretch.
for the president. So has Gavin Newsom. So has, everyone from Josh Shapiro to Andy Bashir, J.B. Pritzker, Tim Walz, et cetera.
All I
You see
hear
that there's a lot of support
is
for the
Fargo.
president, and we recognize.
Don't you know?
A lot of people are playing fantasy football. They're coming up with, I like this person.
But it'll
this
be
person.
cool to
This would be
elect a
great team."
Canadian here, wouldn't
None
it?
of that is really
I
relevant
hear they
at
do
this
better
moment,
on
because the
healthcare.
only person that decides whether or not Joe Biden stays in this race is Joe Biden. He's made his decision, and it's time for us to not wring our hands, but let's roll up our sleeves and let's do the work.
You write, among the many lessons of leadership in your book, about a lot of time you spent being one of the most powerful messengers on this key democratic issue of reproductive rights and abortion access. You write in the book very personally about the time that you chose to share on the state house floor your own story of being raped in college when you were opposing a related bill, then repealing that bill 10 years later as governor. The further we move from Roe, though, from Roe being overturned, I wonder, do you think the issue is still potent enough to mobilize that key voting bloc of women that Democrats need this fall?
I do. I recognize that we've had some great victories in Michigan around reproductive freedom. We've seen the people of Ohio weigh in, Kentucky. I mean, this is an issue that mobilizes people, and that we find common ground with folks who might not consider themselves Democrats, but recognize a woman's fundamental right to make her own decisions is crucial. I write about it in my book because I think it's important that people have some light and some inspiration in this really heavy, tough election cycle. I knew it was going to be heavy. I had no idea all the things that we'll confront, and certainly there will be turns you and I can't anticipate right now. But the intent of writing this book is to share 10 things from my governing philosophy that I've learned at a point in my life
10
that I've
rules
utilized
for-
over
to
the
live
last
by.
6 years to get through tough times, from a plot to a pandemic to threats on my life, and incredible flooding events and challenge after challenge. How do I stay optimistic and positive is what the question I get the most is. And that's why I put this book out there. True Gretch is really kind of hoping to give you inspiration or maybe a laugh at my expense or maybe just some light reading in a heavy time.
You can't have known that this was the news cycle you would be releasing your book into when you wrote it. I think that's fair to say. But it's also fair to say this is the kind of book that people write with a little bit of background story and laying out a declaration of values, a get to know you kind of book when they are seeking some higher office. They want more people to know who they are. So I just wonder if you think whenever that time comes, do you think that you would make a good president?
I haven't thought about
She was
running for
waiting for this
president,
question.
despite my name showing up in some articles. That's not something that I've spent any energy on. I really am focused on the state of Michigan. I've made a pledge to the people of my state that I will serve out this term. I've got another 2.5 years and a lot of things that I want to get accomplished. And so it's an honor to be listed amongst some of my incredible colleagues as potential future leaders, but it's certainly not
is
something that I'm spending
totally
any
a
energy
book
on.
You release so your name is in the public.
Well, her name was already in the public, you know, and that Fed
Not-
plot, there was all the Feds plotting, right? Because if the
Right,
Feds
yes,
didn't set
yes,
them
the-
up,
yeah.
nobody would know who she is. Am I right, Jack? It's all
Of
a
course.
plot from the
I
government.
completely forgot that happened. I
Yeah,
completely
yeah, yeah.
forgot that
Well,
was
like the whole thing about being a rape victim too, right? That's a thing to run against Donald Trump. Like fucked up to tokenize politically. But considering like abortion access as being the biggest issue right now,
especially on stage.
Yeah.
What would he say that would make him look good?
well, and just everyday Americans being made aware of that, like, oh, these people are like don't care about exemptions, right? And like the fact that she like worked to get a bill repealed, you know, because of what happened to her. Like she's shown that she already fights for victims.
I mean, as I said, I can't remember who I said it to. She would be the best option. She just would be.
But you like Kamala more.
Yes. But she would be the best option, like strategically.
Yeah, I mean, like, come on, people. Did you just fall out of a coconut tree?
That is the Democratic governor of Michigan, Gretchen.
Turn now to Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of
Hell
Texas,
yeah!
who has
Hell yeah.
defended
That's
President
my
Biden
president.
amid concerns about his age and calls that he withdraw from the race.
You
I
know,
spoke with her
she's
earlier
obviously
today.
going to be
Congresswoman
one of
Jasmine
the people
Crockett, welcome
who-
to the News Hour.
Thank you so much for having me.
When you
Like,
hear
that's
your
our
Democratic
prediction. She's
colleagues
gonna
like
be
Congressman
pro-Biden
Quigley
as
say
hell
that
here.
President Biden just has to step down because he can't win.
She's too
Or
new to
Congressman Adam
fuck with the
Smith say the president
establishment
is an
too.
ineffective messenger, as Smith said on this program last night. What's your reaction? What's your response?
My reaction is that President Biden is the Democratic nominee, and nothing that they say is going to change that. Listen, you know, when it comes down to it, we have a democratic process, and he was duly elected as our nominee. He has said that he's not stepping down, and at the end of the day, he has a
Jon
record to
Stewart
run
has a
on.
great
Now, if
joke
he
about
is an
this.
ineffective messenger,
I think it was Jon Stewart. He goes, that he ran against Dean Phillips. That's not even a real person.
Yes, that was the one I sent you, I think. Which actually, like, not a bad strategy. Kind of similar to ours, or yours, but yeah.
to certain people, then maybe they should get out and spread the good news. That's what I've been doing. I've been working hard to make sure that people understand why it matters to have this president in office, to make sure that they understand that if we are still allowed to have history books, that he will go down in history as one of the most effective presidents that we've ever had in the United States. So instead of complaining, what I need my colleagues to do is to put on their big girl and big boy pants and decide that they're going to
Bro,
do the work.
she's doing
because
the
this is
pull
bigger
yourself
than
up by
Right on
bootstraps
brand.
rhetoric, you know.
Right
You
on
could
brand.
Give
This
the
is what we
same
expect.
speech to Mitch McConnell and then fall asleep.
whatever 5 minutes of fame that they're going to have. We are supposed to be working on behalf of the American people and let them know about the dangers of Project 2025. Let them know about the dangers of
Hell
MAGA and
yeah!
the fact that right now they don't want to feed
I love that they're pivoting so hard onto this.
people in this country. Let them know about the fact that they are pushing for a national abortion ban. Let them know about the fact that they are trying to invoke loyalists
You know,
as
and
the only
like-
people that can work in the federal government.
What's
Let
like the way that I don't want to say manipulate because I don't know what the correct term would be, but because like we did the Singapore episode to not only like bring attention to like the history of injustice in Singapore,
Yeah.
but also it's so reflective of the issues in America, you know, and it's directly linked with Project 2025. So like, we don't do a lot of domestic stuff, right? So like, how do we work in Project 2025 into an LTEC?
Yeah, we got to do something adjacent.
Let them know about the fact that he is going to go after those political enemies that he perceives. Let them know that this is all about him staying out of prison and it has nothing to do with delivering to the American people. That's what we need to focus on.
So far, no congressional Black Democrat has called on President Biden to withdraw from the race. The Congressional Black Caucus, the CBC, has really rallied to his side. Why? What accounts for that level of support?
I don't know if there was ever a consensus, but I can tell you that as a Black woman living in this country, I understand the harm.
That's another thing they continually will say is, I can't speak for my colleagues, but from my experience, they keep saying that when they're asked about stuff.
Donald Trump is back in office. And I think that what we as Black Caucus members understand is that Black people will be the first ones harmed and we will be the most harshly harmed. And so for us, this is about doing what is right and recognizing what this president has done. Even if it hasn't said, oh, this was for the Black folk, we can tell you that he has done a lot specifically for the Black community, whether we're talking about the debt relief that has been sustained as a result of the student loan debts, or whether we're talking about the fact that he has decided that those that had felony convictions or federal convictions as it relates to marijuana, making sure that he could clear that up. There is so much that he's done, whether we're talking about putting the first Supreme Court justice that is a Black woman on the Supreme Court, or appointing more African Americans to our benches as a whole, or investing over $14 billion in HBCUs.
Oh, so he's the DEI
a number that has
president.
Never been had. In fact, the previous administration did about $253 million.
Who knows if they're the best people of the job? They're just there because they're Black. These people are so funny to me, but it's like, you understand everyone else was there because they were white, right?
It has done and is willing to do specifically for our community. We know that we will be the hardest hit if Trump is allowed to take the White House back.
It's the same people who constantly say that they need
president
minority power who want to be like DEI fucking president, right? Yeah. Okay, what's that about minority voices?
Would the Democratic Party have a
No, that doesn't matter. Only when white.
better chance of beating Donald Trump with another nominee?
I absolutely don't believe that that's true.
The minority.
First of all, your question presupposes the fact that there could be another nominee.
Bro, she just slapped him with a presupposes.
That's not what we do in this country. We have a democratic process. And so you don't decide that because somebody is polling bad, that you're going to withdraw and subvert the will of the people in the primary. If somebody felt like he was a problem, then they should have ran and they should have beat him in the primary. They didn't do that. So at the end of the day, he has a record that spans not only his presidential career, but spans approximately a total of 50 years. That is what he can run on. And what people need to understand is that even though the Supreme Court has decided that we will anoint presidents and make them kings, we don't have that currently. We have a democracy. And so it's bigger than just the president. So at this point, I just want to keep it real with everybody. This isn't about having the perfect candidate. What we need to focus on is the threat that's on the other side. And the fact that the Republicans have not asked a convicted criminal who has 34 felony convictions and still has more pending against
like,
him to step down.
At the same time, criticizing that she's like, you know, not necessary, because like I don't care if they get, like, if Joe Biden ends up being like if people are still this actively calling for it after the DNC, like then you just need to shut the fuck up. You had your chance, it didn't happen. Sit down. Get behind the candidate now. And like I like compared to like, because we were making fun of Jordy's in that clip, right? Like instead of bootlicking the party and this politician who we openly say that we love, right? We know that it's smart what she's doing.
Yeah. Like we obviously understand why they're doing this. Like we're
not making excuses. We're just explaining the reasoning.
Yeah, because a lot of people seem to hear things and be like, "Oh, this is what they genuinely mean," instead of understanding that this is, you know, unpacking it for everybody that's watching. Obviously, the regular watchers know, but
I can guarantee you, this man who actually has a record of success can run for office and he can win.
Final question. How much longer can this open debate in the party about President Biden?
They should bring her on. Honestly, if they should just bring her on the campaign. She's a better lawyer than Kamala.
Yeah. Yeah. I forgot what I was going to say.
On, and how much damage do you think
It's
it has
funny
done
that
to the ticket?
Yeah, it's gone.
I don't think that there is an open debate. I think there's a lot of people, and I don't even know if it's a lot of people. There are people that are yapping their gums. But what is there to debate when there is no mechanism for having another nominee? The president has been very clear. He has said it over and over and over, whether people want to accept it or not. The president has said that he is not stepping aside.
She knows
so there is nothing
damn well that it's happened before. But I gotta say, LBJ doing that caused riots because people were upset at the democratic process.
Yeah,
because they voted to keep LBJ in, and not for the party to choose the candidate. So people did riot from it. So keep that in mind too.
to debate. There is nothing that can be done. So essentially, they have to decide, do they want Donald Trump to end up back in office? Or do they want to go out and tell the good news of what this president and what this administration has accomplished? So
sure. I mean, that's a way to say it. But yeah, that's basically the point. Is like you either replace him or you keep him. You stick to your guns, and then you say, okay, what are you going to do? Vote for fascism? Like what? Like what's the other option? You know what I mean? It's not really the most democratic thing, but when the other option is losing,
because it doesn't matter how uncomfortable people are about it, because the people who swing elections are not the ones who watched the entire debate.
Yeah.
And honestly, the big things, the things that will get the Democrats elected over the Republicans, regardless who ran, Project 2025, abortion access.
Yeah.
Trump being a criminal doesn't matter. Him being immune to things doesn't matter. Because even these marginal middle voters would accept that they're just persecuting Trump because they don't like him. They accept some amount of that narrative as well. But ultimately, they will vote for abortion access if it's driven home that that's what's on the line. So they'll say, that's what they're saying is abortion's on the ballot, abortion's on the ballot, abortion's on the ballot. That's the type of messaging that they need. So
at this point, I don't know why we're even saying that it's a debate. You have people that are out there expressing their feelings, but there is no debate. The president has shut that down by saying that he is running and that he's going to win.
Mein Führer, we fall behind.
Jasmine Crockett of Texas.
The Führer has said.
And we have a man who is totally corrupt, totally incompetent, and the worst president in the history of our country.
There he is,
in no condition
and that man, of course I know him. He's me.
and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and China and all of these countries on possible nuclear war. He has no clue what he's doing or where he
Meanwhile,
is.
I have a bigger button, man.
Next will be World War III.
All right, in our spotlight, Donald Trump back on the campaign trail as outspoken as ever, slamming President Biden, as you heard there, and leaning into the escalating infighting among Democrats.
Trump was hiding.
The former president rallying supporters at his Doral Golf Club in Florida yesterday after days of laying low. He was teasing also his expected announcement of a running mate. One of the top contenders, Florida Senator Marco Rubio, was there alongside Trump. Also said to be on the short list, by the way, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. So I'm going to bring back my panel here, Mike, John, Heidi, and LZ. Look, LZ, Trump keeps bringing up again this debate.
As we've said multiple times, none of this matters because we don't know until he actually picks it and they're just throwing it out. But right now, it seems like Rubio is definitely going to get it. And, I just think we need to talk about Trump want to stout his record with the historically black universities and stuff that Tim Scott comes out there and stuff. But look at what he did. When if anyone earned the vice presidency, it's Tim. Okay. This is what I'm talking about. You know why he's not getting appointed to president? Because he's black. So keep crying about DEI. And remember that the best man didn't get the job here because he's black. So anytime you want to think about, the American History X narrative, about how he got hired black firefighters instead of the best firefighters. Oh, wow. That's the guy whose son grew up to be a Nazi. I know this is a fictional story, but come on, see the writing on the walls, maybe, guys.
He's slamming Biden's disastrous performance. He's claiming Democrats are in a panic. He also used to talk a lot more about policy. But do you think that his critical view of Biden's performance, which is shared by many Americans,
Rubio, if Rubio gets it, fuck you, honestly. Like, why? What did he do to earn it?
Nothing.
Exactly.
What have any of them done?
I mean, Nikki Haley would have been the best, but obviously she made her choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then she
still
knee
came
like
back
all
to
the
bend
others.
knee.
Pathetic. Even more pathetic, honestly. Going that far and then doubling back. Pathetic.
Something that will resonate more with these moderate voters?
I love
absolutely.
how both sides had imaginary primaries,
Former
right?
president-
With their
Yes.
imaginary debate candidates. Isn't that wild? That's probably the most wild thing about this election.
I
It's
think so.
if anything makes us a banana republic, it's that, right? The fact that it's always the same two candidates challenging each other. If you look at places that have problematic governments, right? It's always going to be like, well, then the opposition was jailed and then he was released from jail and now he's running against the guy who jailed him.
President Donald Trump has distanced himself from Project 2025, the handbook for a new conservative government written by several right-wing think tanks. The presumptive Republican nominee said on Truth Social that he knows, quote, nothing about Project 2025 and has no idea who's behind it. That comes
Even
as
though
Democrats double down
everyone
on their
who's
messaging,
behind it has
tying Trump
worked for
directly to
me,
the
and I
playbook
know
ahead of
them
the
by
November election.
name.
Our White House correspondent Laura Barone Lopez has been covering
Yes!
this and joins me
Let's
now.
go,
So, Laura, former
Lopez!
President Trump denies he knows anyone behind Project 2025. Your reporting shows he's actually connected to some of the architects behind it. What have you found?
That's right, Amna. So Project 2025,
I
we're
love
talking
that.
about
I love
this more
that.
than 900-page
Some of the
blueprint that was crafted by
architects
Heritage
behind it.
Foundation.
You know, it's when we talk, it's like how we talk about Khalid Sheikh Mohammed being the architect of 9/11, right?
Yes.
Bin Laden is the Donald Trump in that situation, right? And dare I
in
say,
coordination with
if that project is completed to its absolution, probably would change the country just about as much as 9/11 in the long run.
Mm-hmm. Worse.
Because what did
arguably.
9/11 actually change, right? Started some wars. U.S. already was doing that. And you got to take your shoes off at the airport.
Centralized power is basically what it-
Patriot Act. You know, these are pretty small policies as compared to everything that's in that document.
Yeah.
other right-wing think tanks for a future Donald Trump presidency. And now, despite Donald Trump's denials that he knows who these people are, he is deeply connected to key authors of Project 2025, which include Paul Dans, Roger Severino, Ken Cuccinelli, Christopher Miller, and Russ Vought. All of these people served in Trump's administration and are considered serious contenders for top positions in any second Trump term if he were to win office. Also, Russ Vought and Ed Martin, who helped craft Project 2025, are authors also of the new Republican Party platform. So they're deeply connected to the party apparatus, and as well as Stephen Miller. He is someone who was a top advisor to President Trump when he was in the White House and still remains a top advisor to Trump. And he's tried to distance himself as well from Project 2025.
And
But the fact that
remember,
his group, America First Legal,
Mom,
is part of Project.
PBS is mandated by the federal government to be neutral. They are the most neutral party when it comes to reporting on U.S. electoral politics. By law, they have to be.
Project 2025's advisory board.
And you've been reporting one of their biggest goals, this group's biggest goals, is to reshape the Justice Department. Tell us about that.
That's
What?
right. Project 2025
Wow!
proposes
Reshape
placing
the Justice Department.
squarely under
Oh, who's done that? Venezuela, Turkey, great countries.
Donald Trump's
Netanyahu
authority,
in
doing away with
Israel,
any traditional
great
independence that we
countries.
usually see for the Justice Department and the Attorney General. They want Donald Trump
And
to
don't
install.
forget that this Supreme Court has already ruled that Trump is fucking immune with official acts. Everything in that document will be an official act, which means even if it's fucking treasonous, he cannot fucking be touched about it.
Even if it's genocide.
A loyal attorney general, install loyal lawyers across the board. And Trump himself has repeatedly said that he wants to do this.
We will restore law and order in our country.
By the way,
And I
you know
will
where that
direct a
term comes
completely
from?
overhauled deal.
You know where that term
What?
comes from? It's law and order.
I don't know, probably Nazis.
Oh wow, what a great guess, Jack. Okay.
Like so many things in America's justice
okay.
system.
No, when we talk about Nazis, okay, there's one Nazi in America in particular, right? As being the America's Hitler, okay? And it's this guy right here. George Wallace. Okay? You know how we were just talking about black universities, right? George Wallace, and you know how we hate road blocking and blocking people from entering where they
Sure.
have to be in this country. The first black college students to enter colleges, George Wallace would go out there and block them at the doors and shit. Right? That's this guy. When he would say law and order in response, that's talking about basically, you know, the rhetoric when they say all our cities are on fire from this Minneapolis shit, right? We need law and order.
Yes.
Literal George Wallace rhetoric, right? This is not KKK. This is not Confederacy. This is American Nazism, okay? Clear cut. It's not a fucking like insane thing to even say that or suggest that or anything like that. I'm sure he's endorsed by the KKK, but he's a fucking Nazi. He is the American Nazi archetype. It's like quoting Mussolini, which Trump has also done. Also, fucking quoted Hitler's struggle, didn't he there?
He sure did.
Wow. Sounds like a great guy. And he's, you know, the Hitler one, he did unintentionally, which means he shares the same mind as Hitler. He said he came up with the same conclusions as Hitler. That's bad.
That's real bad.
Every radical, out of control prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforced radical, out of control. And I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical, out of control prosecutor in America.
So you mean weaponizing the justice system against your political enemies, like the thing that you've been rallying against to gain supporters? Cool.
Also, just to, again, draw comparisons on how he's not FDR, he's LBJ, right? Wallace challenged sitting president Lyndon B. Johnson in the 1964 Democratic presidential primaries. What's that? That sounds like a real old school Democrat, don't it, huh? You mean the ones that were actually Confederates? He's a leftover from that, I guess, huh?
For their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. There is no law.
That is a regular part of Donald Trump's stump speeches. So it's not just Project 2025 proposing this. It's
Johnson stepped down, but he ran as a third party, right? Which Trump would have done if he wasn't the Republican nominee. That's why they gave it to him, because they didn't want a repeat of this type of shit, even though he was a Democrat back then and they were trying to primary him by using Wallace.
Yes.
also the former president himself. And Russ Vogt, again,
like
that
poetry,
who worked in Donald Trump's first administration, likely going to be into any second Donald Trump administration, has said that the Justice Department is not an independent agency. He has said this publicly, and that if anyone were to try to say that they are independent in a second potential Trump term, that he would kick them out of the White House.
So reshaping the Justice Department seems to be just one part of a larger plan to change the federal government, including gutting career civil servants. What has your reporting found on that?
The Project 2025 blueprint proposes abolishing the Department of Education, transforming the FBI into a political task force, reinstituting what's known as Schedule F. That's an executive authority that would be instituted by Trump to grow the number of political appointees.
Hey,
across
one
the
last
service.
thing about
And
this
they also
George
wanna-
Wallace guy that I just read here. Okay. His wife won the next election succeeding him, with him as the de facto governor, right? That's what they say Michelle Obama's going to do,
Mhm.
right? She's going to be the de facto president. His wife died of cancer in May 1968, ending his period of influence. Her doctor had informed him of the cancer's diagnosis in 1961, but Wallace did not tell his wife. Does that mean that his wife didn't know she had cancer and her doctor was telling him, or that that she wanted to not tell him and he didn't let her know that he knew? What does that mean exactly?
Install roughly 20,000 loyal civil servants across agencies, and they've been preparing for this. Project 2025 leaders have called those loyalists, quote, conservative warriors. They've called them an army. They've called of weaponized conservatives, and they want to essentially make lawyers across all federal agencies, not just the Justice Department, any legal counsel. They want to make them loyal Trump, loyalists to Trump. And I spoke to Don Moynihan. He's a professor of public policy at Georgetown University, who said that changes like this would be radical to American government. The biggest changes that we've seen to the American bureaucracy since the civil
couldn't have been like Erdogan and Viktor Orban, who he was always blowing.
service was created in the 1880s.
I do think this would add immeasurably to the risks of corruption in the American government. President Trump talks a lot about the deep state. Again, that is very similar to what authoritarians in other countries have tended to do to justify taking
Stunning
more direct
analyst.
control over civil service.
You mean I was right? The expert agrees with me?
Crazy.
Systems. So I think there is a dangerous pattern here where it would not just reduce the quality of government, it would also open the door
And
for abuses
let's
of
not
political
forget,
power.
okay? So Freedom House, right? If we do their scores, the United States is below the average for NATO countries on freedom. Already. Go look at why they took off those points. Go to Freedom House, go look at the United States page. They give an in-depth explanation of every point lost. Some of it's paragraphs long of why they lost a single point, right? They consider us almost on the same line of democracy as a country like Ghana, right? Which Ghana's a pretty fucking good government. You know, being above 80 is good, and I'm pretty sure Ghana is. I'm pretty sure Ghana is like 81, right? But maybe go look. Maybe go look, you know? And if anything, that organization is conservative.
To guard against this, Anna, we should note that President Joe
Who was the
Biden tried to
segregationist
institute
that got caught
protections
cheating on their wife
for
with a
civil
black woman?
servants, protecting them from firing if Donald Trump were to win in November. But ultimately, a regulation like that could be undone by a Donald Trump presidency within the first year he takes office.
Laura, what about the necessary context here? That is the recent Supreme Court decision deciding that President Trump, any president, has some immunity from criminal prosecution for official acts. What does all that mean for how easy the policy plans in Project 2025 would be to implement?
It could potentially make it easier, Amna. And constitutional scholars that I've spoken to have said that the decision, that Supreme Court decision, could strengthen the basis of Project 2025, which is known as the unitary executive theory, which essentially says that the president has total control over the executive branch, over all the federal agencies. And the president of the Heritage Foundation, Kevin Roberts, praised that Supreme Court ruling, calling it vital.
In a Ford F-150.
And said that it was part of a wider conservative reawakening.
We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll get.
I really wanted to watch this when I saw it on the list. Hey, University of South Carolina's fitness facility is named after that dude. the gym and like the swimming center and shit is named after that guy.
Wow.
I heard he's a massive piece of shit.
Sounds like he was a pioneer in interracial. Huh?
I didn't look into who he was. I just assumed he was a piece of shit because he's a southern named a building named after a southern person from history. Generally, not going to be a good person.
Mm-hmm. Also, let's not forget that, like, not that long ago, there was a war with Mexico. You know, and what started that, right? So, like, when they say they're going to go to war with Mexico, just like these people might actually get expansionist like that and actually do it. They might fucking do it. Because if you think about it, right? So think about this like a Vladimir Putin justification terms, right? So all the cartel crime is within like, you know, a few miles of the border, right? So an operation to take, you know, like a buffer zone, like Turkey does with Rojava, right? An operation to take a buffer zone in Mexico would displace all those cartel operations, right? So, like, in theory, there is a rationale behind doing something like that they could push to justify it. Apparently, she was a teenager. Epic. America.
Get into this, but apparently the reporting out of this House Democrats meeting is that a bunch of members were crying and there's deep discontent about how to move forward. But it's like, could you guys not, like, I don't really need you to cry. I just need you to act. And it's just odd that the Democrats, despite talking about all this democracy and everything, are making these decisions in these closed-door meetings when
with the children
you poll
in the
and talk
sweatshop.
to
Stop
voters.
crying, get back to work. You know, that's how she's treating our government right now.
voters, and it's pretty overwhelming. But
she's like
the problem is that voters have voted.
That's the thing. Dayan made that point, is that there's no democratic mechanism right now, except for, and that's part of why I think, I've been vocal on this, at least trying to ramp up the pressure while we can. But there's only so much we can do.
That's from the beginning. It really is only having
Also, you would never primary your own party like that unless you're a fucking racist like George Wallace. That's nuts. Why would anyone do that? That's not how it works.
What? Teenager? A
Yes.
racist pedo? What? That's very funny timing. This is horrifying. I had to read it, so now all of you have to read it. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules here. So yeah, that's a thing.
Okay, the thing is that stink that he's smelling, right? It comes from being fully sexually developed, right? These are things that were built into us to encourage sex.
Yeah.
Right?
The pheromones and shit.
Yes. So the reason why you think that this scentless thing is better is weird.
What do you mean?
Him. Like the scentless virgin. She's not putting off pheromones yet, bro. You're not smelling the pheromones that fucking humans give off to each other that's supposed to make your dick hard. That's weird. I would, that's bizarre.
Of the basically the Democratic Congress, the House and the Senate. Maybe a couple of other this is all Game of Thrones stuff on some level. Except for it's not a game.
I mean, it just really stood out to me, because like I've noticed that I stink more than when I was a teenager, and teenagers have a reputation for being more stinky, I've just figured out like how to manage my stink, That's the thing with like teenagers, they don't know how yet.
And it's a real problem. It's a real problem.
Next time the Democrats are up for re-election in the presidency, because I don't think that democracy is over. I think probably Democrat will win a presidential election again in my lifetime, even if Trump's going to win this year. It'd be nice to maybe have a robust primary in the middle of it, especially if that guy's 80, instead of the party conspiring to foreclose that possibility.
But this is the point. I mean, this is the point, is that there, I don't know, like, what was the conspiracy? The point is that no one thought it was in their best interest to run in this primary. And there was some instances, I guess, where but Florida hasn't had a primary with a sitting president in ages. I mean, there was no extraordinary measures to keep anybody off the ballot. Dean Phillips got on the ballot. It's just that nobody.
I don't mean official actions. I mean, like, just the way this, like, the allergy to democracy. For instance, how Bernie was still facing attacks when he was trying to run in 2016 for the Obama thing in 2012. Like, that's a fundamentally anti-democratic strain in this party that has got us to where we are now.
Or the deference to incumbency. That's I think maybe something where we could just take a lesson forward, Sam. Right, where it's like perhaps the time to,
because I resent hearing about how there was a primary already and people voted. Like, sure. I mean, in name, maybe.
Who is it that did what you're talking about? Because I can point to 8 people who could have run, but didn't because they chose not to.
Y'all didn't let Emma finish.
Yes, people politic, but I don't think that there is a system or a place anywhere where people aren't going to politic. You're going to get criticized for running against an incumbent. That is without a doubt. But I don't know of any system where that wouldn't be the case.
The problem is, like, it's not that the system.
Okay. The fact that Biden doesn't have to debate publicly while he's president in a primary is ridiculous. I think if you can make but it's also like, I understand why, because like internationally it would look bad if he gets dumpstered by some random in the Democratic Party. Like, I understand.
Trump didn't either, though.
I know, that's also the problem, right? Why the fuck is he even getting the nomination? He didn't do any of the debates. He should lose his position. If you don't participate in the debates, you shouldn't be able to run. People need to be able to hear what you say, but because he's a fascist and only wants to fucking get vengeance, he's just like,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think
going
this
to
is
bother.
I think this is a good point too. No, like Joe Biden, like I said it, best president in a long time. You know, and I love it when people go, "Can people actually defend Joe Biden?" And they think that like nobody actually knows can cite the accomplishments. But you know, unironically, where's it for Trump? I have defended Trump more with the policy decisions he's made than anyone I know, anyone I've heard, even
I
the
think
Republican pundits.
Like all things considered, like if people want to give us more information of things that Trump did that was good, by all means.
Yeah.
I mean, look, earlier in the show, we were literally talking about how America's bombed like one hospital. We were wrong. And then we did 20 minutes on how America killed 42 people with an AC-130 over an hour. Is that something biased people would do? Like, what the fuck? Like, seriously, if you've got extra information of shit that Trump has done that we don't know about, please send it. Please. Because if we can mount an even more solid argument by citing even more specific things to the point where there are no ways that somebody can argue against it, then that's perfect. I want these. I want to know what Trump did that was good, because so far it's only two things, maybe three.
Honestly, though, New England is a state. You know, everything in New England has the same vibe. You know, heroin.
We need to develop or have had developed that system, and it hasn't been developed. So that's why we're here now.
I just think that's the lesson for going forward in that sense. Potentially, I mean, it also just pairs with the fact that the Democratic Party has become way too obsessed with seniority as a matter of principle. Like part of why the Congressional Black Caucus is not officially, but standing by Biden at this point is because they respect seniority more than
every other government. Right, is like they've relied too much on seniority, which is an unofficial institution inside the Democratic Party. Right, we don't mandate it like literally every other fucking democratic system does. Right, if anything, that's a W, like that. But here's the thing as well. Think about this. Every other democracy, like the president just doesn't matter. They can just replace him overnight. You know. So like all the other countries around the world, they're looking at us being like, "Yo, what's happening?" I don't understand. Like people in other countries don't understand at all why Biden hasn't been replaced. They literally don't get it because they've only had a system where you can just boom, replace. They're doing a shitty job, get rid of them. Snap elections happening tomorrow. You know, that as well. You know, all these countries do snap elections and they can get rid of the candidate because they're selected from within the party. We don't do that. And it's like bizarre to all these other countries.
These guys. I'm seeing who's. I'm having a look at who's got the most viewers on Twitch at the moment.
This is true. He did cook with Space Force.
That is true.
I'm sure it would have happened anyway.
Yeah.
Because it needed to.
Yeah.
We should entirely dive off an entire information warfare sector too. That should be its own force, and it's only like, you know, that's what it does.
Yeah.
And like it would integrate with the Space Force as well, using all them satellites and shit.
So yeah, the guy with the most, I don't know why he's in politics. He's not doing anything. It's very strange. He's like watching a TV show or some shit. I don't know.
I mean, most of the Space Force is you in a chair looking at a fucking, you know, like whenever you see a submarine movie, that's what I imagine being in the Space Force is like. You know, you're just sitting in the chair seeing something bloop in front of you and you go, look, there's a different bloop.
Where it's enabled a gerontocratic kind of basically inertia within the Democratic Party.
I don't think that's why
it
the
boxed out
CBC is doing
democracy.
that.
I mean, like the thing is like, what's his name? I can't even remember now. The Jim Crowite that's representing Mount Vernon now. Like there was the way the party treat his challenge to a sitting a Democrat versus the way it's treating others is just stark to me. And they're throwing soil on a coffin as far as I'm concerned.
There's no doubt that there is a bias against progressives, whether they're incumbents or they're challengers. That I have no doubt with that. But I think the reason why the CBC is nervous about having Harris as the president
that's
is because
that's me. My fucking main thing that I constantly talk about is how the United States is really stupid in this sector, and if they're gonna lose, it's gonna be there, and they have been. Like, the only reason Trump is in the situation he's in is because of cyber warfare from countries like Russia on this country. It's crazy. It's crazy how long it took him. The fact that Cory Booker is like the first guy to bring it up about ISIS using memes. You know, that was the first time in government. So it was discussed in upper government like a total of a minute. When it's been the reason why did 9/11 happen? Because they knew how to use the internet. If the United States just had a fucking internet division, maybe 9/11 would have been prevented there.
this is a least of two bad situations. It's a bad situation to have have Harris step in. It's a worse situation to have her not step in. But the cost associated that I think some people in the Congressional Black Caucus probably perceive.
Like all empires, we made the foolish mistake of thinking we have the wall protected and nothing bad can happen. It's just a firewall this time.
With having Harris come in with an uphill climb, right, in this situation, with one hand tied behind her back on some level because it doesn't have the she's sort of inserted into the situation, is that if she loses as a Black woman, there's a lot of people who are going to be like, this is going to set back the candidacy of Black people, women for an extended period of time.
I don't necessarily agree.
It's almost time to talk.
Well, they may be wrong, but
but she doesn't have an association. She was a very green senator from California. A lot of the Congressional Black Caucus leadership is Southern and older and more associated with the Biden era of politics, and those are where those connections are made. Kamala Harris, I don't think, has those relationships. I think that's part of the problem, right? I mean, she's how long was she a senator before she was snagged as vice president?
I mean, Clyburn walked up to it. He got nervous. Pelosi, who certainly you could describe as having
you didn't have to have a question.
I mean, I think
she's weighing it according to Axios.
Stop with the patriarchal bullshit.
I think that, if you look at why there was fear about Barack Obama running,
I can't
in the Black community. The Black community, he had the least amount of support in the Black community of multiple.
Look, she's so fired up and ready to go. Just shut up.
The Black community or the Black Congressional Black Caucus, which is entirely different, because a majority of Black voters say that Biden is too old to serve. So they're not representing the American. I'm honestly, this is not anything to do with what you're saying. I'm so disgusted to see the way the Democratic
over this whole thing.
Party uses Black people in their extremely cynical ploys. When Biden is going out to Black radio stations at this point and apparently this host got fired because she agreed to these pre-prepared questions that the Biden campaign provided for them, and then he goes to a Black church.
Hang on, she got fired because she let it slip that she was given pre-prepared questions.
Okay.
Which is like, oh no, a presidential candidate came to a radio show and you had pre-prepared questions? Crazy. It's not really it's one of those industry secret things, but it's because of the situation right now, you made President Biden look bad. We saw the interview with that radio host. Do you not think she was genuine in her fucking support of Biden?
Yeah.
Or to paper over his horrific debate performance without actually dealing with the fact that Black voters in this country, when polled, have deep concerns about his candidacy. I think it's actually really gross. And that's the problem. There's a disconnect between the CBC and what general people in the country and within the Democratic Party think, which has been the case for quite a while. And I will also say the Democrats have not won an election in since Bill Clinton, a presidential election without a black person on the ticket.
Damn.
Obama twice and Kamala Harris as vice president.
Fair.
I think it's over. I think it's overblown, and I think it's a lot of people being scared.
Look,
but the
now
problem
who's
is
getting
that
talked over?
going down
You
this road,
sub.
we're guaranteeing a Trump victory.
Take
I mean,
it.
this is where we're at this
And not
point.
even a good fight. Like a Trump victory might be in the cards. It'd be nice to put up a fight and elaborate.
But you keep saying when we are going down this road, the point is that like there is a calculation that people are making that they cannot dislodge Biden, and if you cannot dislodge Biden and you are terrified of a Trump presidency, at one point it's a game of chicken. And if he says, I am willing to crash this and go over the ledge, then if you are afraid of a Trump presidency and are not going to be satisfied by saying at least Biden gave it his all, then you back off that precipice because you have no other chance. And then you you support him. I mean, that's what's going on here.
Well, they're hedging, but the point is that they keep saying this week. Chris Murphy last night on MSNBC. We'll see how this week plays out.
That they were like, what happens if you lose to Trump? How are you going to feel? And Biden was like, well, as long as I did enough, I got the participation trophy. Like, that answer was fucking wild in that George Stephanopoulos fucking interview.
Yeah.
That was a wild thing for him to say. Well, we tried to stop fascism, did everything I could. Did you? Ruth Biden Ginsburg.
Himself.
They're waiting for more data. They're waiting for this press conference that Biden does on Thursday.
They're waiting for him to fall apart again to make it easier. And if it doesn't fall apart, there's really not a lot they can do.
I'm aware that it's not a lot. There's a lot that they can do to convince Biden, except for the fact that every time I turn on my television, it's the only story, and it will not go away. It is the only story. We're not talking about, and I if I see one more person be like, talk about Project 2025 instead of this, that's fair. But there's only so much of that can happen. This is actually an issue of national interest where there's people I know, like family members who don't vote, who were like, I hate Trump. But this guy, they're lying to us again. And I know this is anecdotal, but it's backed up by the data and all of the polling that we're seeing, where this is actually really making people feel deeply cynical.
When she gives an anecdotal reference and then says, I know it's anecdotal, but this is backed up by data.
Mm.
And like, what a queen. She's fucking killing it on this. When they are letting her talk. She's right. Sam's wrong.
More long-term about the political system, and as I said on the Friday about Monday replacing him with Kamala Harris, the Democrats have a built-in advantage to be the party that listens when both people hate these candidates. And Kamala Harris is polling at least 1 point right now ahead of Trump when Biden's down. And at this time last year, Biden was up by 8 points in the national average. The Democrats have to overperform 3 to 4 points in the popular vote, as a rule for the most part, for them to win the Electoral College. And then Biden is also down in every swing state and putting Virginia, Wisconsin in peril, New Mexico, unthinkable, Minnesota.
Very impressive.
Like, we're not just talking about a Trump victory. We're talking about a Trump victory with both chambers. And that should be 5-alarm fire for any party that actually tries to represent the people and says that they apparently
the numbers and stuff like that. Very impressive. Very difficult to do. She really fucking cares about this, clearly.
Claim that this is a threat to democracy and my rights.
You know what it was?
My rights are on the line.
You know what it was? That guy who was like patronizing her, she went home and was just mad and did a bunch of Googling.
Here to get an abortion. If I want one, or if I need one, my rights are on the line. We're going to play around with this. So I know I'm emotional about this, but I'm scared. And I do think that it's a salient political point if you have the first female president potentially with abortion on the ballot in 2 of those swing states, Nevada and in Arizona, in addition to Florida, Montana, and Arkansas, where Democrats could overperform with it on the ballot.
I mean, Osita Waneva made the exact point that they
right.
are absolutely blowing it with generations as far as like political messaging goes. And like, that's the thing is like, I think that Trump is going to win now. I hope he doesn't. I hope Biden, if he's going to stay in, I hope he loses. I think that that we need to start preparing for what it's going to look like. Yeah. Because like, the thing is like,
just like how France
the fun of what Project 2025 is clearly the Democrats investing in your time in Democrats, like the party, is not exactly the greatest thing to do. I think we need to be preparing like broader organizations, like the people who opposed, like the organizations that developed, say, proposing the Muslim ban, like these sort of direct action things, because that's where we're at now, and that's how things have gotten done in this country. People realizing that actually,
I agree with him too.
The election's
More
good.
direct
I hope
action.
that the balance of power comes out as favorably as possible going forward. But these people are not to be trusted with anything that they actually put in the campaign email.
And I want to say one more thing. Quit it with the polling is wrong. Quit it. This is MAGA level delusion I'm seeing from Democrats about the polling. The polling was within 1 point of accuracy for the last midterm cycle, and Republicans overperformed by 1. And the last midterm cycle before that, it was right in line. Democrats overperformed by 1 point. And with the 2020 election, actually, it was pretty dead on for Biden. But the margins were incredibly thin because of our electoral college system. So I don't want to hear
because
this, like,
I looked at polls, I was able to say the exact point difference. I didn't say what states would be won. I said the exact fucking score, and it ended up being the exact fucking electoral score. I did that because I looked at polling and I did research. She's right.
Completely complete eschewing of facts enabled by Biden and his complete delusion about polling. Yeah, it is. It's wrong. It's wrong. We have to take the poll seriously, and you know, this is crossing ideological lines. This is from the Pod Save America guys to a guy like Adam Smith, who's on one of the more conservative Democrats in the House, ranking member of Armed Services, to the pollsters like Nate Cohn, to Nate Silver. They all are united in saying 5-alarm fire. And so I know there's very little democratic mechanism to influence the Biden administration here, but the more it's in the conversation, the more in this tiny window, the more I think there's a likelihood.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I mean, he's you know, Matt Glacius came out against him. That's one of his favorite writers, apparently.
And Tom Friedman. And also Dick Durbin is still undecided. We'll see what happens with the Senate meeting.
I mean, I think honestly, these meetings this afternoon are going to be the big tell. If they don't come out of it with a sense that the caucuses are against this, maybe they say we're going to have another meeting Friday. But I think it's a real problem. Now, I don't know how long his press conference is on Thursday night. My guess is that if there's any indication that there's not a strong push to get rid of him coming out of these meetings, that press conference is going to be about 15 minutes, and they're going to take 3 questions, and he's going to know, like, look, the best thing for me to do is just not put myself out there in any way at this point, because I can only it's mine to lose at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. I mean, look, this is no, I got a text last night. He referenced, some of his family members, but a buddy of mine, not, hugely political, but he's like, I'm convinced every white person 65 and above is selfish and entitled.
Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
It was basically
my parents are in their 60s, and they're like, get the hell out, because we got to defeat Trump. So
he's like, then we just kept adding people: Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Breyer. It goes on, but
and it's not about the Democratic voters too. It's about the independents. Like, that's what I can't say. If I go out and vote for Biden, we still love Biden. Sure, the Democrats will vote for Biden. That's not the question.
Yeah, I mean, I can't, like, people like, don't you think that you're voting administration? Yeah, I've been saying that for like over a year now. But getting the American public, the American electorate to understand that's a pretty big ask to be the most savvy election people to pull to fill out a ballot. It's just not going to happen.
No. Comrade.
Sounds like that debate has been tapped. Yes, we do.
Now, it was tapped. Now we get the syrup.
Now we get to watch CNN. Now we get to watch Sam confirm our opinion of CNN as the true loser of the debate.
The IMs. Desert bitch. Sam looking so handsome today. Must be UK and France elections. Indeed. Yes, thank you. Sam sounds like he's on the phone. Better now.
I love how Sam didn't even shrug on that name.
Yep. Something wrong with the audio. Chris Burdick. To make an old dying man happy, we're letting him run a race he can't win, and we're dooming ourselves to the fascist apocalypse. Even the Make-A-Wish Foundation doesn't go that hard. What's interesting though, I think, like, look, I hope the outcome here is that we end up with a candidate who at the very least can do replacement level things, in regards to Donald Trump. I think because of the timing and whatnot, I mean, Kamala Harris would not be my first pick. It's hard for me to even say who would be my first pick out of the sort of the people who are floated. And many of them are from an ideological perspective, I have a problem with a lot of them. I think there are just sort of, if you're looking at just as a political matter in terms of like elections, there are other candidates who are probably stronger than Harris. I don't know. This is very difficult to predict. But one thing is clear to me is that there is no time to have some type of like mini primary.
And would that be more Democratic than replacing Biden with the person who he was on the ticket with, small d Democratic? Because people voted for Biden, and she was essential to his ticket. People voted for Biden knowing he was 81 with her on the.
I would argue not only is it less Democratic, because people have voted for Biden Harris. They have. Not only is it less Democratic, but it's also like there's absolutely no. The logic to it is absurd. You're not going to tell.
Oh, well, they're saying it's less Democratic to not replace her with Kamala Harris, which both cases, like most democracies can just replace the president overnight, and they have better democracy scores than the United States on that for a reason. And these are countries that could, like, you think snap elections are democratic? Like, think about that. There's so much undemocratic institutions within the United States that things like snap elections are still, countries with snap elections still come out ahead with that. Like, when you hear what a snap election is, you immediately are going to think, wow, I'm sure authoritarians can really abuse that, huh? And they do.
Yeah.
In countries that aren't democratic. But as far as democratic countries, snap elections, I mean, look at what Macron did, right? Like, that was extremely responsible of him to do, because of, even though it's like, hey, you're opening it up to fascism. Well, they just had EU elections. Like, him opening it up like that was extremely responsible. Even in the UK, him calling for the elections was responsible.
Yeah.
Like, nobody gives
Someone's
a fuck
a better
about
candidate.
Trudeau,
No.
and like, he's called for elections too, but really, like, that's not. I don't think Canada is going to change anything really
because of a 1 week primary with like round table. Like, I'm sorry, there's just
people
no
treat
way.
this like a meritocracy, or like as if it's American Idol. It's the best singer. Let's do it. A little competition, where so much of this is about infrastructure. It's about circumstance. I mean,
I kind of feel like a party worth its salt should be able to, like, it's a long, I'm looking at these other countries that had elections in the span of like a few months. Like, I think a functioning party should hypothetically be able to do something like this, say the top of the ticket dies.
But we
I
can't
don't
get
trust
him
the
out.
Democrats to do that.
We can barely get Biden out.
Right. I'm just saying, but if we got him out, a hypothetical, like what Clyburn's floating. Like,
No. But the problem is that, like, the reality, if it was the case that the Republicans were picking their nominee now, then I would say yes. But the problem is that so much about this is about an enormous amount of money. So much of this is about, buying ad time. It's the nature of our elections that are problematic as to why it doesn't fit. Can you pick a candidate within 3 or 4 weeks? Maybe, but not with the system that we have set up. Right now, the Biden-Harris campaign has offices they've already opened in swing states. They have money that's been deployed. They have already begun to purchase ad time and like all
By
this.
the way, like, completely outspending Trump on ads. That's the other thing that's really concerning for a lot of folks, is that the Biden campaign has been outspending Trump in these swing states and is still trailing and putting states like Minnesota, New Mexico, and Virginia, previously unspeakable states, to be in play, putting them in play because of his age.
Here is.
By the way,
this is going to
I
be
didn't
fraught
bring this
no
up
matter
at the
how.
time,
This
but
isn't
yes,
one of those
I
situations
agree
where
with
it's like
this.
you're making the best of a bad situation. That's it. There's no magic bullet here at all. Right. And the fascinating thing too, I think people should appreciate this, regardless of what happens. And I tend to think that Biden's going to let go, but he may not.
But the magic bullet is fact. So wouldn't it be a magic bullet if it's just the facts?
But I hope that people take this opportunity too to realize there is no Democratic party.
Oh, you know what?
There is
no magic bullet,
like
as in it's not a disinfo campaign around something that is a fact, right? By Oliver Stone. That's what he means, right?
A person who makes a decision, flips a switch, and things happen. Like, this is, they're all trying to have to convince each other, and then they all have to sort of like convince each other that they can convince Biden, and then Biden has to be convinced despite his family. I'm not saying that these aren't people who have aligned interests, and I'm not saying that they have more power than your average person who goes and vote for Democrats. Of course they do. But there is no, like, we've heard time and time again about how, X, Y, or Z has been manufactured by the Democratic Party, or the Democratic Party wants to lose on purpose, or things like this. There's no one entity that runs this. It's a series of people who have agendas, personal agendas, professional agendas. Sometimes they align, sometimes they don't. That's what's going on here. Barack Obama is like tiptoeing around this. It's one thing for him to call Pete Buttigieg, who was mayor of Indianapolis, and say, hey man, you're not going to win this. So what's the best outcome you can get? It's this, do that. And then you'll get that. Like,
but there are power players.
Yeah, it wasn't even Indianapolis.
It was another South Bend. But there are power players in the sense that, like, this is a test for Hakeem Jeffries taking over for Nancy Pelosi, because the House is gettable. The House in theory should be gettable for the Democrats in this election, especially because Trump is such an unpopular candidate, abortion being on the ballot in a variety of states, even deep red states that could drive turnout. And so they're convening this House meeting tomorrow with Hakeem Jeffries because does he want to actually be in such a deep hole as Democrats leader when he's already been presiding over a very slim majority and sees the ability of for there to be some sort of majority for him to make his legacy right in front of him, because Biden is dragging down the ticket, and that's why you're hearing this drip from
but I
members of the House.
That's how it goes. I think it's more he gets calls from members. And he's responsive.
Okay, I need to
I don't think he's sitting there on his own. I mean, he has his own opinion.
That's not what I'm saying.
It's not the best lighting, but how come Sam gets all the lighting? How come you're muted? How come Emma has to sit in shadow, huh?
Woman moment.
I'm just saying.
I agree, though. She is quite in the dark.
She can't get her own light. I think really what it is, though, is because she's wearing glasses and they're more reflective, that they toned the light down.
That might actually be what it is.
Sam also has glasses on.
Shit.
Sam's just got, expensive non-reflective lenses or something.
Maybe she just doesn't have a light.
Yeah.
But, and so it's really a question of, and they'll find out during these caucus meetings. I mean, he just
considering
this,
this
first
is
he hears from sort of senior members of his caucus,
a warm
then he's going to open it up to the entire caucus.
Light.
And if he doesn't have the majority of his caucus, he's not going to go and say anything to Biden.
That's what they need to do.
That's not what I'm saying, but I do think that the caucus is going to be very concerned based on what we're hearing.
You can buy fluorescent lights, and they just paint them white, so they actually emit white light that's neutral. They're great. That's the main lights that I use for my stuff, is white, right? So if you're outside, don't matter. It just makes everything less blue. Inside, everything less orange.
To Israeli genocide has been straight from the abuse.
Apparently they switch her mic off, so I want to see this.
Handbook, Darbo. Deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. And if that doesn't work, sure, just change the subject. So as the genocide in Gaza continues, you want to talk about everything but Gaza. You refuse to put the item on an agenda stacked with every cliche imaginable, from Venezuela to Iran, with pride of place given to the old reliable Russian interference. So across the pond, Special Agent Nancy Pelosi gives the signal, branding Palestine protesters as
she's been warned, right? We all heard that.
What did they say?
They're like, please stick to the subject. Right?
Agent Nancy Pelosi gives the signal. So across the pond, Special Agent Nancy Pelosi gives the signal.
Special Agent, bro. This chick is off her fucking meds.
Branding Palestine protesters as Kremlin operatives and like clock.
I mean, they're wrong. They're Iranian operatives.
Well, I think she said go back to China. And it was, and the specific group that she was talking to, I don't remember.
Was it Code Pink?
No, it was different protesters. I don't remember exactly what was going on.
Because if it was Code Pink, fair.
I think it might have been.
Dark
It was.
insinuations
It was an old. I
in
think
Europe.
I don't know, but I think she was like not wrong in saying it, but it was the wrong group she was identifying. She was just previously harassed by a Chinese-backed one.
Okay.
Or something.
That's
I don't
funny.
remember.
That's funny.
Go back and look. I mean, the video of me talking about it is out there somewhere. Future fan who's come back like a creep to watch all our videos.
Everyone can see what you're doing. It's tedious. It's predictable. You've been doing it since 2016,
to the
and it
issue.
isn't going to work
Second warning.
anymore. The mass movement is focused like a laser on genocide. Everyone knows it's happening, and Europe is.
I'm sorry, this is a debate with a title, and so you should stick to the issue. Thank you.
Right? Okay. Does that seem reasonable? She was told to stick to the issue twice, then she got fucking muted, right? Seems reasonable? Let's see what she says. Silence for pointing out that 4 months into EU-backed genocide. Silence. Amazing. Amazing.
He confers.
What
with,
was the debate about, though? I need to know how off the issue she was, Like, they're talking about banking within Europe, and she's up there
ruling
ranting.
that Israel is plausibly accused of genocide. Maybe? I don't know.
Okay, so she could only talk about Israeli genocide. That's easy to do. Wow, she really wasted her moment there, huh?
Yeah, she really did.
Scapegoating a genocide with other things happening instead of focusing on the genocide? Crazy. Why would you do that? Seems like you don't actually care about the victims.
Yeah.
And let's cut to her at the PMF.
I imagine is like, I don't want, like, I'm between a rock and a hard place here. I don't want to offend anyone.
So far, his itinerary today has been about 9 a.m. on Morning Joe saying, I don't care what the millionaires think, and about noon saying, or being on a call with donors. So,
well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, on some level too, he's prepping for NATO, but the point is, like, it's indicative of, like, he has limited bandwidth. Here is CNN's Harry Enton breaking down how polls overestimated Biden's support in 2020. And that Biden right now is in his worst position he's ever been in against Trump. Now, this is, in many respects, this whole thing with Biden is just math. To the extent that you can sort of know what the inputs are, that's the only place where it's unclear. But how this works is pretty straightforward.
I just want to point out where the polls are now, where they were at this point back in 2020, and Joe Biden's worst position in the polls back in 2020. Right now, Donald Trump leads in an aggregate of national.
Okay. I changed my mind. I don't care.
And former President Trump challenging President Biden to a golf match once again, but
Yes.
this time with a $1 million charity donation on the line.
Oh my God. Oh my God. No, she didn't just do a Dr. Evil thing.
I will give him 10 strokes aside, and if he
Look,
wins, I will give.
Hang on. You gotta pause this, bro, because we have to go back to hear it anyway. But there's so much to analyze about this, And this is what's great about our coverage is we don't just analyze their bias and stuff. We analyze why the fuck they put wipes in news packages and shit. We actually give you understanding of how the process of news works, so you can even then engage with other news and be more informed. Isn't that nice? Now, what my interpretation of this is, she realized she did the $1 million like Dr. Evil, but then she realized that was cringe. If I just continue with the accent, then nobody will notice that I was doing Dr. Evil.
And former President Trump challenging President Biden to a golf match once again, but this time with a $1 million charity donation on the line.
I'm also officially challenging Crooked Joe.
I think you're right. Mid word panic is what that was.
To an 18-hole golf match right here. I will give him 10 strokes aside, and if he wins, I will
me,
give.
bro. There's only one thing I do.
I didn't say
Charity of his-
only news.
Choice any charity that he wants, $1 million.
You know what he should do? He should do this, and then if he do, but it's also like he has to win,
bro.
And then give the money to a trans charity.
Bro, I got a great idea. For when Joe Biden goes golfing with Trump. Let me just pull it up real quick. You're going to agree that this is exactly what Joe Biden should do.
Okay.
Well, Biden's camp says the president is too busy. Quote, Joe Biden doesn't have time for Donald Trump's weird antics. He's busy leading America and defending the free world. Still,
keep us out of your weird hobbies. He got touchy comas,
Maybe
bro.
he'll say yes if they really want.
Okay, here we go. This is what Biden should do at the golf tournament. Look, Trump's house. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh, it's a battle bot. It's a battle bot. I'm going to mute this just in case there's music because it doesn't matter.
What is this?
You don't know what this is. You still don't know. You still don't know what this is.
Yes, I now know what this is. Yes. As soon as I saw the picture, I knew what this was.
Right? You can just be like, oh, I mean, Iran made this video about how they were going to do it already, right? What, now they got fucking Reapers?
Over Mar-a-Lago?
Able to get Reapers and shit over Mar-a-Lago. Well, they stole the Beast of Kandahar technology after all.
Of course.
Also, why does its eye come out? Oh my god, bro. He's got Al-Aqsa Mosque up. This is my favorite part, right? Because it says, kill the guy who took revenge on Qasem Soleimani. But you can see that this is clearly just something they superimposed from a text saying what they should say. Because, like, what is going on up top here, guys? Hacking. Hacking. You had to check what he had to type, right? Uh-oh.
Not the laser.
Well, it is a Beast of Kandahar, see? This is literally the drone they stole from the United States, except the Iranian shit. Like, this is an actual Iranian survey. Yeah, the Beast of Kandahar. Yeah, they shot it down.
Huh.
And Iran got it.
That's funny.
But it was it's like the X something, you know, but like before this it was only seen in Area 51. And it was rumored in Kandahar. That's why they called it the Beast of Kandahar.
Oh, the RQ-170. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But China stole it too.
Yes. It's even on the Wikipedia. It says developed into the Shaheed 171.
Yep.
That's funny.
Epic. It autoplayed, and you'll never guess what it autoplayed next. You want to take a guess what it autoplayed after that video?
No idea. The hospital. It looks like the hospital.
That is Qasem Soleimani's flaming corpse.
Ah, excellent.
That's the car, right? What a great autoplay.
This is what we like.
This is what we came for.
Biden's team will push him to play.
It would be brilliant. Maybe that would be my first question.
Everybody
how many strokes?
Thank you very much, Carly.
Brian is interviewing Donald Trump today.
Maybe don't push in the president. He's barely standing right now. Like, just
don't push him.
I just want to see the swing.
Yeah, well, you know what? Mark Miller, the longtime CBS correspondent on CBS Radio, just tweeted out that Joe Biden has not played golf in 11 months.
Okay.
I wonder why.
All right. Yeah.
Right?
No.
All right.
Interesting.
I'm Steve Juicy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Republicans from across the nation, they will gather in Milwaukee to formally nominate Donald Trump as their Republican candidate for president. It'll be the third straight nomination for the former president, but there's still much speculation over who exactly his running mate will be.
Awesome.
Why doesn't the president just come here right now? And
I
answer for
can't
himself?
wait.
Just read
I
it.
can't wait for him to go up there and be like, my vice president is going to be the most experienced man for the job, the greatest man, myself.
I would not be surprised at this point.
All
all of them would
the
be
ticket
up.
will literally be Trump, Trump.
Yeah.
When is he going to be unscripted? He has been. When he went to visit a diner in a couple of days ago at the Waffle House, when he met with some of the supporters in Atlanta on Friday, he's going to be taking some questions from one of your colleagues. I think that's going to be important, and we're going to continue to engage with all of you.
The White House looking to turn the page. President Biden is set to hold his very first television interview following last week's disastrous debate. The question, whether he can put concerns about his cognition and mental fitness to rest. Joining us now is Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Joe, great to see you. Wow, that is a festive tie. Happy 4th.
Thank you.
That
Happy
is special.
4th to Julie Banderas, the rhetorical version of a New York fireworks display. So no other place I'd rather be.
Same here, Joe. I love you. All right. So first, let's just start about what you make of this interview coming up. I mean, George Stephanopoulos is one of the most liberal journalists in television, and he has had some pretty biased things to say about Joe Biden and his mental cognitive ability. So how do you think this taped interview is going to go? It's not live. It's going to air Friday night, and I'm sure it'll be edited.
Well, I broached this aspect, JB, with Brett Baer yesterday on this network. And the argument was that if you do a pre-taped interview that's edited, homogenized, packaged, that would do nothing to dispel the perception that our current president is mentally unfit, not just for the office of the presidency, but as a Walmart greeter or golf starter at this point. And unless the interview is live, the American public needs to witness in real time what Joe Biden's cognitive abilities are at this point. There is no other path for him unless he shows voters that he deserves to be in the highest office in the land for the next 4.5 years. And think about that for a moment. This, what we saw last Thursday night, and before that, quite frankly, for years, this is Joe Biden in his 80s. Could you imagine him at age 86 still as commander-in-chief? And by the way, many people in this business keep overlooking this rather crucial aspect. Can he defend his record as pertains to the economy, inflation, crime, illegal immigration, border security, foreign policy? Can he defend his stance on cultural issues, such as his party support that biological men should be able to compete against biological women in sports, or that kids as young as first grade should be taught about gender identification and sexual orientation in public schools? George Stephanopoulos needs to broach all these issues. And my prediction is that it probably isn't going to happen for the most part.
Hot take.
And President Biden.
No, they fucking don't. These issues don't matter. You fucking moron. You nationalist nitwit. You actual fuckwit. Like, no, they don't fucking matter. You know what the problem is? Joe Biden's record is hard to explain on a debate stage, especially when you've got some fat idiot going, I'm the greatest. That's not true.
We had
I'm not going to show you
H2O.
any evidence. I'm just the greatest because I say
We had
so.
H2O.
Like, yeah, no shit. It's going to be hard for Captain No Charisma to fight General Charisma, you fucking idiots. No shit. What a dumb shit fucking analysis. Honestly, these fucking people.
Without a teleprompter, without scripted remarks, is he going to be the meandering mess that we saw last week, or will he be somebody that Americans can trust to do the job moving forward through 2028, 2029?
Right. Cognitive decline, as I have spoken about quite a bit this week, does not happen overnight. It does happen over a period of time. This has been going downhill since the president took office. The reason why, and at the very beginning, we all used to say, oh, Trump used to hold these news conferences on the regular and talk off the top of his head, where Biden does not do that. There's a cover-up. There's a major cover-up in this White House, and all those that are surrounding Joe Biden to cover up his cognitive decline. So that's why America was so shocked when they watched his disastrous debate performance. But that's the real Joe Biden that America has not seen yet. And unfortunately, during a taped interview with George Stephanopoulos, we still are not. Why America was so shocked.
Ready?
When they watched his disastrous.
Watch out, she's got cognitive decline.
You slowed it down?
I slowed it down.
Debate performance, but that's the real Joe Biden that America has not seen yet. And unfortunately, during a taped interview with George Stephanopoulos, we still are not going to see the real Joe Biden.
And we hear from the White House, Julie, that oh, no, actually, he had a cold. You know, a cold apparently now, at least as it pertains to Joe Biden, affects your ability to articulate basic thoughts. It affects your...
Oh, fuck it. I hate these people so much.
It took him a while to eat that little piece of bread.
Republicans from across the nation, they will gather in Milwaukee to formally nominate Donald Trump as their Republican candidate
It's not
for
like
president.
dogs who inhale stuff. You know, he was taking the time to enjoy the bread.
He was enjoying it, yeah. Sweet carbs.
I'm not going to give you another
Four
piece.
more years! 4 more years! 4
I'm not going
more
to give you another
years!
piece,
4
but you
more
can have
years!
a bite of the red pepper and see if you like it, okay?
Wow, wow, wow!
Wow.
He's investigating it. He's not sure about it.
I have a chair.
Oh, this is wow, wow, wow! Wow! This is family. Thank you, and welcome, Mr. President. This is your home.
Please have
this
a
is
chair.
your family. We couldn't be more honored that with all those NATO leaders waiting for you down the street, that you came here to the House of Labor.
King of the castle.
Yes. We are your NATO. That's what I say in the U.S. So we are.
She fucking fumbled that
Oh,
hard.
It looks like there might even be more bread in there. Like he dropped the rest of it. He was done. He was uninterested. But he sure was enjoying the red pepper that was on it. So
okay.
Pepper lover confirmed.
Again, here to support the record that you've had of creating millions of new jobs, bringing manufacturing back to this country, investing in clean energy and semiconductors and whole new industries, creating good union jobs with labor standards.
They said the magic
Incredible.
word.
So we just want to say, Mr. President, you support unions, you support working families. You've always had our back. We have your back.
Is she about to cry? These people are impossible. Fucking libs.
Hey, folks.
Hey, folks.
Thank you. Please sit down. Hey, look, number one.
We have to keep our country
I was thinking about this last night, knowing I'm going to be here and going from here to the NATO summit. You know,
what?
We have two strong organizations in America that I look to for our security. One, literally, and I mean this sincerely, is NATO. NATO, a joint assembly of democracies that made sure we're keeping the peace, and no one's going to screw around with us. The strongest it's ever been.
Don't lie, Joe. It's a European babysitting service. You know it. We know it.
And I think of you as my domestic NATO. Not a joke. Not a joke.
You're the United States of America, for God's sake.
You're the ones beyond me. And, you know, you know Matt, with this better than I do. Beyond me. It's all about whether or not we're going to grow the economy, whether we're going to give working people a shot.
Line go up.
And I told you, and you know, because a lot of you were there with me all the way back when I was a kid. And I'm only 42, but when I was a kid,
funny.
back running for the Senate when I was 29 years old, Labor elected me. And we were then a right-to-work state. And we changed it all. And here's what we're doing. You've heard me say it 1,000 times. I'm going to say it again. The middle class built this country. You built the middle class. No. And by the way, I don't want to hurt your reputations. But even Wall Street's acknowledging your power.
What is this?
No, I'm serious.
Vision is history.
Look at every projection about what we want to do with the economy on the issues that we're talking about and what the other guy wants to do.
Mine must
They're
go up.
supporting us. It's your agenda we're working on. And by the way, I've said from the beginning that when labor does well, everybody does better. Not
just start labeling that. Just straight up, just that what the fascist wants to do. You know,
he has homicidal tendencies.
Not a joke. That's not a talking point. That is a reality. You know that, Lee. That is a reality. It is an absolute reality. When we were I said I was going to be the most pro-union president in American history. Well, guess what? I am, and I'm staying there. No, I mean it.
Gravity? Who needs it, huh?
Because you represent the folks I grew up with. You represent where I come from. You represent where the vast majority of the American people. You know, I come from a household with a 3-bedroom. We weren't poor, but we weren't. We didn't have anything left over at the end of the month. And but you know, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids. Grandpa lived with us. Someone lived with us full time. I look back now and wonder how my dad handled those thin walls. But at any rate, the point is that we're just giving people a fighting chance.
It's great.
And when I got elected, and when I was, and even when you guys are with me, all going all the way back into the 70s when I was a kid.
Joe Biden we saw in 2020 right here. This is I have hairy legs guy. Am I right?
About was
This is the Joe Biden that needed to show up to that debate.
Yes.
The whole idea of this was to give everybody a shot. No guarantee, just a shot, an even shot. And that's why I determined, and we've done it with your help and your leadership. We're going to build this country from the bottom up and the middle out, not the top down. No, I mean it. Not a joke.
Yeah.
Not a joke.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
I just want to point something out, right?
The fact.
So when we talk about things, how I've been talking to, like, why don't they mention this, right? So when he's talking to actual workers, and specifically your black workers, right? Suddenly we're hearing those things that I was saying he should be bringing up and talking about. The other lady brought up the semiconductor shit. You know, he's using that line again. That's so great. You know,
yes,
bottom up. You know, saying things like that.
Yes, yeah, just the rhetoric points.
So you could chalk it up to like that it's unions that he's talking to, so he's using that union rhetoric, right? But this entire speech has been about not just unions but minorities.
Yeah.
So it seems like white people don't care about poor people. And so when he's talking to a general audience, which is mostly white people because that's the population demographics, how come there's Asians in every advertisement? They only make so-and-so percentage of the population. I don't know, Dad. Why do they have to have every minority in the commercials now? You know, it's always got to be an interracial family. Except he wouldn't say the interracial family. You know, I'm just shortening what he would say into what he means.
All the major economists, including the Wall Street economists, are saying. They looked at his proposal, what he's done, and what our proposal is moving forward. And overwhelmingly, you got 16 Nobel laureates in economic law, and they won the Nobel Prize for economics, 16 of them.
Great
and
pause and getting your shit together.
His proposals are going to bankrupt the country. His proposals are going to cause a recession. His proposals are going to cause us higher interest rates. And what you and I, and you've been helping me, you've been either leading on, or I've been following you, or you've been following me. What we propose is growing the country. No,
I love this. I love this less I statements that's coming out of the candidate too. I want to hear less about you as a candidate. I want to hear more about me as a person.
Yeah, it's fair.
We're the strongest economy in the world. But here's what we got to do. We got to talk to our people. Food prices are still too high because of corporate greed. We're in a situation where we're having too high. We need more housing. A whole range of things we're going to get done with your help in the second term, because that's what we got to get done. So, folks, I've never been more optimistic about America's
chances. I love
it
because people will be like, why didn't you do this in the first term, right? So he said, this is everything we did in the first term, but here's the work we have left to do, right? And this is actually why incumbents have an advantage, is because they as long as they had a good record.
It's a recency bias.
Well, as long as they have a good record, they don't need to actually defend their record, right? It's not like, how come you haven't done this? It's like, here's what's coming next. You've already had the appetizer. Are you ready for the main course, right?
Yeah.
Because your second term is when you have more power. Don't forget that. That includes Donald Trump with his second.
You've got nothing to. You don't have to worry about being reelected. They really flex it.
I really mean it. We're better positioned than any country in the world to own the remainder of the 21st century because of union labor. I'm serious.
I'm very pleased that today all NATO members are making the pledge to expand our industrial base and our industrial capacity.
Look, it's
like our defense spending commitment.
Those, right?
This is a critical step to maintaining our security. The first time ever, every NATO nation is pledging to develop plans for defense production at home. In my administration, we've already invested $30 billion in defense manufacturing to restart or expand production across 35 of our states. We're investing billions more. The result, stronger supply chains, a stronger economy, stronger military, and a stronger nation. Let me close with this. This new pledge sends an unmistakable message to the world that every NATO member is committed to doing their part to keep the alliance strong. We can and will defend every inch of NATO territory, and we'll do it together. And that we're investing in our future strength to ensure NATO will always be ready for whatever threats we will face should be a clear message we're making to sending to the world.
We begin our report with President Biden shoring up alliances in Washington to combat the advance of a man he's called a crazy SOB. In this case, the man he's talking about is Vladimir Putin. This is not a domestic story. The president is hosting NATO's 75th anniversary summit in Washington this week, a meeting of the most powerful leaders in Europe and North America. Together, they have been committed to supporting Ukraine against Putin's army. They are expected to reaffirm a joint opposition to the Russian president's brutal war. But President Biden is also trying to project confidence to the 32-member security alliance that despite last month's debate performance, he is ready and able to lead the United States for another 4 years.
When great changes occurred, people would ask, can NATO adapt? And every time we proved we could adapt, and we did, evolving our strategies to stay ahead of threats, reaching out to new partners, to increase our effectiveness.
Some of the greatest scrutiny of President Biden's NATO address may be from his own party. Democratic lawmakers held meetings on Capitol Hill Tuesday in an attempt to get on the same page about Biden's candidacy. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said the discussions were, quote, ongoing. Still, it remains to be seen if one speech can silence fears at home and among NATO allies that President Biden may not have the mental acuity to defeat Donald Trump, who has raised doubts about the United States' future participation with the military alliance.
One of the presidents of a big country stood up and said, well, sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay? You're delinquent? He said, yes, let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want.
The three-day summit in Washington this week will grapple with global security challenges like the ongoing wars in Gaza and Ukraine and the growing power of China. These summits typically occur when a major threat to international security develops. There have only been 33 summits in NATO's 75-year history. A little less than a month after the Berlin Wall fell, world leaders gathered at a NATO official summit to discuss Europe's path forward after the fall of the USSR. The 2014 summit's agenda.
That was not a hypothetical. That was a real thing he told somebody, that he was quoting himself as saying to somebody. It's not if this happened, what I would say. Like a behind the closed doors diplomatic conversation. That's what he said. That's wild. That's a wild thing to say.
And that was dominated by the growing instability in Ukraine after Russian separatists shot down a Malaysian air flight over eastern Ukraine and killed 298 people a month and a half before the meeting. These gatherings often showcase the complex balancing act of geopolitical issues. The 2002 summit in Prague was particularly busy. World leaders created a NATO rapid response force as a part of reconfiguration to be more militarily active after the 9/11 attacks. The alliance welcomed 7 nations in that meeting into NATO to bolster its core mission of strengthening security and peace across Europe. And also in that same meeting, they committed to new military actions in Afghanistan at the request of other member nations. After Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, the first invasion in Europe since NATO's founding, the alliance held 3 summits in 4 months, including the first ever emergency virtual summit to address a possible imminent threat to NATO members. NATO members agreed to shore up defenses for 4 NATO countries bordering Ukraine, pledged full support to Ukraine, and officially invited Finland and Sweden into the alliance. This week's summit marks the 5th in
a big couple years for NATO, huh?
Since the war started.
Wonder what the common thread is.
Vice President and Senior Director of the Atlantic Council's Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. Matthew, thank you for joining us. Let's just start with what the goal of this NATO summit was, because they don't have these regularly. This is now, as I understand it, the 5th one since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So what's the goal of this one?
Well, this is an important summit. It's the 75th anniversary of NATO.
Jesse's passed
so
out
part of
on
the
his
purpose
side
is to
now.
look back and celebrate past
Mr.
accomplishments,
Dancy
maintaining peace and stability in Europe for 3/4 of a century. But also, they're here to deal with
being like,
current
"Hi, look at
challenges.
me,
We've
let
got
me
the
out, I want to
ongoing
play,"
war,
right?
with Russia and
And
Ukraine.
I barely touched
and
him.
so
All I did
Ukraine
was
is
take
going
him
to be a
out,
major focus.
hold him in his bucket.
Second, NATO last year adopted the
Gave
first
him
serious
bread.
defense plans
Now
really
he
since the
out.
end of the Cold
He
War.
on his
So
side, he
making
passed
sure they
out.
have what they need to implement those plans is a priority.
Lazy.
Third, burden sharing. 23 allies are spending their 2% defense target, but others aren't. And so what can we do to make sure all allies are doing their fair share? And then finally, China in the Indo-Pacific. In the last NATO strategic concept,
The
they
key is to
recognized
keep
China as a
waking 'em
challenge
up
for the
in the
first
middle of
time.
the day,
And the
you know?
so-called
That way they're
IPP4
more
countries,
tired at
Japan,
night.
South Korea, Australia, New
Fair enough.
Zealand, are attending the summit. So those are the 4 really priorities for this meeting.
How much do you think the some of the leaders at this summit are facing some domestic issues. There's not only, of course, President Biden trying to shore up his presidency, but you have Emmanuel Macron, who has just weathered his own mild earthquake, not as bad as they thought, in France. How much does that affect the domestic situations that some of these leaders are facing?
It's freedom fries, actually.
Affect some of those shared goals that you just walked us through?
Yes, you're right, and I'd add to that list a new election and a new government in the United Kingdom. Of course. And so I think that these are bumps that the alliance goes through, but this is an alliance of democracies. It has been a strong alliance for 75 years. It's faced a lot of challenges over the years, going back to disagreements over the Suez Crisis, over the Vietnam War, the Iraq War. And yet the alliance has remained strong and has actually grown stronger over time. So I think they'll get through these domestic turbulence just like they've gotten through a lot of other challenges in the past.
And a final question, which is also politically related, is obviously there's a presidential campaign in the United States. The Republican candidate, former President Trump, is not a fan of NATO, questions the benefit of alliances at various times, is improvisational, to say the least. Other world leaders look for stability in these kinds of alliances. How much does the possible reintroduction of Donald Trump into the storyline challenge NATO and cause its other members to have to kind of modify their thinking?
Yes, well, at the Atlantic Council, we meet with European allies almost every day, and I'd say that I think they're cautiously optimistic that they worked with
the fact that
Trump administration. I think that
the welfare recipients are the reason why you pay taxes shit. But with fucking European countries in NATO.
Yep.
And people just bought into it hook, line, and sinker because
pretty cool.
They're already prepared with that dumbass rhetoric to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know about the anti-welfare board game?
Is it Monopoly?
No. It's like literally like a racist, like, like.
No, I don't know then. You will have to show me.
Believe that there is bipartisan support for NATO within the United States and that the United States ultimately benefits from NATO. And if you look at the public opinion polling, there is support for that. The Ronald Reagan Institute recently did polling showing broad bipartisan support for NATO, including self-described MAGA Republicans. A majority support NATO. So I think they're cautiously optimistic. And if you look at some of Trump's recent statements, what he's saying is he's boasting that he strengthened NATO, that his threats got NATO to increase defense spending. So again, I think we always have to deal with these domestic challenges with an alliance of democracies, but I think the European allies are cautiously optimistic.
Matthew Koenig with the Atlantic Council. Thank you so much, Matthew.
Thank you, John.
Back on Capitol Hill in Washington.
I cannot wait. Cannot wait.
Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan attends a three-day NATO summit in Washington after years of bitter differences with other members of the Western military alliance. Analysts say Erdogan goes to the Washington meeting on a good footing, having resolved contentious issues that dogged previous NATO summits.
Well, like genocide?
It was about NATO's enlargement to Sweden and Finland. That's now over. There's also a new Secretary General, which
it does seem very Monopoly-esque.
Former Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte. And by and large, Turkey is online with the slick decisions.
It's called public assistance. Why bother working for a living, right?
President Vladimir Putin.
And you know how
tension
Monopoly
with
has
NATO
the
allies.
chance and community chest?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this one's got welfare benefit and working person's burden, is what the cards say. So the good cards are the benefits where you'll get money, and then if you get a working person's burden card, then they'll take money from you. So, and then it's got squares and stuff. So let me see if I can see what any of these squares say. No way, I cannot on that board at least.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like a cool game to me.
His ties with Putin were underscored by last week's face-to-face meeting on the sidelines of the China-led Shanghai Cooperation Organization. and Turkey's refusal to impose sanctions on Russia over Ukraine. That relationship will require careful handling by both Washington and Ankara.
It's an understanding that it is a country that neighbors Russia, that has the...
I just thought of the perfect name for tankies. Alt statists. I think it's a perfect name for them. They're alt statists. Oh my god.
Have illegitimate child, and it has a little card that you get with the child.
That's amazing.
Look, here's another one, another baby card here. Cheat, move any block on welfare. Hang out in front of liquor store. We gotta play this, bro. You gotta.
There's no way you can.
Bro, we gotta play it with we gotta get James to play this with us, right? You know, our token black guy, right? That will be hysterical.
A number of interdependencies. This is something unavoidable. However, in return, Turkey is also quite cautious in not crossing the red lines set by the US and by EU in terms of the current Russia sanctions.
The NATO summit in Washington will give Erdogan a chance to meet with President Joe Biden. Analysts suggest that Turkey's growing importance in Africa, Central Asia, and the Caucasus could be an incentive for the US administration to increase its cooperation with Ankara.
Administration and Turkish officials are looking into Africa, where Turkey has ambitions to expand its influence, both economically and in security terms. There is a renewed attention in Central Asia, and of course, an effort to see if there could be more in the Balkans when it comes to Turkey and US supporting stability and EU enlargement process.
A May meeting
now,
in
what
Washington
have I been saying about
Erdogan...
Central Asia specifically, huh?
It's gonna go off soon. Something's happening.
President Joe Biden and NATO leaders are in Washington this week for a 3-day summit celebrating NATO's 75th anniversary. Amid the ongoing war in Ukraine, this meeting aims to reinforce NATO's support for the country and give hope to the Ukrainians. On the eve of the summit, I spoke with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, who stressed that peace is possible if Russian President Vladimir Putin realizes he cannot win on the battlefield. He said, quote, "The quickest way to end the war is to lose the war, but that will not bring peace, that will bring occupation." Key topics to discuss include establishing a command in Germany, increasing financial and military aid, signing bilateral security agreements, and aligning Ukraine's military with NATO standards. Talks on
cool F-16s, baby.
The big question the transatlantic alliance faces at this summit is, how much longer can Ukraine hold on? And for Americans, and a growing list of quietly worried allies, the same can be asked of the man who casts himself as Ukraine's biggest champion, President Joe Biden. On Monday, the 81-year-old Biden said he's staying in the presidential race amid a growing list of calls for him to step aside after his shaky debate performance last month. The White House on Monday refuted questions that NATO allies are concerned that these cracks at the leadership level could put the 75-year-old alliance on shaky ground as it meets in
shaky
Washington
ground, they reckon.
We're not picking up any signs of that from our allies at all. Quite the contrary. The conversations that we're having with them in advance, they're excited about this summit. They're excited about the possibilities and the things that we're going to be doing together, specifically to help Ukraine.
Analysts say that while NATO leaders are indeed worried, they are being careful to not be seen as meddling in U.S. politics.
I think there is a concern in NATO. The leaders of the NATO countries may not love Joe Biden, but if we look back to the Trump administration, he said a number of things that were really anti-NATO. And I think, with all honesty, that most NATO countries would prefer Biden, again, not necessarily because they're so pro-Biden, but because of the things that Trump has said and threatened to do about NATO. Again, but they don't want to necessarily say a lot about this publicly because it looks like they're interfering in American elections, which is not something they're supposed to do.
And there are other cracks among leaders in the alliance. Hungary's far-right leader recently visited Russian President Vladimir Putin and cast himself as a bridge between the two adversaries.
That guy sucks.
At this summit, the 32-member group plans to take over Washington's role coordinating Ukraine's defense.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the last 2.5 years, there are fewer and fewer, and now remain hardly any who are able to speak with both warring parties. Hungary is one of very few.
One thing unlikely to happen during the summit, a breakthrough in the conflict. Putin says Ukraine
What's
is not
that?
ready
Russia?
to discuss
Not a
terms,
real
which he says
country.
includes the retreat of Ukrainian troops from the 4 regions Russia says it is annexed. Ukraine seeks a just peace that includes all of its territory, and Ukraine's leader will attend this week's summit to press his case for that and for NATO membership in the future. The alliance meets Tuesday in Washington. Anita Powell, VOA News, the White House.
The White House.
You know, but you can be asked questions about health or whatever you want to raise on the presidency.
Who's that small child?
Why is there a fucking red carpet for the NATO leaders? Can we have a red carpet that's just covered with their
Oh well, it's to represent the blood that they've spilled.
the
That's
red
what it is.
glue
It's not
inside
because
them.
of-
You know,
it's only
just like
about it's to symbolize the
squish
blood
them.
they're willing to spill.
Squish them, and then use a steamroller like Austin Powers and like roll them up like a tube of toothpaste, and then you get a red carpet.
So
Right?
I
Brilliant.
have a great video that have you seen the I'm not, you probably have seen it, the actual extended version, because you're in the Commonwealth, right? So if you watch Austin Powers, when the mercenary gets run over, does it cut to his family getting a phone call about it after for you? When
Yes.
you watch that? So in the American version, that's not in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's very funny.
But it just reminded me because I made a video that's great.
What?
I made a video that's great using the
okay.
audio and shit from that. I even added in audio because it was a silent video. So I added in. I literally looked up the ambient noise for the fucking armored personnel carrier they have. Like if you actually listen, the audio does not line up. It's clearly added in. Let me just check this is the right one.
Okay.
Tonight in Washington, D.C., the 32 members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and allies from around the world are celebrating the alliance's 75th anniversary.
NATO was born in the same room where President Biden spoke this evening, calling it, quote, the single greatest defensive alliance in the history of the world. Most of his remarks fell on the alliance's work to prop up a non-member, Ukraine, in its war to repel Russia.
And then I remembered, oh my god. I said, caption is poor Sasha. This is really, it's the subversion of expectations, I think, that makes it so good.
I'm confused. What's happening?
Hello? Yes. This is Mrs. Harlan. Yes. My husband is the henchman.
So what? The Russian BMP just like ran over.
A fucking picture on the wall.
Thanks for calling.
This is where we get the copyright claim, right?
Sit down, Billy. I've got
It
some
would
bad
be, yeah.
news.
It's worth
Your
it.
stepfather was run over by a
BTR.
Dad left Susan like a father to me.
Fucking hell.
He lived.
We know
by the
Putin
way.
won't stop in Ukraine.
No.
Make no mistake.
He actually
Ukraine
like
can and will.
was it was like he had. I didn't think he even like broke anything. He had
Really?
like minimal
What the
injuries.
fuck?
Yeah, and you can like see the tire actually goes over him, right? But I guess
Yeah.
maybe because it's an all-terrain vehicle, like it puts less weight on the tires that are lifting up. over something like an
Maybe.
obstacle or something. But yeah,
Maybe.
but yeah, no, he lived.
Well,
He
stop.
I think he broke a
In
rib
Kyiv.
or something.
Remember, fellas and ladies, supposed to fall in 5 days, remember? But still standing 2.5 years later, and will continue to stand.
The president concentrated his remarks on Ukraine, but the president himself and his political future are also very much a part of this summit, as is the possibility of a second Trump administration.
Here's Nick Schifrin.
While questions around President Biden and former President Trump loom over the summit, the primary effort is Ukraine. NATO members will announce they are sending new air defense systems one day after one of the worst attacks on Kyiv in years that destroyed a children's hospital and killed more than 40. NATO will offer what its leaders call a bridge to Ukraine's membership, including a new command based in Germany led by a three-star general.
It's like the Mick Wallace fellas page, right? But he's constantly like posting like people clearly dying in Russia and be like, he's fine. Like half of that account is literally just people dying in Russia.
There's a lot of that happening. It's like hair stuck on me somewhere.
If people knew about that account,
NATO was taking over.
The whole fascist NATO allegations would really go off the chain if they really found it and realized what that account was. Because I mean, I repost a lot of it because it's really funny.
You'll have to show me it. I'm not sure what one you're talking about.
What has been a U.S.-led effort to coordinate weapons assistance. NATO will offer more training and financial assistance, and diplomats tell me the document will declare Ukraine's path toward membership is, quote, irreversible. Poland has been one of Ukraine's primary supporters, and its foreign minister, Radek Sikorski, is in Washington and joins me now. Foreign Minister Sikorski, thanks very much. Welcome back to the NewsHour. I just laid out how NATO will support Ukraine. First of all, do you believe that NATO is supporting Ukraine enough?
Well, we've made a big effort. Europe and the United States together, about $300 billion so far, most of it from Europe. So we are not free riders on this one. The US package has arrived at the battlefield.
That's the type of shit I could make
Putin has,
when I had free time
us,
and
so
nothing better to do, you know? Like, what a waste of time making that video, huh?
No, that was a waste of time. That was great.
And now spending real money. Poland has been spending 2% for 20 years. Others are also doing that. I believe 23 of the 32 members will now pass the threshold. We are at 4%, going on 5%. But yes, Ukraine desperately needs anti-aircraft defenses so that outrages like the one today should not happen in future. And so that Putin understands that he can't win it.
But there is nothing binding in this document. And of course, there is ongoing European and even American resistance to offering Ukraine a concrete invitation to membership. So, in fact, isn't much of this document reversible?
Well, membership would mean that we would need to join the war against Russia, and there is no appetite among Western publics for that. But Ukraine is getting a lot. And remember, the Russian economy is suffering badly. They're running out of their National Reserve Fund. They're running out of Soviet-era tanks to refurbish. Inflation is high. Interest rates are very high. In a year or two, Putin will be like Wilhelmine Germany. He will run out of resources to continue.
Could the steps that NATO is taking this week be reversed by former President Trump if he became president again and oppose the steps that you're taking this week?
Well, give credit where credit is due. President Trump was right to call on NATO to spend more on some member states. And I would even give him a pass on his inimitable style, because when previous presidents said the same with traditional American politeness, it didn't work. But we want to have the best possible relations with whoever is in charge.
You are a diplomat, of course, sir. And with all due respect to your diplomatic answer, let me ask you about something that aides to former President Trump say they are proposing to him, should he become president again, including going to Ukraine and threatening Kyiv with cutting off all U.S. weapons if it didn't go to the negotiating table, and then threatening Russia with flooding weapons to Ukraine if it didn't go to the negotiating table. Is that a workable solution?
Well, I like the second part more than the first part, because remember, Russia can end war in 5 minutes or in 1 day, as President Trump proposes it. But Ukraine can't, because this is just a victim resisting aggression. So yes, if they want to persuade Putin to give up by threatening him an escalation of support for Ukraine, that actually sounds to me like a good idea.
Another option floated by these aides would be essentially creating 2 tiers within NATO, and that Article 5 would only apply to countries paying more than 2%. Is that a workable solution?
Well, military alliances are not neighborhood security companies. You know, if you don't pay your bill, we take down your defenses. You never know when you might need your allies. This is an insurance policy for an emergency you cannot predict. And allies are useful in all kinds of ways. Allies should spend more, no question about it.
This is just
but
I do think it's an interesting interview.
Sure, but it's just non-stop status propaganda.
Yes. But what he says at the very end here is kind of interesting.
To treat it this commercially would, I think, be a mistake.
Last week, you tweeted the following, quote, Marcus Aurelius was a great emperor, but he screwed up his succession by passing the baton to his feckless son, Commodus, he from the Gladiator, whose disastrous rule started Rome's decline. It's important to manage one's ride into the sunset. Are you saying that President Biden should drop out of the race?
I'm saying that Marcus Aurelius screwed up his succession. Look, we had a summit with President Biden in March. Our president, our prime minister, I was there. An hour and a half, President Biden was strategic, focused, and actually quite humorous.
I should have also followed that up by like, they're making a second Gladiator
as
movie.
you acknowledge, an enormous debate in this country about President Biden and his future. Straight ahead question here, is that debate overshadowing?
No.
They showed that they're going to do the fucking naval battles inside the arena. They like where they flooded the Coliseum and did naval battles. You know about that, right?
No.
You didn't know they did naval battles in the Coliseum? Let me find a historical drawing so you can appreciate how awesome it is. Because it's just like, like the war memorial here, right? Our hockey team plays there, but like they can immediately just swap it out for a WWE ring, because there's like they drop down the panels and then put the ice on top of those panels, so you can just literally like pack up an ice ring, which is pretty fucking cool. It's like deployable Burger King shit.
Yeah.
The summit here in Washington and your work, especially focused on Ukraine.
They also should chariot.
You are the most important country in NATO.
Which is another thing. I mean, Ben Hur did
of the defense expenditure.
Well.
So of course we follow American politics with attention and sometimes anxiety. But we will work with whoever is president of the United States.
This week, Poland signed a security agreement with Ukraine that includes looking into the possibility of, quote, intercepting in Ukraine's airspace missiles and UAVs fired in the direction of the territory of Poland. Are you, a member of NATO, considering shooting down Russian missiles?
Well, look, Russian missiles cross into Polish and therefore NATO airspace all the time. I live in Western Poland, 500 kilometers away from the Ukrainian border, and yet a Russian missile landed 10 kilometers from my house. Therefore, I think legally and also on common sense ground, it would make sense to intercept them before they reach our airspace from inside our own airspace. Those are the ideas that are doing the rounds, but we need to make decisions in the alliance.
If Polish interceptors, if NATO interceptors were used to interdict Russian UAVs or missiles over Ukraine's airspace, would that make those interceptors a legitimate target for Russian forces? And therefore, does that risk escalation?
No. Ukraine has been designated by the General Assembly of the United Nations as a victim of aggression. We actually have a duty to help the victim defend herself. Those UAVs and Russian missiles have no business being over Ukraine and murdering innocent people. And when they come close to the NATO border, we have every right to defend ourselves too.
Polish Foreign Minister Radek Sikorski, thank you very much.
Second day of the NATO summit in Washington, D.C., where leaders from around the world have gathered to address...
I think we've had enough of NATO.
Now I'll show... Yeah, I was waiting for the story to end so I could show you this stuff, right?
Yeah.
So they literally, they flood the Coliseum, bruh. Get out of here, cookie policy.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of here. There's, fully crewed ships, right? They're, shooting gunpowder in front of crowds.
What? So they filled them with water.
Uh-huh. Then they could
awesome.
drain the Coliseum as well.
That's cool.
Right? So here you can see they're boarding parties. People in the water. The ship is on fire, right? So
that's fucking cool as fuck.
Yeah. So and here's a little screen cap from Gladiator too.
And they're doing this in Gladiator.
Yeah, the next one.
Dude. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's actually pretty fucking cool.
Volkswagen shares slipped on Wednesday after a profit warning. The German auto giant said it saw a 3.8% drop in second quarter sales. China was a particularly difficult market as deliveries fell by almost a fifth. Sales of combustion engine cars have fallen in the country, but still
They
make
should
up
do it
most of
for real.
VW's
I
lineup
mean, if
in
the
China.
Romans could do
They
it
can't
for
make it-
real,
Yeah.
there's no reason they shouldn't have an actual like a pool set that they can use on a back lot, right? Like they have the like. I mean, like James Cameron filmed a fucking entire movie underwater.
True.
With
It
these
said it will raise
fucking-
its battery
so,
powered
like,
offerings in coming
They
years.
definitely have the pools, so it should only be like it should be all like practical shit. I don't want fake water or anything like that. No Life of Pi bullshit, right?
Mhm.
Fire can be fake, of course, for safety. But like I need fucking trained rescue there because people are going to be in the water all day acting.
Yes.
You know, and trained rescue should be there to like potentially have to pull people out and save lives. Like the only thing that should be like inauthentic is the like crowd, which will be realistically filmed. It'll just be composited with these two shots.
It will also prioritize profitability, even as rival Chinese car makers slash
In
prices.
my opinion,
to a
it's
half.
specifically
A VW
pro-Polish.
spokesperson told Reuters they do not expect an easy
I
year
want to
ahead.
say that they
The company lowered its operating return on sales forecast down by between
crossing
half.
wires because I watch too much news here. But I want to say that somebody was saying that like it was the same type of guy who was saying like Trump wasn't necessarily wrong about these things, but now we actually need to go up to 2.5. Right? And he was saying like we have more members at 2%, but we need to be spending more anyway. Pushing for the 2.5, which is interesting. Because NATO is more important than the United States. That's more important than our election. So to start telling Trump now, like, no, you're right, you should push him to spend more money, you know, and encouraging him as like not, you know, because you all hate me, you know, and
gaslight him.
Yes, because he threw candy at Angela Merkel, right?
So basically, just gaslight the narcissist into doing what you want. It's not a bad strategy, honestly. Because you might be able to avoid fascism by gaslighting him. However, you also have to deal with the establishment party, which is obviously also behind him in the implementation of it. So maybe if Trump is going to get elected, hopefully people are that worried about the 2025 shit that they vote blue for House and Senate.
Oh, I think I think it's really only the federal that could go to the Republicans at this point.
Yeah, like there's no fucking way they're winning.
I don't think they're winning the Senate even.
Like, surely it would be close to a pretty massive majority at this point, right?
I wonder, like, obviously under Reagan there was a big shift to one direction, but I'm curious, when was the last time the more liberal side of the United States government had a strong majority?
It probably would have been Dixiecrat era, I imagine.
And that's the thing with our system too, is like, you know, France, they have a coalition now, they have to form coalitions, but like with us, realistically, just one seat advantage has an absolute majority.
Yes. Which is dumb.
50-50 Senate. Yes, I would say most likely deadlock Senate, which means that the Republicans actually win, because obviously there's going to be a fucking Joe Manchin spoiler in there, you know? And if they had 51, they would have two spoilers, like Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin, you know? Notice how they got right out of the way when they got, you know, when it was only, you know, because they gained more advantage, or they like lost advantage in here and that. So they'll decide how many people who need to go against the institution are in there.
Half and a full percentage point. It further said its Audi brand was considering closing its Brussels site due to low demand for its higher-end electric cars. Volkswagen shares were down over 1% in early trade, but slightly recovered later.
This video was brought to you by Skillshare. Today,
yeah, I know. Yeah,
new consumer price
exactly.
data has shown that
she does not matter. Manchin's also leaving, right? Neither of them matter, because there's 10 other people underneath them that are pushing them to do those things anyway. And they probably knew they were going to leave, and that's why they were the ones who came forward to be the obstruction. So, like, that's the thing is like, no matter what, the minority rule is still there. So just get the Republicans out ahead of time, right? Transition to the next party system. It can only happen if there's a huge majority that swings Dem.
China's deflationary pressures continue to impede the country's economic recovery. That's because the consumer price index rose just 0.2% from a year ago, according to the National Bureau.
The lessons we can take from Britain and France's elections, right? While fascism didn't win, right? And we say, like, they say, like, you know, like it's the center is gonna lead in Britain, right? More than it is the left, right? Is kind of what they're saying. So that leaves, if they're so center, right, which the Democrats would be if they had an advantage, it wouldn't swing far left to do progressive policy. It would be center policy. That would still leave more room on the far, far right. Like we saw this with Nigel Farage getting like such a high, he got like 14%, 14.6% of the vote. It may not have represented in seats, but like that's still a strong far right lean that has gained. You know, unfortunately, they're so radical that they can't hold a coalition. But in the United States, they can. We have the Freedom Caucus and the Republican Party, you know? So while I think that a response to a wipeout election this November will lead into the next election having people who used to have Nancy Pelosi's position be your standard Republican candidate, Marjorie Taylor Greene is not going anywhere. And people like her are also not going anywhere. So potentially, if they are able to divide and weaponize the divide over the Republican Party in both countries here, and in France too, to some extent, then they really, really could do a lot. And like the UK, pointing to, like already, they've already rolled out good policies, right? They just rolled out like a anti-poverty policy today, where they're bringing like some type of like mutual fund or something up, right? They have to fix healthcare. If they can fix the UK's healthcare, that's going to look even better for healthcare inside the United States, you know, because like the UK somehow is more impactful here than Canada healthcare, and we more point and scapegoat the British system about how it sucks.
Of statistics on Wednesday. That's even lower than the 0.3% rise in May, and less than the forecast of 0.4% growth by a Bloomberg poll of analysts. Meanwhile, the producer price index declined 0.8% last month year on year, which, to be fair, is an improvement from the 1.4% contraction.
Sorry, pointless anecdote. The fact that I actually am briefed on British policy, I never thought that would happen. You know, so like it's already impressive what Labour has done in that case. The fact that I know so much about British policy and government now just because of this election.
Gate price gauge has gained strength over the past 3 months and was in line with analyst forecasts, but the data has underscored concerns about poor consumer spending in the world's second largest economy. The main concern here, though, is deflation, which is when consumer and asset prices decrease over time and purchasing power increases. The mirror image of inflation, deflation, is essentially when you combine more goods and services tomorrow with the same amount you have today. Here. While this might sound like a good thing,
this is
deflation
not
can
some
signal
like
an impending
gutted,
recession.
Pussy American
when people
Infrastructure Act policy here, okay? So this is just on, like I said, they did some like economy stuff. So this is what it is. Employment rights and obligations may be impacted by the Labor Party's pledge to take the following actions. So this is just they haven't voted on what their goals are on this bill, right? Granting protection of unfair dismissal, sick pay, and parental leave as day one rights. So basically mandatory if you have a kid, you get leave, husband or wife, right? Great. Requiring that flexible working be the day one default for all workers, except where not reasonably feasible. Banning 0-hour contracts. Not really sure exactly what that means. introducing a right for employees to have a contract that reflects the number of hours actually worked based on a 12-week reference period. So instead of like them fucking you weekly on your overtime pay, you're able to look at 12 weeks and say, this is how many hours I put in those weeks, and this is what I'm actually owed. Prohibiting fire and rehire practices. I see that so much in the restaurant industry.
Yeah.
Amending collective redundancy consultation thresholds such that they are triggered based on the number of people impacted across the employer's business rather than with each specific establishment work site. I assume this is more like, workman's comp type stuff. Redundancy consultation threshold. Who knows exactly what that means? Merging employee and worker status, which is just like, hey, you're shareholders in this company, right? That's what they say at Starbucks or something. Strengthening the rights and protections for whistleblowers and workers transferred under the transfer of undertakings, protection of employment regulations, introducing legislation to protect interns and volunteers from sexual harassment. That should already be there. That's weird. Introducing the right to switch off and work autonomously. The right to switch off. What does that mean exactly, right? Strengthening the rights and protections for workers and the self-employed. That's great. So you have rights, as a, single person as well. You don't need to work for, like, that's America's issue with insurance, right? You need to work for an employer to get health care.
Yes.
So more stuff like that, where you're not fucked like that, where you can have more independent businesses. Protecting workers from remote surveillance. That's especially good considering, especially with like all the India influx with tech that goes on, right? A lot of people are exploited from India that work in the UK.
Yep.
Requiring Section 1 statements issues to new starters to inform them of their right to join a trade union. So as you come in, they have to tell you you have the right to form a union. Extending statutory maternity and paternity leave. I already said that, basically. Introducing a right to bereavement leave and strengthen protections for pregnant women. Introducing fair pay agreements that will be negotiated through collective bargaining. I assume this is about gender inequality. Requiring mandatory ethnicity and disability pay reporting for large employers, ones with more than 250 staff. Ethnicity and disability pay reporting. Oh, okay. So like, if you have more than 250 employees, the government is going to make sure you're paying black people the same amount. Is basically what that is saying. Like you, if somebody's disabled, you better be paying them the same amount. There better be no specific irregularities on these people, right? That's kind of cool. Introducing an obligation for some larger employers to have a menopause action plan. Overhauling health and safety law enforcement. Banning unpaid internships except where they are part of an education or training course. That means nothing. That means you still have unpaid internships. Increasing the time frame for filing claims with employment tribunals from 3 months to 6 months. So I assume that's more like when you're out of work, you can file for stuff. That's a lot. That took me a while to get through. That's incredible policy. And with their absolute majority, most of it will probably pass. And it'll be great for their economy. Because that's the main issue, is the Tories have really just fucked their economy with these conservative policies.
Prices are heading down, they delay spending in the hopes that they can buy things for cheaper at a later date. This lower spending then creates a negative feedback loop, as less spending means less income for producers, which can generate
this is why goods don't get cheaper.
Lower prices and even less spending. Well, at the start of the year, analysts predicted that China would have to deal with deflationary pressures for at least the first 6 months. The chief economist for a leading Chinese hedge fund has now said that the risk of deflation has not faded in China, as domestic demand remains weak. And consumer prices were particularly affected.
This is more than just affecting China, just so everyone knows, right? So when we talk about like businesses pulling out of China, this is actually why.
Vegetable prices, for instance, dropped 7.3% year on year during June, while prices of fruit fell by 8.7%, and those of beef tumbled by 13.4%. While the country was able to achieve an official growth goal of around 5% in 2023, repeating a similar performance may be difficult this time round, especially after economists surveyed by Bloomberg forecast consumer prices to increase by only 0.6% this year, a far cry from the 3% official target. Next week, the Chinese Communist Party is set to hold an important economic policy meeting to discuss what can be done about this economic downturn. But the data certainly isn't.
I'm sure. There's
more on the way, but remember to subscribe and ring the bell.
Opposition will be reasonable and
Plus,
fix it right up, and they will listen to opposition. Yeah, exactly. It's really bad, and this is something that's so slept on is the deflation in China. It's so underreported. And I think that one of the reasons why it's so underreported, people are like, wait, their food is cheaper. How is that bad? Like, you need a basic understanding of, like, you could not explain this to a libertarian, right?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot explain to them that inflation is good, actually, that your dollars are worth less tomorrow. It's actually good. Do you like the Great Depression? Libertarians, clearly you do.
We've got a great channel for you. Made right for it.
What? Great Depression cooking?
Great Depression cooking.
They'll teach you how to eat dandelions. It's funny because Xi, Orban, and Putin are like very cartoonable, you know, like a political cartoon. They're like very distinct looking, weird looking people.
They are.
Like,
Italian fisherman.
I can't think of like anyone else in the Chinese government that really can be cartooned as well as him. But there's got to be someone else I just don't know
It has
about.
to be somebody. Who was the guy with the big glasses?
That's Hu Jintao, I believe, is who you're thinking of.
He was pretty memeable, but that was like Kim Jong-il level memeable.
That's the thing, is just like I don't even him. I just think that I don't know.
Vincenzo was at sea one morning in 2022 when he spotted a boat of 24 migrants trying to cross to Europe.
Did he kill
Africa. He sailed to it, and before he knew it, the migrants were jumping onto his boat. There was nothing else to do but help them.
I think
ram them.
I thought about their family. I thought a lot about the fact that we are only on this earth.
He's more of like he's like a character. You know what I'm saying?
Not real. Motherfuckers, not real.
But help them, he says.
I thought about their family. I thought a lot about the fact that we are only on this earth once and must help each other. I tried to do everything I could.
Vincenzo is not the only Lampedusa fisherman who has become an accidental rescuer of migrants in this sea. Fishermen here, along with Italian authorities, pick up migrants almost every day. About 95,000 migrants arrived on Lampedusa over 12 months, starting June 1st. 2023. Since January, the Italian government has put in place a new policy known as the Mattei Plan.
Kill on sight.
To try and stem the flow. Italy hopes the plan will redefine its relationship with Africa, stimulating development and creating jobs, and deterring migrants from leaving their countries of origin.
Is exactly this: using public funds to improve the investment climate. Africa needs investments.
Addressing irregular migration is a main concern for Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who needs to appease the far-right voters who got her into office 2 years ago. If it works, and let's say the development-led approach could become a model for the rest of Europe.
No individual European country is able to compete with other international players. China, Gulf countries.
Back in Lampedusa, which is closer to Tunisia and Libya than mainland Italy, activists say something must change.
Very weird. Like, it's almost like I'm like, am I looking up the right guy? Right? Because like the like it's almost like a lot of the images of him have been wiped from the internet. Right? But like this right here, this is bizarre. Because I know I've seen this page and it was huge before, right? And it doesn't even, it's like him younger. Like, is this even the same guy? And like, I don't even, like, I'm like, what? Who is this guy? But it clearly is because he's the general secretary. Like, who the fuck is that? Right? And look at how small this is.
What the fuck? That doesn't
One
make any
source,
sense.
right? This was clearly purged, this Wikipedia article. No world leader or former world leader has a wiki this small. It's
wasn't he disappeared recently?
Yes, but like this is like fucking like WWE with Chris Benoit, you know? Like you can barely find anything from them that he existed, right? But like the image search that I did, right? So like I typed in, you type in his name, and I literally was like paranoid. Like, am I typing in the right name? Like, what is going on, right? But like,
it's just young pictures of him. No, they're normal. It's just
right. We do have the purging here, you know, and it's like, which one is Hu Jintao? It looks more like this guy in these other pictures, but that's him, right?
Yeah.
Like he got hair plugs when he's older, and he looks so much different. Right? Or am I crazy? And this guy is totally someone else, and this guy's been Hu Jintao.
No, the guy on the right is somebody else.
Who's this guy?
I don't know, because that's the guy I was definitely thinking of.
Hang on. Look, see, here's arrows pointing to him. Like, but yeah, I want it. Well, who's the thick man? Who's the thick? See, there you go. See, it's definitely that
Jiang
guy.
Zemin.
Jiang Zemin. There we go.
Him.
Jiang Zemin, Hu Jintao. So that soundbite that I have is actually Jiang Zemin, not Hu Jintao.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, no, this is the guy. This guy is the one I'm thinking of.
So there you go.
This guy.
Hu Jintao was so forgettable. So forgettable, right? That even Wikipedia has been deleted. I literally was confusing him with the other leader who was in China at the time.
That's very funny. Okay.
Because shouldn't happen that in these years there are people arriving through the Mediterranean Sea that is so dangerous and so risky, and there are many people that are losing their lives, or they are losing relatives or friends.
Itzhak disagrees with the current policies of Italy and other nations of Europe funding security forces in African states that routinely push back migrants. Vincenzo says he would like to see more cooperation to end the dangerous sea crossings and relieve pressure on Lampedusa's residents.
Oh, by the way, was this
one more thing?
Is this the org that rescued them? Is it this story?
Yeah.
What's the title?
Italy tries new approach to.
Okay. There's a different title that's about them actually rescuing people in the Mediterranean.
Okay.
Because I want to see if it's the org that I support, and I'm trying to get on the show that they won't respond to me.
Okay.
Events that many deaths could be avoided.
Officials say more than 3,000 people died trying to cross the Mediterranean last year. Migrant activists.
How many?
Have gone
3,000.
unreported.
Wow.
And we look into the
how many migrants are per year in Europe?
400,000 or something.
That's a bad KD ratio, huh? The United States only ground what, 3 people?
Yeah. 3, 4, 5, maybe.
You know, in that one incident where they took over a boat ramp.
They like whipped them as well and shit. Like that was cool. Using horse reins to whip people, that's pretty cool.
Italy.
And the only response was, it's actually disinformation because they weren't whips that they were hitting them with. So when they say whipping people, they're actually lying. They're sensationalizing the story. Because they're not the physical object of a whip. They're just being whipped with something that is not a whip.
Literally semantics. Just playing with
so specific. the Chinese bots that you encountered, right? And they were like, WikiLeaks debunked the Tiananmen Square massacre, and I immediately was like, what is this about, right? And I looked it up, and it's so funny because all it says is literally what we have known the whole time, that the massacres happened leading up to the square, not inside the square, right?
Yeah.
So I said, look, I could do semantic too, Jack. Start calling it the Tiananmen Square protest massacre, not the Tiananmen Square massacre, right? Because it's not the square it's not the massacre at the square, it's the protests.
Yeah, because I just say Tiananmen massacre because it's not necessarily saying it's there, but that's like the main center point of where the focus was. But I had somebody literally go, what about the cops that were burned to death? I'm like, they burnt cops to death? Based. Like ACAB includes red
so
cops,
that's
bitch.
So that's another thing is like, so what we should do, because like I think we should announce right now that we're going to be doing another show, right? So episode 1 we're going to do the French Revolution, but fucking the Tiananmen Square massacre might be a good episode as well, because the whole point is that it's like, because even that our interview show is like Let Them Eat Cake, which was never said, it's a pop history thing, right?
Yeah.
But it represents so much, and that's why we picked it. So we're gonna do an actual pop history show where we dive into what pop history represents something as, and like what the actual case is behind it and the history behind it. So maybe I actually am getting more interested, because they're making me want to do more research on the massacre by trying to deny it, which is like the opposite of what their goals are.
It's literally what happened to me. I'm like, because this was like the only time I'm like, I have time. I'm about to go get very high and just chill out for the night, eat some pizza, watch some Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Right? So I'm like, all right, let's play.
Also, if we do a Discord, we can totally do movie streams where we basically, it's illegal and we're pirating a movie with our private Discord to watch. I used to do that back in the day, where we would actually, what we'd do is in the chat, we would all make sure we're hitting play at the same time on a movie to watch together.
That's funny.
Because anyway, what I was saying is that I want to be like, when I say the government had justification, it doesn't mean that it's like actual justification or right.
Yeah.
They just had something that wasn't made up reasoning, and it was because the protesters did attack and like harm police, right? So you could say that the people escalated the protest, but it was the police who brought violence. The people responded, and then that really pissed off the Chinese government. And you know, for all we know, the only reason that first expedition went in, and knowing that it was going to be underpowered and shit, was just so Bill Clinton could then help defend Deng Xiaoping. You know, I think it was Bill Clinton who, because he slept on that and Rwanda, I believe.
He didn't respond to this, did he?
I believe it was Clinton. No. They literally like defended the Chinese government's right to do so. So that's also like why that cable in WikiLeaks is also important, because they're there to like be like, hey, like, you know, make sure, you know, we can get make sure we come out on top and we won't look bad for trading with a government that does this, you know. So like the United States helped them justify it, which is all part of the research we'd have to do the next show if we do that as the second topic. But I was even saying, like, if we record monthly, like I could easily talk for 3 hours about the French Revolution, and it can be cut up for weekly shows if we end up going that long. Like, not really care about an end time, but just go until we're like, okay, this is getting boring.
Syrian refugees across several Turkish cities triggered President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's call for dialogue with his Syrian counterpart Bashar al-Assad.
Well, what we could do is I could sort of moderate it and keep it in time and be like research timeline of history, right? So that we could do it in a timeline sense, and I'd be like, all right, these dates, what happened?
No, that's like if you look at like we do like the intro we do with Haiti, talking about Haiti's history, I already have points laid out on like what topics that we're gonna hit to be relevant to the day. Like I specifically know, but like there's no need to actually streamline exactly shit. So it's like I think everyone will have bullet points and topics of what they want to go into, and as long as everyone's bullet points are really hit, then boom.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't think it should be too long though. Like 3 hours is a long time.
Yeah, but if it's cut into multiple parts,
maybe, yeah.
Then it's just more releases that you can do.
Yeah.
So I mean, TrueAnon does like 3-part episodes.
That is true.
Refugees who Turkey has hosted since the start of the Syrian conflict in 2011.
In this environment, the Syrians become an easy target, and the country is fed up with their presence, rightly or wrongly. And this is a very important political issue. Therefore, it is pretty important.
Finally, technically, mainstream, I guess we could say, media reporting on this.
Yes, finally. How many months later?
No, it's just been like a week or two.
At least a semblance of order.
Of this one specifically. I mean, Turkey's been doing shit like this for ages.
Yeah, but this is specifically about the protest normalizing with Assad.
Okay.
Finally, finally we have a, high produced stuff.
Yeah, a few 1,000 people, 13 comments.
Well, how old is it? How much of it is people? How many Turkish flags are in the comments?
None.
Okay, no gray wolves in there saying they deserve
the Syrians who are in Turkey can be presented to the country in a believable way.
Growing animosity towards the more than 3 million Syrian refugees in Turkey, along with nearly triple-digit inflation, were key factors behind the losses Erdogan's party suffered in the March elections. Analysts say Russian leader Vladimir Putin welcomes Erdogan's efforts to open dialogue with Syria, as it could represent a loss of Turkish support for the Syrian rebels and an end to the civil war. This would be advantageous to the Russian leader as he looks to shift his military resources from Syria to Ukraine.
Epic. Let's not forget. Let's not forget how Turkey is fucking Ukraine by doing this too. That's a great point, VOA. Yeah. They already sent General Armageddon there from Syria. What happened when he went there? Oh, immediate simultaneous strikes with Shahed drones on civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. Crazy.
And Ankara. But for the moment...
Wait, what do you mean?
General Armageddon?
No, I know, but like about Turkey, how is it holding up? Right, like how's it?
Well, they're going to free up resources that Russia could move back into Ukraine.
Oh.
That's bad.
Yes.
You know, like the civil war continuing, also bad. Syria has suffered a lot. It would be great for the violence to end. But just like Iran, how many people need to die at protests? How many years has it happened? The people who there's people who were children during that the green left reformist movement who were killed, right? There's people who were children then whose daughters were then killed in the most recent revolution attempt
in Iran.
Right? And after the harm we have seen come to the Syrian people, why would we condemn them to the same fate, right? After the things that Assad has done, right? Why would we present them to the same strife that Iran puts on its own people? Because if Iran actually entered a civil war, I guarantee you it would fall. The United States just prevents it from happening.
And he doesn't really control much of the country anyway.
Yeah.
So, what the fuck
just imagine the repeating things that we have seen in Iran from all these revolutions, then apply it to Syria. How long would bloodshed be stemmed from the end of the civil war? How long until
The next Duma.
Not even the next Duma, but like there was massacres that happened at those protests originally, right? There's protests going on. Like the Druze are now protesting him. The Druze sided with Assad before because Baathism uses the minority power, right? So they said that the Sunnis are going to slay you because you're Druze. They hate you because of your faith. You know, this is Muslim Brotherhood. They're dominionists, you know, that type of rhetoric, right? And the Druze bought into it because Assad that's the thing. This is like, we talk about this with the Kurds. Assad, out of the 4 regions that control Kurdistan, Assad has objectively treated the Kurds the best out of all 4. Right? That's crazy.
That's kind of funny.
That's crazy. Because of how bad Assad is, right? And he does that to shore up support against the ethnic majority, right? That's how Baathism works. It's that victim complex of Nazism that we see.
Yeah, interesting.
Of course, Moscow is busy with Ukraine.
But Turkey's significant military presence in Syria could be a stumbling block to talks. Turkish forces are deployed to fight Kurdish forces that Ankara accuses of being linked to separatists in Turkey.
Pay the CIA
Analysts
for
say
it?
Damascus will likely press for Turkey's withdrawal of its forces from Syria as a price for the talks.
Bashar al-Assad is dependent on Russians and Iranians, and also to local.
Like, it's like, oh, Iran will get power, but it's like, why not just take out Iran? Like, what are we doing? Like, why does it exist like this? Do something. Like, come on, you can't do another coup for good old times.
Warlords, and even inside his close circle, he needs to depend on other partners. So it's really
one of the reasons Assad is still alive as well is because Russian air defenses surround him. We couldn't use a cruise missile on him even if we wanted to. And also, even if we tried to send missiles to hit Assad, it would give Russia a lot of logistical data to then analyze on countermeasures for our missiles.
Turkey out of Turkish military.
Israel could.
Out of
Israel
Syria,
could probably
can only
attempt
ask for Ankara to withdraw these.
You know, if you go listen to our interview with Alan, Israel benefits from Assad as well. What has Israel actually lost for Assad being there? What does Israel actually lose because Iran exists? It's justified their annexation of the West Bank, their genocide in Gaza, all because Iran exists. So then you ask yourself, why hasn't the United States also then taken out Iran? If they were so scared to take out Saddam that he might get fucking power, or Iran might get power over Iraq, which ended up happening anyway. What are they scared of then? If Iran was the problem, then what's going on?
And then start to talk with Ankara.
Erdogan rules out withdrawing Turkish forces from Syria, saying it's a matter of national security.
And for anyone who doesn't know, when you hear the term Ankara, it's like saying Washington here, you know? It's like basically what do they call it? The Kremlin, right? It's the same term. It's the capital, city in Turkey where the legislation happens. So when you hear that, that's what they mean. They're talking about it's a substitute for Turkish government. This footage looks so much like some footage from Afghanistan back in the day that I've seen so many times. I don't know, just like the same shot composition.
It's always funny seeing Nazis cry at Elon Musk, like, I thought this was a free speech platform, when they're just straight JQing. It's like the guy's post got hit with a limited visibility, and he's like, well, I thought this was free speech platform. It's
Elon
like,
Musk
three
literally
things
said that
he's
hate
openly
speech will
said
have
yeah,
legitimate.
Exactly. He's not going to remove it, but he's going to de-rank it. Like, he told you, you fucking idiots.
Broke out in the rebel-held areas of northeastern Syria last week, amid fears that Ankara may be preparing to abandon the rebels. There are also concerns that a Turkish pullout could bring a humanitarian disaster and reprisal by Assad
Finally
forces.
reporting.
The regime come back in this
Finally
area.
reporting on this.
Most of the people want to move to Turkey, and for Turkey, it's not possible to welcome 4 million of new refugees, because these people know very well that if they stay under the control of the regime.
With tensions high in Turkey over the presence of
especially
Syrian
with all the
refugees,
what about Palestine shit when this hospital was bombed, and the fact that all the time they're constant, there's this footage that went around that was literally Aleppo is blood with some things that basically look like bagels. And it's like they were just hungry, they just wanted to eat. And like Aswad was sharing it like, and they were murdered by fucking Iranian proxies in Syria. The city is literally in the video, like the name of the city in Aleppo, or the name of the region in Aleppo is literally in the video. Like, you're literally posting shit that says this was in Syria while you're saying it's Palestine. Like, the fact that like the Syrians were so ignored, and then these people have the nerve to be like, nobody cares about Palestine, everyone's biased against Palestine. Like, it's that meme with the drowning kids, and then there's the skeleton at the bottom of the pool. You know, that's the meme. Syria has always been the skeleton at the bottom of the pool. Nobody gives a fuck. And like, they're so important for everything that's going on right now. You know, like look at even like Syrian civilian journalists of Ukraine, right? Some of the best journalists that are working in Ukraine came from the Syrian conflict. Are either Lebanese or Syrian, and doing incredible work about like Ukraine. So many Syrians care deeply, deeply about what's going on in Ukraine, because these people are smart enough to know that the United States is never anyone's ally, right? But Ukraine could be. Ukraine, like winning against Russia, I've said, like, I want them to win because it could potentially mean that Ukraine will help destroy the Islamic Republic, right? Like, it's just a rational conclusion that these people have. They know that Ukraine is like basically the hegemon to turn to if you actually want revolutionary change right now, because it's not coming from the United States, and it never has, and it never will.
For Putin to soften Assad's stance on talks, which could happen in the
and
coming
it's just
weeks.
not even
Dorian
that.
Jones, VOA News, Istanbul.
They identify with what's going on there because it happened to them, so they empathize with.
Last month, Jose W. Fernandez. The US government's representative to the Minerals Security.
Okay. Did we look at hang on, there was the whole like refugees drowning.
No?
Okay, I'll find the story real quick because I wanted to see it after that Italy story. So let me find it. Because I want to see what's
got some Gaza stuff.
Overseas now, Israel says its fighter jets struck a Hezbollah target in central Lebanon overnight. Tensions on Israel's
for the NATO
border
stuff. There's F-16 stuff in there that we didn't.
Yeah, that's it was here. It was with
the
Russian
eyes
stuff.
of the world are on Washington, D.C. right now on the second day of NATO's 75th anniversary landmark summit. Russia's war on Ukraine is at the top of the agenda, with the alliance aiming to showcase its ironclad commitment to Kyiv. Earlier, the NATO chief said he expects allies to agree to what he's calling a substantial package for Ukraine. And U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken made this announcement just a short time ago.
As we speak, the transfer of F-16 jets is underway. Coming from Denmark, coming from the Netherlands.
Okay.
And those jets.
How many? You said this last September, though. Are they? Are they actually coming? Are they going to be deployed or not, Anthony? Don't gaslight me anymore. This summer, we'll be flying in Ukraine this summer. So you have until the end of fucking August. We're talking about Afghan pullout measures here, you know?
In the skies of Ukraine this summer.
If those,
make sure that Ukraine
if I see those
to
jets in Ukraine for the first time, and
the
there is
Norway
anything
has
but
announced that it will send 6 American-made F-16 fighter jets to
one
Ukraine
single
this year to
even
help
red
Kyiv
or
defend.
yellow leaf, you have failed. Okay. Better not take literally
against
by
Russia.
the end of August. They were supposed to be granted last September. An entire fucking year. Get out of here with that shit. Better not have leaves changing, or I'm going to be so mad and I'm going to yell a lot. You better not kill my dog.
As we
I swear to
reported,
God, I'll be
Denmark
real
and the
mad.
Netherlands are also sending F-16s to Ukraine. Norway is especially sensitive to the conflict in Ukraine, as it is one of a handful of NATO members sharing a border with Russia. Joining us now is Norway's Foreign Minister, Espen Barth Eide. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us, Foreign Minister. I want to start off with the F-16s that you'll be sending, and I want you to give me a sense of the timeline and the delivery of these jets to Ukraine.
Thank you very much. First, I have to say I'm the foreign minister, not the prime minister. But thank.
It's so funny, right? Ever since you told me about the Zyklon B and how it actually worked, the whole Madors bullshit from the Nazis is like even dumber now because it's
literally just like pool chlorine.
Yeah, like it's cyanide. They're droplets. It's vapor. You fucking idiots.
You anyway, and so we announced today the donation of 6 F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine, and that is part of broader efforts where Belgium, Denmark, and the Netherlands are also donating F-16s. That means donating the aircraft, but also teaching pilots and
it's
operators.
Just like, you know how states of matter work, right? Okay, so if I'm putting a solid somewhere, what is the next state of matter after that, huh? Like, to think that it goes straight from like things do go straight from a solid to a gas, but it's just very rare.
And maintenance personnel, and also providing equipment so that it can be actively used. And we hope that this will enhance Ukraine's capacity to to have better control of their own airspace, to defend themselves in the air, but also to give some long-range capacities to Ukraine, which are useful in hitting behind enemy lines on the battlefield.
So,
say something?
So Zyklon A, right? A pesticide that released hydrogen cyanide, which is a gas, right? Hydrogen cyanide is the gas form, right? Upon exposure to water and heat, right? So it dissolves with water and heat, and then the chemicals unbind and become a gas from that unbinding, and that gas is cyanide. Is what I think specifically that it sounds.
That was A and B?
Well, that's A, but I have to read more.
Okay.
So, Minister, give me a sense of what the delivery time is. I'm hearing that it could take a few years, over the next few years, and if that's the case, is there a sense that this could be a prolonged war?
Well, I mean, you always need to prepare for this being a prolonged war. Of course, we would hope to see this having, a decisive outcome in Ukraine's favor soon. But I think it's wise when you're in war, or when you're supporting friends who are in war, that you plan for the long run and you hope for an earlier outcome. And of course, even after the war, when Ukraine has prevailed, and when we collectively have showed President Putin that this type of behavior cannot be accepted in Europe, Ukraine still needs to defend itself. So there's no shortage in need to build the Ukraine defensive capacities, and by assisting them in moving from sort of Soviet era MiGs and Sukhois and into very modern equipment also in the air, we supplement the brave and very committed people in Ukraine with equipment that will we believe be
okay.
Very
so
helpful.
specifically,
aircraft that has been.
The cyanide component of Zyklon B can bind to one of these iron groups, right? So it actually binds to the metal in your blood, and
Awesome. So
cyanide,
even more effective.
So to be a really basic instruction on chemical weapons, there's 4 kinds, broad categories, right? Nerve agent, generally the worst. We've gone over those, right? Next is a blister agent, which is more damaging to your skin if inhaled. It scars your lungs and can fuck you up for life. Sulfur mustard is a blister agent. Choking agents, you inhale, it basically kills the oxygen in your blood system because you can't get oxygen into you, right? Chlorine, right? The last one is the most complicated one. They're the most toxic, but they're incredibly hard to use poisons because you need to bind them directly into the bloodstream. And those are blood agents, which is cyanide.
Yes,
people think blood agent, what's that? That sounds like brutal, even though it's technically, like, cyanide is technically the safest poison out of all the chemical weapons. It was always ineffective. They tried cyanide gas in World War I. It was ineffective, right? Chlorine gas could have killed those people too, but they figured out, hey, you don't even need chlorine if you just make this shit that will you just throw a shitload of canisters in, and boom, everyone's dead.
Oh my god. Well, I can't show that on stream.
What'd you find?
Actually, it's not like super graphic. People are definitely fine in this video. This is definitely not like super graphic, you know, nothing really happened. That's not an axe or anything.
Bro, why would you show that after saying you can't show it?
Look, I made the decision. It wasn't that it was fine. It was fine. China, I guess.
Extremely useful in protecting Norway and Belgium and Netherlands and Denmark from all these years, and now we have a
dispute, apparently. Very cool.
Them and we give them to Ukraine.
Yeah. All right. I want to talk about what's happening in the United States and the scrutiny that President Biden is under and the confidence in him. Does Norway have confidence in President Biden and being at this NATO summit and, of course, hearing what he has to say, engaging with the United States? What's been the sense on the ground?
So we are attending an international meeting of 32 countries and many partners on top of that at a very critical moment. And my emphasis is on working well with America, whoever runs America. And democracies are complex constructions, but they're the best way of governance in our view. And we will respect whatever happens, whether it's happening in the elections or before. We want to work with any American leader. And we want to convey one key message, which is that America has been an excellent partner over these 75 years. We are also doing our best. We have heard a message that came from Obama, from President Trump, from President Biden, that Europe needs to do more. That message was heard. And the vast majority of European partners are now way above 2%, including my own country, Norway. We are actually heading towards 3% for our case, 3%. And that is because it's the right thing to do, but it's also because we think this was an important ask from the biggest member of the alliance. So I don't want to comment on the specifics of American internal discussions, but I expect to be working well with whoever is the future president of the US.
Absolutely. You know, as a final question, what does Norway hope to get out of this NATO summit? What are your expectations?
Oh my God, is that Eric Adams? With the bin. Oh my God, it is, isn't it? This is him. This is the New York mayor wheeling a bin up to a pre-ruled square.
Oh yeah, but they're doing the New York. Think the dreams are better. They do it every time they roll out a new garbage can that is like another city has had for like decades. You know, they always got to be like, New York, we're rising up. We figured out how to throw out things.
I think it is, you know, NATO is in many ways coming back to its original core purpose. You know, in the meantime, we've been out there meandering into terrorist, you know, protection against terrorism, asymmetric threats. These are all important.
Oh my God. God damn it. Fucking state talking points. Kill me. A lot of water. So how many did they rescue? 87? A Libyan vessel. Okay. Depressing.
When Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, American soldier Jericho McGallan signed up to fight for Ukraine the very next month. He was killed in September near Bakhmut, likely by a drone, and his body remained in Ukraine. On June 30th, the day McGallan would have turned 29, his body was finally transported to Los Angeles, and from there to his native town of Ojai, California. His mother, Allison McGallan, said he simply had to go to Ukraine.
And he explained to me that it was like watching bullies
on a playground beating up a child, and everyone is standing around, but no one's acting. At that moment, I was like, no, he was going to go no matter what.
His sister, Rebecca McGowan, said his decision puzzled some members of the family.
I never did disagree with that part, but a lot of people, a lot of other family members, my father, my other side of the family, they, a lot of them had questions. Why? But this is not his war.
McGowan spent 10 months in Ukraine, then came back to the U.S. His brother, Gideon Yendel, says
he redeployed. He made it out and he redeployed. Is that what happened?
I mean, most Westerners are doing that.
Damn.
It was difficult for him to be back.
After the 10 months, he had a little bit of survivor's guilt. He felt like he owed more. He wanted to help and fulfill, and he felt that at 10 months wasn't enough. And then he felt like he could go back and still offer more help.
In September, McGowan was about to conduct training for military personnel in Ukraine. Rebecca McGowan says his partner back at home was 5 months pregnant when he was killed.
He was going to be a father, and he was really excited to be a father. Actually, the conversation that I last had with him on the phone was, I'm going out to do this training. It's safe. And then I'm going to come back, and that's going to be it. I'm going to be a dad.
Where did he get killed? Like, what actually happened? Do we know?
No, but I'd be curious to see if Project Leaflet knows him.
McGowan's body wasn't found until 9 months after he was killed. The nonprofit RT Weatherman arranged for his body's return to the U.S. McGowan was cremated and buried in Ohio. He leaves behind his family, partner, and the young son.
I sent you the link as well for the refugee shit that I wanted to look at from earlier.
We just watched it.
Did we? I wasn't looking.
Yeah.
I was reading about Zyklon B. What organization did it? Because it's only a fucking minute.
MSF. It says MSF.
Doctors Without Borders?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
I mean, that's where the footage comes from, apparently.
Okay, I just wanted to see what
hold on. In images recorded by rescuers, migrants can be seen jumping from the water to a rubber boat arrival of the Libyan ship. Later, they told our teams they prepared to die at sea. The MSF statement says, hold on, here's a VOA article. Libyan leader, Libya remains mired in crisis. No, it's unrelated. Geo Barents. That sounds promising.
Translates to?
Geo Barents is a rescue and salvage ship owned by some word. Norwegian. Yeah, as soon as I saw the O with the line through it, I'm like, some word. Oh, it's Norwegian.
What does it translate to in English?
Operated by MSF, yes. So it's Doctors Without Borders.
Okay.
So it's a Doctors Without Borders salvage ship, rescue ship from Norway. Which, yeah, my original answer of Doctors Without Borders.
So just checking.
Yeah.
VOA Russian in Los Angeles, California. Anna Rice, VOA News.
We should check with Leaflet if he knew
Joe
this guy.
Biden is the candidate right now. And
I think his name was McGowan.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably forget to do it, but that's fine.
And the nominee, we heard that from all of the Democrats yesterday. Donald Trump wants to make sure in November it is against Joe Biden. But, there's some doubt over the last 10 days or so. And I think that's one of the reasons why suddenly, out of nowhere, he's taking more shots at Kamala than he has in the past. Watch this.
I think they probably think I'm going to be announcing that Marco is going to be vice president. I have a great idea. How about no tax on tips? Marco, you're going to vote for it, I hope. Well, you may or may not be there to vote for it, but you'll be involved. But whatever else can be said about crooked Joe Biden, you have to give him credit for one brilliant decision, probably the smartest decision he's ever made. He picked Kamala Harris as his vice president. No, it was brilliant. Because it was an insurance policy, maybe the best insurance policy I've ever seen, Marco. If Joe had picked someone even halfway competent, they would have bounced him from office years ago, but they can't. And I don't think Kamala Harris's California socialism is going to go down well with the people of Doral, the people of Miami, or the people of Florida. Because in Florida, we don't like socialism. We want our freedom, right? We want our freedom. As you know, they are all co-conspirators in the sinister.
Wait, what is happening?
That's so funny. I was like,
we can play this.
I was like, oh, where's he gonna go with this? And it was, oh, because she sucks so bad that they won't get rid of him. That's fucking good. And then it turned into the socialism from California.
Yeah.
They're already doing it. The socialists want Joe Biden out of the way.
Killed near Bakhmut. That makes sense.
American public about the cognitive abilities of the man in the Oval Office. Sometimes these days, not there often. Laughing Kamala, Laffin apostrophe, laughing. Laughing Kamala was in on it.
It's pretty metal.
So if I'm the Democrats, I'm not just.
There's a picture from 2023 of him with a Barrett. It's pretty metal.
Worried because of Joe Biden's mental capacity and him being
He definitely created some Russian red mist, that's for sure.
He's laughing,
because,
so he's showing a different side.
If Leaflet knew him, because we have to do the cuts for the next release, right, and do a pre-show for it. And if he was known by Leaflet, the like little guest segment that we can do would be
true
from that.
True. I sent you his name. Yeah, you spell his name on Instagram.
Of himself that the people kind of attract to. Meanwhile, while he was doing that, looks like VP Harris is meeting with LeBron and Steph Curry. I love them both. Incredible athletes. But if this is the way that they're going to shore up, I guess, trying to get black men, I don't think choosing the elites within our community is going to resonate with the people that are living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, they're with the U.S. Olympic team, so she went through their practice. What bothers me most about Kamala Harris is her stand on crime. She was pro the George Floyd riot. She was for mass destruction. She was pro for bailing them out. And now she is pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas. I understand the emotion behind it, she says yesterday on the anti-Israeli campus protesters. Really? Do you know that Iran is financing them? Do you know that they're putting them up to that?
That's a major
You realize there's a good side and bad side. Do you know what you didn't say?
Bro, there's no fucking way he just did that.
Pro-Hamas. I understand the emotion behind it, she says yesterday on the anti-Israeli campus protesters. Really? Do you know that Iran is financing them? Do you know that
the campus protesters? This idiot is trying to say Iran is funding the campus protesters. Basically, the only one that wasn't. You fucking morons. You actual troglodytes.
they're putting them up to that?
That's a major
You realize there's a good side and bad side. Do you know what you didn't say yesterday?
She's
that,
married to a
that Russia just bombed a children's hospital in Ukraine. Where's the condemnation there? If that happened, if the Israelis do that,
Jesus
in Gaza,
Christ.
that's a mistake.
They're doing the thing. They're doing the thing. They're doing the thing. My favorite. So there was a pro-Palestine protest on the 4th of July, and they were like, not one American flag there. Yeah, crazy. You didn't bring an American flag to a fucking Palestine protest. It almost seems like that's the point, idiots.
Right.
If it had the Russians do it on purpose, that's the bullseye.
Right.
So you have an opportunity to say the right thing. What worries me most is what Joe Biden has done over the last 3.5 years, and Kamala Harris believes right now, and
What
it's
they should
leaking
have
out.
used was an Elon Musk flamethrower to burn the shit out of the flag. That's what they should have done.
Just
So this,
roofing
at
torch.
the top of the ticket.
Disqualifying.
Yeah, forget it. I mean, the competence, we're all caught up in the competence, and we should be. But I'm more worried about the policies and the beliefs.
Right.
Well, and the other thing I'm worried about is Ainsley has this heater on high.
Right.
Why would she have the heater on high?
That chick walked over it just to walk on it.
The other thing I'm worried about is
The chick in the black here.
Ainsley has this heater on high.
Right.
Why would she have the heater on high? I'm going to go outside.
You're so
It's up, but it's on high. It's pointed to me.
All right, I'll turn it on low.
I mean, do you believe
Right
this?
here.
Can you feel
Now,
that,
look,
Carly?
Carly and I are like, we get cold here.
right.
Carly,
So
why don't you
Shut the fuck up.
Overseas now, Israel says its fighter jets struck a Hezbollah target in central Lebanon overnight.
You know,
Tensions on
their
Israel's
little
northern
background,
border continue
it's
to
making me
escalate.
think of Eagle One. Go back. Look, come on. Tell me that's not some Eagle One shit. Look at
Hezbollah
your
target
background,
in
right?
Yeah.
So, you know, Eagle One's always circling the battlefield.
Lebanon
but
overnight.
specifically the
Tensions on
line.
Israel's northern border continue to
Yeah,
escalate.
if you actually
This
look
comes
up,
after an
Eagle One
apparent
is always circling. Right, so like
Really
you know
striking.
how
This is very-
the
this
you know how the
is re-
position of your
rearming.
destroyer depends on the angle that the destroyer come in. So if you're using the Gatling barrage, if you're way off to the side, it will come in horizontally. And you need to take into account of that because rocks could block it, right? The same thing with Eagle. When you call it in, you need to know where she is in the sky because she'll turn and make a run from that position. Which can lead to you getting bombed yourself if you're on a ledge and she's behind you.
Did you know the definitions in Britannica came with citations of who confirmed that this is the definition?
Really?
That's fucking amazing. Because now I'm going to send this this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful reference list of what imperialism is to this person who's laughing at my definition of imperialism, which includes Lenin, works from Lenin. That he's crying because my definition of imperialism includes India, Venezuela, Indonesia, and there was another one there. And I'm like, it's not my problem that my correct definition of a word includes countries that you like. Maybe you should cope with the fact that you support imperialists. It's like, that's fucking great to know, though. I'm so glad that I clicked that link.
In Syria yesterday killed a former bodyguard of a Hezbollah leader, prompting the militant group to fire a barrage of rockets into the Golan Heights, killing 2 Israeli civilians. Meanwhile, an Israeli strike on a school-turned-shelter in southern Gaza killed dozens of people, according to local officials.
Israeli territory.
As Israel's new offensive on Gaza City continues, this morning the Palestinian Red Crescent said it is unable to respond to distress calls in the city due to the intensity of the bombing. Nick Beek, with our partners at BBC News, joins us live now.
That's bad.
Nick, what more can you tell us about the situation in Gaza this morning?
Good morning, Anne-Marie. Well, the latest we're hearing is that the Israeli military have been dropping leaflets over Gaza City, asking everyone in that place to evacuate. So people now have to decide whether or not they follow that instruction. A lot of people skeptical that they will be safe. The Israeli military saying there are specific routes they can take to get to safer locations. A lot of people are now deciding whether to leave. The most significant update in terms of what happened in the past 24 hours, the most significant loss of life has been right in the south of Gaza. That was near the city of Han Yunis, and that's where a school was hit yesterday. We're hearing from eyewitnesses that lots and lots of families have been taking shelter there, but this missile came without any sort of warning yesterday, and sources at the local hospital saying at least 29 people were killed, including women and children. The Israelis are saying that they're looking into claims that civilians died, but said that they were targeting someone who was a Hamas fighter, someone they claimed took part in the October the 7th attacks. And this is actually the fourth strike on a school in Gaza in the past 4 days. The Israeli military saying in the first 3 cases, they went for those particular locations because firefighters and police officers, politicians, fighters, all from Hamas, had been using them as a base. And so really they've become a justifiable target for them to strike. They're denying the claims that they've been targeting civilians. But clearly it's a really difficult situation still there this morning.
Certainly sounds like it. Nick, thank you very much.
There's word tonight of a potential breakthrough in the ceasefire talks between Hamas and Israel. This is the ravages of the war on full display in Rafah. It's now a ghost town with buildings reduced to piles of rubble and debris. BBC's Matt Gutman, one of the first journalists given access to the city by the IDF, takes us inside the destruction.
The ball, Charlie Brown.
Tonight, Hamas dropping its demand that Israel commit to a permanent ceasefire, edging the two parties closer to an agreement on ceasefire and hostage release. In Israel, the calls for a deal intensifying, as is the pressure on Hamas.
Think about
after 9 months of war.
The permanent ceasefire, they dropped that, right? All Israel wants is the war with them to go on, right? So they're like, oh, we'll do a ceasefire deal to get our hostages back and stuff, but afterwards we're going to continue the war. Right, that's like basically an Israel's policy from the start, and so Hamas said, "All right, bet ceasefire now." Then that's basically the summary of events going on here. Let's see what happens next. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen next? Eddie, let's hear. No spoilers if you actually know. People who don't know, type your specific guesses of what happened after Hamas did this.
Gaza in ruins.
Right over there is the city of Rafah, the focus of Israel's fighting over the past 2 months and of U.S. condemnation.
On our visit to Gaza's border with Egypt late last week, the wreckage and sound of war unmistakable.
There is small arms fire just on the other end of this berm here.
An estimated 1.3 million Palestinians forced to evacuate. The IDF says what was left were tunnels and hundreds of booby-trapped buildings.
So the scale of the destruction here in what used to be the street is absolutely breathtaking. Every single house is destroyed. All that you see is a little alleyway carved in the rubble. All that's left is twisted rebar, concrete, and household goods.
Israel's prime minister has vowed total victory over Hamas, but the military taking a more sober view.
It seems that Hamas is preparing to fight a very long insurgency. They're digging in, they're recruiting more people.
Hamas will remain with the ambition to be a terror organization. Will you and me be talking 5 years from now about Hamas as a terror organization in Gaza?
Not.
The answer is
Hopefully
yes.
you'll be dead.
Lindsay, mediators, including the U.S., are meeting in Qatar this week to try to finalize the terms of this ceasefire. It would begin with a 6-week pause in fighting, during which over 30 hostages still being held in Gaza would be released, including possibly Americans. Lindsay.
So many on both sides want that ceasefire.
Hamas 1 month. Uh-oh. What's this one?
Yesterday's protests coming on the heels of another deadly strike inside of Gaza. At least 16.
What was the one?
It would have skipped over.
What was it called, though?
After 9 months of Israel-Hamas war, efforts to secure ceasefire continue.
Okay, so it would have been the same story, prepping us
People
for
killed,
the
more
result.
than 50 others.
Yeah.
Yesterday's protests coming on the heels of another deadly strike inside of Gaza. At least 16 people killed, more than 50 others injured in an Israeli strike on a school sheltering that was sheltering displaced Palestinian families. The Israeli military officials say that the strike was targeted at some gunmen who were using that area as a hideout. A spokesman for the Gaza Civil Emergency Service says the number of dead could go up as many of the wounded are in critical condition.
Oh, see, this is what I'm saying. See, look at that. Look at that. See what I'm saying? How much people are outside and on the railings and shit? How do you think this went?
Yeah.
What do you like? This is like, you know, like the fucking Assad bombing a funeral shit. Of course there was body parts in the air.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Oh no. I paused right on dead bodies.
Yeah, that's you try to skip it and you always end up pausing on it. Yep. And like it's not that we care about showing this. I mean, like it's YouTube that's gonna
it's literally YouTube, yeah.
You'll see worse on Twitter, you know?
Yeah.
ايش شفتي انت ايش شفتي؟ ايش شفتي؟
اخويا معه 20 سنه ولا حاجه ببيعوا في اماكننا ببيعوا قاعدين في الشارع هنا بيروحوا بيجوا قصفوا الشارع اللي عند المدرسه.
What network is this?
This is NBC.
Yeah, good. And NBC, CBS have been really good on this school bombing.
That's good to hear.
I don't know about ABC though. I haven't looked into their reporting enough. I can only watch so much news, you know?
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
كنا قاعدين فيش ولا شيء طبيعي الناس وبتجي وبتلعب وكل شيء وكانت الناس تشتري وبتبيع المهم كنا قاعدين فجأة ولا في صوت طيران ولا في صوت أي حاجة كانوا في نسوان قاعدين هنا وشباب وكنا قاعدين عادي يعني لو إنه فجأة لو صار ينزل علينا هنا حكينا كلهم قاعدوا يجروا فتحت الغرفة زقيتها طلعت شظية دخلت من هنا خفت أنا سكرت الباب وطلعت رحت أجري فكرت إنه إخواني هنا كلهم فطبعا ما كانش ولا حدا الحمد لله كانوا بيحضروا المباراة وفي إصابات وشهداء يعني شوف الحدث الناس مرميين فتفتين فتفت دم
طلعوا على المدرسة
فجأة وهم قاعدين الناس قاعدين على النت وقاعدين فجأة خبطوها من غير حس من غير أي شيء لقيناهم زقلين في كل مكان الله دمرنا يعني ما ضلش حياة
Fuck man.
Is that a good one to end on?
The whole stream? No, we haven't gotten to what we haven't gotten to what Israel responded to. Is that still in there?
I can look on the globby list.
Yeah. It might be in the Gaza list, right? So Israel did have a response about the ceasefire. They did alter their position, so.
Okay.
I can look it up as well.
Yeah, I'll have a look. I got this one.
At least 25 Palestinians were killed Tuesday in an Israeli airstrike on a school turned shelter in southern Gaza. The Israeli military has also been increasing.
That's just about the airstrike.
Oh, it's got
to combat Hamas, which the Israelis believe has been regrouping in areas that had previously been cleared. Also on Tuesday, CIA Director Bill Burns skipped an expected stop in Israel and went straight to Doha, Qatar, to discuss whether a hostage ceasefire deal can be reached by July 22nd. That's when the Israeli parliament goes on break until September. CBS News correspondent Holly Williams has more from Tel Aviv. Holly?
Good evening, John. We are seeing reports that in some neighborhoods in Gaza City, they're being bombarded, not just from the air, but also coming under tank fire. And there are gun battles between militants and the Israeli military. Thousands of Palestinians have apparently already fled that area. Now, what's particularly significant about this assault is that Gaza City is in the northern part of the Gaza Strip, in an area that was thought to have been largely cleared of militants in the early stages of the war after a mass evacuation order.
That one might have it in there.
And I think it illustrates a challenge for Israel's military, which is these pockets of resistance that spring up in areas that have already been cleared. Now, it's perhaps not completely surprising. We know that Hamas built a web of tunnels underneath the Gaza Strip, and some of the militants may have been able to kind of melt into the general population. But what it means for ordinary Palestinians is that many of them have already had to evacuate 4 or 5 times. They are living in tents, and when this happens, they have to pick up whatever belongings they have left and move yet again. Now, one of Hamas's leaders said that this assault could, quote, reset the negotiations to square one. He's talking, of course, about ceasefire negotiations. And even before that comment, hopes were not high for an imminent breakthrough. There was a kind of renewed surge of optimism last week after Hamas responded to a ceasefire plan that President Biden outlined back in May. And then Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu agreed to send a delegation to restart stalled negotiations. But that's now cooled after Netanyahu said he would only agree to a deal that allows Israel to resume fighting to achieve its objectives.
I mean, that's something we already knew, but what I'm looking for specifically, like Netanyahu literally like introduced a "fuck you" policy to sabotage right after Hamas made these concessions.
Fantastic.
And so I'm looking for somebody to spell that out, because that's what happened. So.
And positivity in talks to reach a deal to end Israel's 9-month war on Gaza. Hamas accuses Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of placing more obstacles on the negotiations and escalating crimes against the Palestinian people. He called on mediators to intervene and put pressure on the Israeli leader. The group also calls on the international community and the UN to fulfill their humanitarian and legal responsibilities and to put pressure to stop the crime of genocide. Hamas warned of disastrous repercussions because of what is happening in Gaza. It says the occupation's threat to large neighborhoods in Gaza.
Israel right now against Netanyahu, the message, the consensus message are saying that they're saying like Sinwar and Netanyahu are keeping them hostage, as in the people are hostage to Netanyahu and Hamas. As in, they're both bad. They're both just as bad at and obscuring peace between, you know, what's going on. Like, because like they don't necessarily, like most people like hate people in Gaza specifically. Like that's a general consensus thing of racism and apartheid. Of course that exists, but like, nobody really wants a war, right? They want more peaceful, secret annexation of land at the end of the day. They don't want like this direct brutality type of stuff that's going on, and it's affecting like everyday people because their families are tied up in it and stuff. You know,
and the request to evacuate them would return the negotiating process to point zero. Hamda Salhout has more now from Amman.
Hamas has released two different statements on Monday. The first saying that Israel, under Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, is not willing to show any flexibility in these negotiations and that mediators should intervene. And all of this comes after Netanyahu's office released a statement on Sunday explaining 4 non-negotiable items that Israel is going into these negotiations with.
There we go.
Now, this list in this statement was slammed by several Israeli officials speaking anonymously, saying that this is something that is going to deter the negotiations. Meanwhile, Hamas's second statement has
give us the list.
said that continued Israeli military action in northern Gaza is going to plummet these talks. But when we heard from the White House, the U.S. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby earlier on Monday, he did say that the statements released by both sides do not actually reflect how the talks are going, saying that
that's
there
so
are
funny for
still
them to
a
cope
lot.
like that. But it's so funny that like literally the military might coup Netanyahu soon at this point because a war is starting to ramp up with Hezbollah and they don't have the ammunition for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So like the government going on break for 2 months would be a perfect time for Hezbollah to start interfering, and the military is going to get pissed because they don't have they've expended all their fucking bombs pushing Gaza to rubble for what? You think the military knows that their goal can't be achieved? You cannot eradicate Hamas through violence. You think the military doesn't know that? Of course they know that. They know that they're just wasting shit. They know they're doing a genocide. They know. They're not dumb.
A lot of gaps to bridge, but that mediators are trying to do just that. And all of this comes as there's been a lot of internal discourse within Netanyahu's coalition. Lawmakers from the far right, like Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich, known ultra-nationalists who say that Israel should not be entering a deal to release the remaining captives, saying that it would deter them from an absolute victory and that it would be a win for Hamas.
When they say
and then you have
ultra-nationalist,
other
they mean
members of the
fascist.
coalition exchanging verbal jabs with the far right, saying that if there is going to be a demise and fall of the government, it's going to be because of Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. Hamda Salhout, Al Jazeera.
Okay.
Amman.
She didn't give us the points, but don't worry. Don't worry. I can rely on old reliable here. I'm sure we'll definitely get into what the points are here.
Awful. The war has now been going on in Gaza for more than 9 months. It's hard to believe that. In the past week or so, there were glimmers of hope that Israel and Hamas might agree to a ceasefire deal because Hamas dropped its demand that Israel commit to a permanent ceasefire before they would sort of enter into this phase deal. Remember, it's supposed to be a phase process with a temporary ceasefire and a hostage release, followed by negotiations over permanently ending the war, and then sort of a reconstruction period after. But then on Sunday, right before negotiators were set to meet again, Netanyahu's office released a new set of principles that included a demand that, quote, any deal will allow Israel to return to fighting until its war aims are achieved, which just sort of seems to have upended things. And I guess it seems to have rule out this deal ending the war more than anything else. But
what do we think about that? You know, that's one of the 4 things that he put up. What do we think? As the counter to Hamas being like, it doesn't need to be a permanent ceasefire. Now he's like, good, it won't be. Right? So why negotiate? We can go back to
why have they been negotiating at all?
I just want to be clear. The main purpose of ceasefires in war is ammo replenishment, right? People still criticize Massoud for making ceasefire talks with the Soviet Union because then the Soviet Union would go fight other mujahideen, right? So he could train up new forces and stuff, right? It was beneficial to him.
I don't know, we'll figure it out. Israeli citizens continue to take to the streets. They're demanding a hostage release deal, including the mother of one of the hostages who suspended herself from a cage above a protest and told the crowd, quote, we are all held captive by Netanyahu and Sinwar.
There you
Prime
go.
Minister Bibi Netanyahu and Yahya Sinwar.
They haven't hit all 4 points. But
Meanwhile, Ben, the situation on the ground in Gaza it's just hell on earth for civilians. They are at constant risk from airstrikes. There's not enough food. And they're also just getting displaced over and over again by Israeli ground operations. The Israeli government has repeatedly sent ground troops back into areas that they had already cleared, like Gaza City, because, you know, they cleared out Hamas fighters and then they left.
I think if that's all we're going to touch on. We're not going to really go into all 4 points, which doesn't matter. The main point is that I don't know. I don't think it's really any different than what has been said so far, right? Every time ceasefire talks have moved forward, Netanyahu said, we're going to kill them after these talks. They're not going to end the war, right? That's been the obscuring every time. So now, because now it's the final chance we have until, you know, September. So if they don't happen now, they're not going to happen. What does that tell you? What do you think is going to happen then? Oh, we don't have to talk about this for 2 months? Bet.
We'll still talk about it.
Well, I meant Israel doesn't have to negotiate shit. They don't have to play the game.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
the military can just function autonomously without the government, I guess.
I guess. They don't have ammunition. Oh, well. Guess they'll die. Or maybe they'll go back into Gaza and just kill civilians for fun.
They will start loading rocks into planes to drop on people if it gets to that point.
I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob.
Head to barbarism if the left wins.
Oh my God.
Will live in barbarism, period. It is a fight for civilization.
Whoa. Goodbye. Goodbye.